They say it's dying, they say it's lost, but today is the beginning of a revival. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 4 Resurgence. And I am Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is amazing Beef Mommy. And this is where we start off. The Garena Masters, wherein a lot of dreams will be opened up, Beef.
Ooh, what a strong opener. By the way, you're looking really good this year, and I'm so excited. We're finally starting the year right. Garena Masters Season 4, everyone's been going after this. I'm pretty sure this is a topic of conversation in the past few months. What's gonna go down? We see new faces in this roster, a lot of roster changes, speaking of, so I'm really excited with what this year has to offer for us.
Exactly. I mean, we have been talking in the background, and not only that, a lot of folks has been talking on what's happening with the teams. Not only that, with the new faces and the new names that we have right now. And I'm really excited, really, to announce some of the teams right here. We have, guys, first ever in the Garena Masters, we are going to have a girls team, and that is one point that we have been looking forward to for the past 3 seasons or 4 seasons.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like it's not just the fact that they want to make a name for themselves as a team and the fact that they're also all women, but I'm pretty sure they want to overlook the past of like gender differences. They just want to be really good regardless of what gender you have. And let's see, because the first opponent they're going to be going up against is the brothers from before. It's not going to be easy. It's Blacklist International Ultimate, where we already know they're stacked up, because we know that this team really wanted to shine last year, but unfortunately for them, Smart Omega is the one that toppled them to get that last spot in the World Championship. So a lot of redemption coming in from a lot of these teams for today.
Yeah, and speaking of Blacklist International Ultimate, I mean, the comeback of 2 of the members in here, we have Yato and Yobabs right now moving in, plus the trade that we just saw in some of the posts out there. So we're going to talk about that later on, because we have tournament format for you so that we can explain better what will be happening in this game, because this is just the beginning. This is just day number 1 of what's going to unfold for the next, I would say, 12 days of the group stages and upcoming in the playoffs. But let's look at the tournament format right now.
Oh yeah, is the biggest difference, and I feel like it's because you have so many rookies all for you today, as we already have the qualifier stage done and dusted. So many teams emerged out on top, and these are your teams to really just represent all of the MYSG and Philippine region, boiled down into a few weeks of battle. Taking a look at that, 256 teams, and the top 2 of each group will make it off into possibly the playoffs, where only 8 teams will emerge from the 16 that we actually have for today. And obviously, you want to covet that championship role, the championship title, going in for our first major tournament here in Garena.
Exactly, and as we can see right now at the roster of teams, we have familiar brands as well as new brands that we keep talking about, and I want to see more of these teams and also of their member. But let's check out in a bit the qualified teams right now. But as we keep talking, we have Group A, SKADI, Easy Reborn, BBC, BONDEE Boys Club, as well as RND. This lineup, I would say, Beef, is a brand new set of teams, but underneath that brand, we are seeing a comeback of some of the players.
Yeah, I mean, brand new set of talents right here, but we already know some names, especially coming in from SKADI and BONDEE Boys Club. Definitely knows from the past tournaments in Garena. We already know the number 1 person that we're looking at is going to be Cisco coming in from SKADI. It's going to be really interesting how he's going to play with his new team. But definitely a lot of rookies here in this particular group. So looking forward to what Group B, C, and D actually have to offer as well, because eventually you're going to have to go up the big boys. You already know the invited group. That's going to be ALMGHTY, Smart Omega, Blacklist International Ultimate. Those 3, they're going to be invited. They already know. They're already very much knowledgeable. And speaking of, you get to see one very scary name here, which is going to be Blacklist International Ultimate. But hey, if you're going to be Kazoku Legacy, Huntsmen, and we already hyped them up a while ago, Divinis, they have a monumental job to try and topple down Blacklist International or join them in the ranks going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, for each group, 2 teams will be moving into the playoffs. So this might be either one, Divinus, Kazoku Legacy, as well as Huntsmen. But we have familiar in here. We are familiar with Huntsmen right now, but with the lineup that they have in here, it might prove to us or provide us with a different view, especially in how the other teams are moving up. Though they are staying low because they don't have that much of the major tournament experience, but they might bring in some of the surprises in here. But there's no surprise of the names in here. Group C, I would say the group of death, because we have two familiar brands in here, Smart Omega as well as Almighty. And who's coming back? LF Org is in here as well, and a new brand, SR NACAGUE, will be joining this group. So I would say LF Org as well as SR NACAGUE has a very monumental task to go against monumental teams like Smart Omega and Almighty.
I mean, this is the group of death because speaking of experience, you have Smart Omega and Almighty right there, but they have so much experience. But taking a look at what Group D has to offer, we only see one team that actually has that experience. That's going to be WPM Lowkings. And they're going to be staying with the people that they've been growing with the past few years. And now for Group D, though, they have three contenders vying in for that top 2 spot. That's going to be 4S Kings, FRANIC, and SHUSHH. I mean, I'm a big fan of the logo of SHUSHH. I mean, I'm always a big fan of sushi, so I don't know. I might root for this team just because of that logo.
Well, one thing about a logo, they might be eaten up. I don't know.
Oh no.
that's. I mean, I'm not talking about the team itself. It's just a logo out there. But looking at today's schedule, we have start off. It's Scotty and Easy Reborn Esports. We mentioned that Scotty is not new, or some of the members are not new, but Easy R Esports are new in this brand, and I think they've tried their best from the previous season to get into the group stages. But we have the Venus best girls team in the universe, I love the title, against Blacklist Ultimate. This is one thing that we are looking forward to, brothers and sisters going against each other.
Oh, definitely. That's definitely going to be, for me, the storyline for today. Can the girls bring it up to Blacklist International Ultimate? They are ultimately the Eastern Championship back in 2021 and definitely trying to reclaim their glory, especially going up to committing into the last part of 2022. But I'm excited for it. Speaking of, LF Org goes up against Smart Omega, where Smart Omega showed up during the World Championship, did so well in day number 1, but faltered going into, the second day. But you know what? I feel like that's also fire, but also having Kevs back into the roster is definitely going to be really interesting for me. And we're going to top it all off, 9 p.m. Don't go away, because this is where you get to see the 4S Kings up against FRANIC. And it's going to be interesting because you're seeing so many new names here in this lineup that you don't know what it's going to offer to you by the end of the day.
Exactly. I mean, these new names needs to be looked into, not just by us, not just by the teams themselves, but the viewers as well, because we don't know what they have to offer, and you guys might be seeing different gameplay that we haven't seen before from the top brands. But let's see what are they fighting for, because not only that they have the prestige of going in on to the grand finals as well as the championship for Garena Masters, we have the prize pool right here, and the total prize pool of $26,500 US. We're not talking about pesos, we're talking about US dollars. First place will be bringing home that 10K, second place 4.5K, and the third place with 3K, fourth place with 1.5K in the bag. And this is just the top 4 in here, but as I mentioned earlier, they are also fighting for the prestige, because Garena Masters, this is no tournament like no other. This has brought teams to a different level, especially what you mentioned from the world stage.
Oh, definitely. This is the next step going into the world stage, because you have your grassroots tournaments where you get to have more experience, have that competition down, and then you go up into a bigger competition, which is definitely going to be Garena, and then you're going up to possibly heading into the world championship. But $26,000 is no joke. It just increases every single year. I actually went into the calculation of how much it is in Philippine peso. That's 1,431,000, and you're splitting that into how many members. That's still life-changing money, where you get to play this. Casual players, this is like your inspiration to try and go pro and make a name for yourselves.
And I love that new brands, new teams will be in here to grab a piece of that pie, because this might boost them to a different level. They might be moving up onto the next stage after Garena Masters, and we might be surprised because so far the fans out there are looking forward to the familiar names like Smart Omega, Blacklist, International Ultimate. We have the Huntsmen as well as West Point Mama Lowkings, but we cannot count out those new brands right here because there's a lot of instances wherein we have been surprised already by the rookies and the underdogs. But let's check out the maps and modes right now. First off the bat, SKADI and EZR Esports. There's no waiting here, Beef Mommy. We are being shown the game raid, stand off, and take off for the first map against these two teams.
All right, so we're going off to classic maps in the first two modes here, but at the very end, you're looking at control takeoff, which is really, I don't know, it's really tricky to play takeoff in this map just because of how huge it is. We've seen how many people really kind of struggle to play control here, but the first two maps definitely is going to be interesting because raid is really good with hardpoint, but you do need to get that control in P3, which is going to be the money room in garage, because you do get to have an easier time on the defense there. And not just that, you are going to be, let's say, all this matchup, a lot of people are saying SKADI might have the upper hand, and regardless, yes, they did have a really good run. They came out on top into their groupings, and Easy Reborn as well. They have a really monumental job to try and overtake SKADI because they also had some sort of fire in them as rookies. For SKADI, on the other hand, they do have the experience to bat. So again, it's going to be an interesting matchup over here.
Exactly. I mean, if I look at the lineup, I think it's only Snurpy, one out of all the members in SKADI that don't have that much in a major tournament experience. But when we look at ECR Esports, it's only one from these team that has a major tournament experience, and that was EZR Joke. So it's like contrast of these teams, and I won't be surprised to see Easy Reborn or EZR right now show that they have what it takes, because it's been a while since SKADI or the team from or the players from SKADI to really jump in to Garena Masters. So this might be a chance that new names, new members, new players can move in and jump the gun on the Garena Masters as well. And that is motivation for viewers out there who have been casual players, who have been grinding them their butts off to go into a higher level. And there's no higher level right here than Garena Masters, because there's a lot more at stake, as well as a lot more to look forward to once you survive here. But let's check out the team lineup. This is SKADI right here. Familiar names, as mentioned. We have Cisco. I love the I don't know what look is this? Sheesh look. We have Chirac right now. Mark, Mids, and Speed, and no other than Snurpy. And I mentioned Snurpy might be the guy who has less experience in terms of a major tournament, but I'm not counting him out. If I did my homework well, he was part of Tyrant. So that team really has a lot to offer, especially with like grassroots tournament and even Ways of War. They have been topping it off in early seasons. Now Garena Masters, this is their chance really to show us that they have Cisco's coming back from season 1 of Garena Masters, so it had been a long time since Cisco has jumped in to this level of the tournament.
Yeah, it's just really a matter of team chemistry, because a lot of these players actually, I'm not quite sure if they complement anyone here. But again, speaking of a new team that we actually want to see, EZR Esports, Rox, Moy, Joke, Ashuri, Jai, and Judas tries to go in there, makes a name for themselves, because it'll be difficult to go up against a talented team like what we saw in SKADI, because they do have the experience in multiple titles already. But obviously with this team, they really want to show up, because it's day number 1. First day jitters. We're not even gonna talk about it because we say it every single time in day 1. You're already going to expect that you have to perform in the highest level, and the fact that you're coming in here new, you're coming in here fresh, you do have an advantage of with your opponent that they don't know how you're gonna play. And so if they underestimate you, you can definitely use that to your advantage.
Exactly, and then that's one thing about those who are moving up, like Easy Reborn Esports right here. And I keep saying Easy Reborn, though it's indicated EZR because this is like a familiar team, not just on the multiplayer this time, but on the Battle Royale as well. So this team has been popping off in other factors, other modes of the game. So Easy Reborn is their chance right now to move up into the plate and show their game in the MP scene. But there you have it. I mean, the excitement is just what I'm excited when we started this show, but I'm more excited right now because we've seen the players, we've seen the storylines that might be unfolding all throughout, like all the group stages, and I want to see how it goes from the start up until the end.
Definitely. I mean, I think the biggest difference here is in terms of each team's play style, because for SKADI, you have a lot of players that actually are really good with the sniper, with the DLQ in hand. You have so many players that actually use it. You have Cisco that uses it. Mark is also a really good and aggressive sniper. And you also have Chirac that's also a really good sniper. And so if you're going up against this team in a map like Takeoff or Control, you already know they're going to bring out probably a double sniper setup and possibly going to be a hard game for S&D, because if we're going to be kind of comparing both of the teams, here for EZR, they like to use the CBR. They're really big fans of the CBR. They like to use the Holger, and so they need to find a way to possibly counter the DLQ into game modes like Search and Destroy and maps like Takeoff. And so I feel like for me, the set of maps that we actually have for today might kind of give a little bit of benefit towards SKADI.
Yeah, I mean, and looking forward to it. I'm just curious, though they have 3 guys in there who's proficient in the snipers. Which among those 3 will be utilizing them, and who will be letting go of the scope and moving into the different weapon? Because I'm pretty sure it's a huge adjustment for these players out here, especially if you are already used to going into the scopes, going in for the snipes, initiating the battle, and then you're the one who will be moving and rushing towards the enemy right there with an SMG, or probably staying mid in their support with an AR. So I'm looking forward and what changes might be happening in here. But to your point, that's only one thing that might change the game for SKADI. EZR Esports, well, there's still a lot of surprises that we might be seeing right now, though they have a DLQ user who is Joe, like what I mentioned, is not a I would say is not a newbie in a major tournament, but how can the sniper carry the whole team?
And so obviously you can't have 3 snipers unless you're Almighty, of course. But we're going to be seeing Almighty later on into the week. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what's going to go down here. I feel like EZR needs to win this map because, as what we mentioned, Takeoff and Standoff, Search and Destroy is definitely going to favor SKADI a little bit more. So EZR needs to make a difference here, the biggest game in their career, because this is going to basically give them that momentum going into the whole competition. And we're starting it off with
Yeah, and as we go into P1 right now, we will see the trade-off that will be happening. It's EZR right here, going in for the initial frags as well as initial points. So we'll see how SKADI will be taking it back from them, because at this point, usually there's a trade-off back and forth, but we're not seeing right now for initial seconds of this game. So it might not look good for SKADI at this point, but as you mentioned earlier, there is the garage, the money room that they can get back into it. 30 seconds already down into this hill, and here comes Jai trying to prevent Chirac to get a lot more of those lays, and 25, 26, counting up to 30, and SKADI still has no point at all for that P1.
Ooh, big gunfight. One right now by Ashuri. Gets rid of Chirac now. That's going to be really big points going into P1. And the reason why I thought that this was going to be a good map for them is because it looks like they're very comfortable with their SMGs and also their LMGs, which is good for this map, especially for a game mode like Hardpoint, where your snipers are going to be much use here. And we can see that they definitely have confidence when it comes to that. But taking a look at P2 right now here in Kitchen, it's going to be yellow, but obviously contested right now by 2 players. But hey, solid hold coming in from Snurpy, getting rid of 3 players really fast.
Debut for the newcomer is in here. Snurpy right now. You cannot slurp him up that easily, especially when he is in that kitchen. Jai right now making move into gardens, but will not be able to make that slay. Here comes Zoo moving in against Snurpy, but will be taken down in there on the approach, and still all yellow on that V2. So it's very difficult for them, for Easy Reborn to get through, and easy for Scotty just to take one full 60 from, or one full 60 seconds from that P2 as they prepare onto the next hill. This might be the chance for each team to show up and to take more of the points in this game, because it will be a long run towards that P4.
Ooh, this is going to be difficult for Scotty because they're spawning off so far into the map, basically at the very opposite side. Now, this is where it's difficult because you have to break this money hill where you probably should have rotated a little bit early, but instead they went and focused in on the scrap points, which they definitely needed. But this is where everything goes down. They're winning a lot of their gunfights, but then also they're losing their gunfights as well. So everything else, they're going to be traded one by one. So far, we get to see Scotty actually having a little bit of control now. Finally, slowly but surely, they do get a little bit of momentum here in this hill, and that was a really good 5-man push going into P3.
Yeah, and it's good enough that Chirac was managed to survive that. Otherwise, it will be another rotation loss for Scotty. But they maintain that, as well as the spawn. They have all the corners covered, and they are just taking a heck of a time to get a lot of points at this point. And it is now EZR who's getting the scrap points. Rotation needs to be early, especially on the long travel that they have to go to that basketball court. And there goes Speedy and Snurpy going in for the slay, clearing everything up, and there goes Scotty just going in for that a few more of that second. So good rotation. Easy Reborn needs to get coverage of all the corners right now. Yes, they can get the slay, but they need the time into the plate, and they are not given that chance. Scotty right now is just soaking it up, and only 2 entrances in here, all bases covered by Scotty.
Oh my goodness. I mean, once you say that, it's just chaos when it comes to the spawns. Top staircase, everyone's spawning right beside each other. Taking a look at that. Player number 1, player number 5 coming from Scotty, going really behind off of several players from EZR. Now, this is a really difficult spawn to have because when it comes to the RNG gods of Call of Duty Mobile, they just don't care if you actually have a really solid hold up here in staircase. But again, it's a back and forth because no one has control over that spawn. But finally, we do get to see a little bit of control coming in from Scotty, where everyone else from EZR is going to be spawning off into poolside, which they are going to have a little bit of an advantage of going into the next hill. But player number 1, that's going to be Cisco, goes in for the slays, but unfortunately doesn't finish off another player off of EZR.
Now, well, as we can see, Chirac right now, who might be able to break through 2 members of EZR at this point. Let's see if he'll be able to pull it through. Chirac right now backs up a little bit, rotates on the other side, probably paving the way on to that from that garage into this garden. But Moy right now is here together with the rest of the gang. They are not just staying in. We have 1 who's in number, or 2 who is in here, also providing a little bit of cover from that pillars. But here comes Jokey. He is not joking around. He will be going for the slay. He's the only one left in here, and he goes for that hit. Unfortunately, Chirac is in there from above, and that lost 25 seconds for that hill. And I don't think that will be taken by EZR at this point. They might be backing off and preparing themselves onto the laundry area, as well as back to P1.
Big kill from Strox, gets rid of 1 player, and he soaks up the points, wins another gunfight here. That's gonna be really big for them. 15 seconds to his name, all alone, where the rest of his teammates are scrambling to get control into P1, where you can see player number 1 coming in from EZR. That's gonna be taking some shots down. Let's see if he's actually gonna be winning it. What? Oh, I know. He's gonna be winning that essential gunfight, the power position going into top laundry. And not just that, they also have control of gallery as well. And this is what Scotty had a really difficult time going in the contest into the first half of the game, and this is very much enough for EZR to get a lot of the points that they lack in the last few hard points.
Yeah, I mean, even if Scotty has a lead in there after several runs or the first cycle of our hills, they don't need to back off right now and not fall for the same for the traps that has been planted in here by EZR. Imagine you have laundry and gallery wherein 2 are just waiting for you to peek in and you get taken down. But this time They will be soaking themselves up with the 20 seconds remaining in here. Still, the lead is on SKADI, but we'll have to see how they can, or how Easy Reborn will be catching up right now, because it is getting harder and harder right here to catch up with the point being stacked up by SKADI as they go into the P2. But P2 will be enclosed and Chirac will be taken down here. I thought that was a chance for them to move in, but as we saw, Snurpy will be standing by, and we see Snurpy getting into kitchen. I think he has been left in the kitchen, but he hasn't bloated up, and he is still moving in for those lace trucks taken down by in there. And as we can go in onto this rotation, there's still no pushing this area for Easy Reborn. No one can get through. The point still moving into the SKADI.
This setup coming in from SKADI is going to be really good because they had one player going in for the anchor, and that's going to be mids. He was all the way down in spiral, trying to control for the next spawn into the next hard point. And as close as there's only one player coming in from SKADI is actually there. So that was a good push coming from EZR, but unfortunately for them, again, they falter when it comes to the gunfights. So honestly, the individual gunfights are being won by SKADI so well. There's so many moments that EZR had so many good moments with 9 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a flipped around situation where we finally get to see SKADI going into that early rotate because they can. They can afford to lose a little bit of scrap points going into P2, going into P3, and now you get to see a little bit of scattered gameplay coming in from EZR because they're going in there one by one. What they need to do is wait for the rest of their teammates, and this is a good push coming in from EZR, but unfortunately for them, one player, that's going to be one person that will make the biggest difference with the Annihilator. That's going to be speed. That is the stopping force right now of SKADI to try and stop the push coming in from EZR, and he was very successful at doing so. And now the streaks are finally coming out. Predator missile down. That's going to be a hunter-killer drone to play with. With how many seconds left on this hill, they can definitely end it here.
Yeah, they might be able to end it here. 30 seconds remaining and only less than 20 points remaining as well to take the win. SKADI right now, great hold into this garage area, especially with speed. That was a 1v3 that we just saw right there. And Annihilator gameplay really still is a game changer at this point. But as we talk about that, they have EZR has been stuck in there on the 113 point as SKADI just takes over the reign for that last hard point. And first point goes to SKADI, and it is now Easy Reborn who wants to show up in here, get back into play. Hopefully this doesn't demotivate them, because like your debut into the match and you have been put down already with a huge lead into this fight. This might put down some of the players, especially new players. Hopefully that's not the case for Easy Reborn.
My goodness, everyone in this team did their job. They did so well. Every single player here had their own highlights. I mean, you can already see it off of P2 where they kind of had a shaky run going into P1. They didn't really have much points there, or had like, I think just 5 points, I think. But going into P2, it was kind of a back and forth situation. But P3, where they would have been at a big disadvantage because EZR actually went there for the very early rotate, but we saw that one person, I think it was Chirac, right? You mentioned it was Chirac. Yeah. The last person there, was bodies everywhere, and he was the last one standing, and that gave SKADI enough time to go in there. But again, we actually saw EZR. They have a fighting spirit, so that's going to be really good for them because they didn't give up trying to get that hill. But unfortunately for them, one person actually went in there all alone, and I think that's going to be a Snurpy. Snurpy got a really essential two-piece and got the scrap points, and eventually it was all downhill for EZR.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it that each player from SKADI has their individual highlights, and Speed even has a 1-3 battle that went in onto that gym area. So at that point, like if one guy can take out a lot or probably survive after the onslaught that happened on the garage, as well as make his own chaos, as we've seen from Snurpy, then SKADI right here might be a team who will be moving up to different heights. Now, I'm not putting down EZR just yet because we're going to switch gears onto the search and destroy, and this might be a chance for EZR to get a point back. But again, there's still threat of a double sniper that might be happening in here on the standoff.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary instance if you are Easy Reborn, because you are going up against a team that has really well-established snipers. And
Mhm.
so, and going into this competition, pretty sure that they've already tried to master it, but how well can you go up against knowing that there might be a double sniper setup? So pretty interesting how a team like SKADI will also perform, because who is going to be their sniper? Is it going to be Mark, Chirac? Is it going to be Cisco? Because these three players can definitely go and pick it up. And granted, if let's say one person from, like one sniper from, SKADI goes down, another
Mhm.
can actually go and step it up. So that's going to be really interesting how they're going to go and play for it. But also same for EZR. I mean, they do have that one sniper. They do have Joke that will
Yeah.
try to go and challenge the snipers of SKADI, but they need to play it right. They need to play their smokes really, really well.
Exactly, and as we see in lineup, I mean, how they played previously, they're more of a SMG. So CQC is more of their gameplay. So we'll see on how rotation or what rotation they will take, getting away from the sights of the scopes and then moving in for the rush. Hopefully, we'll see more of a rotation coming from two members in here from search and destroy. But there's still a risk in there because as we saw, there's one guy who is going to be the flex player. And as we've seen from flex player of the top teams, we have Whoopi as well as Heaven, who did flex as well. So it's very difficult to counter them even if they let go of the scope. So hopefully we'll see a better gameplay in here from Easy Reborn. I'm still looking forward to how Joke will be leading the team right here in this game, because Search and Destroy is, I would say a lot of teams are more proficient in Search and Destroy compared to the respawn mode. Not quite sure why. Probably it's because it's a more difficult and they spend so much time in practicing here, because it's like your lives are being counted down. Well, compared to Control, that you have 30, but your lives are being counted down, and this is where communication really matters. So hopefully their communication will be a little bit more better compared to SKADI. But as you can see, it's how well SKADI has taken that momentum from that hard point that they carry it over to this Search and Destroy.
It's basically a game of chess. That's why S&D is just so difficult. And
Yeah.
it's only the fact that not only are you going to be worrying about your life, but also you have to worry about your utility. You can't just keep throwing your util just to push into a site. You also need to play for post-plant as well. Do you have enough utility? Let's say if you're stuck in a 1v2 situation, to try and get that information. And so when you get to see teams just really chugging out their utility early into the game, and that might not help you out later on if you are at a disadvantage, because the stun can definitely give you information. If you're trying to check the corner, if you go in there wide with your guns blazing, you might actually lose that 50% of the time. And so that's why you need to have that information given to you first, either by your sniper or by your util, to try and go and make a very decisive push going into a site. And that's why we love the game of Search and Destroy, because it's big brain plays.
Yeah, big brain. I mean, we've seen a lot of highlights in there coming from Search and Destroy, and I would agree. I mean, how you play it out, especially in the post plan, where you need to be a little bit smarter at that point. That's where some of the teams that we've seen loses really let go of their objectives when they did it, when they do their plan. So that is what is being taken advantage by some of the teams in here who really focuses on like having a plan B once that bomb has been planted. So later on, we're going to see which team will be starting it off on the attacker and the defender's side. But I'm really looking forward to how SKADI will be utilizing the sniper. Will it be a double snipe, or will it just be a solo, and who will be letting go of that scope, and how will they perform? Because I'm just looking at the lineup right now, and based on here, like, it's very difficult for them, especially for, I would say, like, let me point it out, Cisco, who has been utilizing the DLQ as well as SKS. So it's very difficult to switch over to a different gun right now. But as we can see, we might be able to get some insights as a battle start on in this Search and Destroy.
I think your answers are already here on the screen. Moy goes in there for the beautiful kill, gets rid of Cisco. That's going to be early. That gives them an advantage, bringing down that one player. But you can see Chirac and Mark going to be using the snipers down in their alley. So I'm really interested, like, how they can finally get a pick off, knowing very well that they're going to be down one player. As you can see here, EZR needs to go and plant the bomb. Although player number 5, that's going to be Miz, has eyes on them. And Chirac gets that essential kill finally for his team. And basically, the plant is going to go down. That's going to apply some pressure off of it. And finally here, we keep on talking about it. The snipers are finally showing up, and there's a reason why you're going to be scared of them. But good trades coming in from EZR, though. But that's going to be really hard because Joke is going to be the only player left for his team. But the bomb's going to be going down. It'll be a little bit in their favor. He needs to play time.
Snurpy right now going in for the rush, the backstab in there against Joke, and plenty of time to go for the defusal. And well, Joke right there, it's good that he survived. He had a distance, but unfortunately he was just surprised by the movement of Snurpy. But I would say Easy Reborn right now is showing up at this point. A good trade, especially in the final moment, but unfortunate for them, they are just left with only one. And once you are in a snipe with only a few seconds to wait, it's very difficult to give it a chance, give it to that time running out. And it's either you go in for the offensive so that they will not be able to go for the post plant, or you just stay back in there. But there's a lot of risk, but no risk are being taken by the team right now as they go in for the rotation. It is Easy Reborn who needs to pave the way into a plant right now, and I think the Alpha will be their target.
Now you can see here, double sniper setup again, also from EZR. That's going to be Joke and Strock. So really interesting play here because, well, speaking of, Mark actually goes down. I mean, Mark takes out Strox. That's going to be a really big opener coming in from Scotty. Difficult times here coming from EZR, but I guess Cisco goes in, deliberately goes in there for the cutthroat from Jai. And as I said that they were making a really good progress here so far with EZR, they are going down with 2 men off of their team. But then one player can actually make a big difference going into the flank. Goes in there for a 1v1 situation, but loses his against Cisco. And now 1v4, what can you do? Bomb's going to be planted, but you're too far away to go in there for those kills. And Chirac finally finishes the job. And now it seems like the snipers are proving to be very difficult to put down in the team of Scotty.
Yeah, I mean, well, we've seen how a threat a sniper is already from the initial part of this game, and having 2 of them can give Scotty those 2 options, as well as separate, like, different views of the situation, especially with information, which is very important in this search and destroy mode. But Mark right now missing those opportunities, but the information has been relayed to mids, and there goes Mark taking out Strox. Mids right now just waiting for that plant to happen, and just taking a peek. Might be seeing more in the process, but backs off in there. There goes a hit against a 1, but will be able to survive. Unfortunate for Snurpy. It is Amoy who is just waiting for them. Now Cisco going into the backstab, but here comes Chirac, a little bit too aggressive in that close range battle with his sniper, but Mids goes in for that double.
Oh, it's going to be very difficult. Again, we have Joke with the sniper into his usual spot. Gets a kill. That's going to be good for him. But then, obviously, the backup finally goes there with Mark. See, this is where I feel like EZR is becoming a little bit more predictable because you get to see Joke always in the same position. He's always going to be there by Hay. And it's difficult because you already know that the players from Scotty already know where you are. So he needs to change that positioning. And EZR needs to go and play for picks. They have a very hard time dealing with the snipers of Scotty, which we actually kind of had a feeling before. Mark spots him, then finally the smoke goes down. That is what I was waiting for coming in from EZR very early into the round.
Yeah, and Mark right now, I mean, I would agree with EZR being predictable, because we've seen Mark in there. Well, he's not landing the snipes, but he has been sitting and seeing the crossover of EZR from their position towards that Alpha. But here comes Snurpy. We'll have to see if he'll be moving in. Backstab against Strox, and there goes the hit, and Moy taking down Chirac in the process, but Snurpy just punched out Moy from that battle end. As expected, as we've seen earlier, Joke will be the only guy left going against 3 members of SKADI.
And as we go, the pinch is going to ensue. They have all of it covered. This is so good coming in from Scotty. Mark is hitting his mark, quite literally, because he has those 5 kills. Not only that, he doesn't hit him all the time, but I mean, the information that he gives to his team is just so crucial from them winning. And Joke, even though he has this side covered, he's going to have to worry about the other guy into the boxes trying to go and hit him. And so he's in a little bit of a pickle. Probably the best thing he can do is take that kill. There you go. Gets rid of Cisco. And then one player right there is going to be proned. So it's good for him. He's going to be chilling a bit, but 33 seconds left on the clock for him to go and pick up the bomb is going to be difficult. But a good thing for him, the players from Scotty are actually isolated, so he can just go in for the pick one by one.
Yeah, one by one they go, but there goes Mark, a little bit too far to be sighted by Joke, and there goes Mark again, hitting the mark and bringing SKADI to a 4-0 now. Well, Easy R, not looking good for them. They've struggled so far from the start of the Search Destroy, and we haven't seen a lot of changes in there. Mark right now going in for the shell hit, and this time it was a Joke right there being taken down. Moy takes down Mark in the process, and a trade-off might be a chance for Easy R to get back, but we'll have to see on how they are going to rush mids in there, just waiting for a Shuri, and as he jumps in, just jumped in to his death.
Man, the bomb was just left unprotected. That's going to be your number one mistake if you are playing Search and Destroy. And finally, they did have a flank watch, so that's going to be really good. Even numbers right now, but they still need to go in for the pickup. As you can see here, the players are actually going in from the rear end, but everyone else coming in is going to be really big kills from Strox. Gets rid of Snurpy, and this is where they need to go in there for the pinch. Finally, a possible round win coming in from Easy R, but with Cisco right there, tried to go in there for the 1v3. He fails, and finally we get to see one round from Easy R.
Yeah, Easy R, they have taken 1 point now. Will this be a momentum for Easy R right here? But we all know that once a team has been taken down one, they change, or SKADI might be changing their tactics, especially as they get close to switching sides at this point. So we'll see if there will be an early rotation change from SKADI, as they have been red from that previous round, and Easy R right now going in for that plant. Now Mark takes down Joke once again, but we've seen this. This is how it started from the previous round. Joke goes down, and the rest of Easy R just fights back.
And again, gunfights still pretty doable coming in from Easy R, but when Cisco goes in there with the shots with the SKS, oh, he brings it out. There you go. You already know that he's mad. He was actually sporting right now. It's going to be really difficult to go and contend with this weapon because of how good it really is. And that's the reason why it was so popular back in the World Championship for 2022. And now the Defusal comes along, and Mark finally wins it for his team with 10 kills. This guy is cracked. We already know how aggressive he can play when it comes to the sniper, and so it looks like it's working out for them.
Yeah, and I guess we have been given a chance to see SKADI go for the triple snipe. So we have SKS right there, Locus and DLQ being utilized by Cisco, Mark, and Chirac. And it's only left with two who is not in the scope. So I'm seeing that if in case they get this point, everyone might be going for the snipe. I don't know. This might be how confident they might go. If SKADI is hearing me right now, I'm looking forward to that. But Moy starts it off against Mark, and this might be a chance for Easy R to take it back because the tables has been turned right now, or sides has been turned right now, and Easy R might be getting their way as a defend. Cisco going in, regrouping against Chirac. And rotation is still not solid, but they have a good hold on where they can position themselves, especially with the firepower that they've gathered in this match. Now, a split up to get more information might be is essential for them. Hopefully, they will not be spotted and being taken down, because one doesn't want to go alone against three opponent of Easy Reborn.
There you go. Big gunfights won right now by Chirac. Quick scope coming in from his end, and Jai goes down with the Krig 6 and finally even things out. That's a good play to kind of separate yourselves and win those individual gunfights to even down the playing field, and this is where you kind of need to move. 30 seconds left on the clock, and it's a good push coming in from SKADI, but there will be, I thought it was going to be a flank coming in from Easy R, but I think it looks like it's going to be a regrouping instead. One player is going to be off of that B-bomb site, trying to go in there for the defense. One player really open up in this lane. That's going to be good. Jokes gets one. Chirac goes down, and a 1v1 situation ensues. But with 13 seconds left on the clock, a 1v2 rather, it's going to be difficult for Cisco to go in there for the plan, and Joke finally gets it, and that's gonna be really good. Looks like the attacking side is very difficult coming in from Scotty. They did better on the defense, but again, for EZR, they're doing it little by little. That's gonna be good for them. Looking like the defense is a little bit more up their alley because they're not overly aggressing. They're basically getting really good information for their team.
Yeah, I mean, the joke is just providing a lot of information. That might be the case when they were on the attack, but it's more of the execution to those information that was lacking from the early parts of this game. So let's see on how EZR will be getting it through, especially as they lost one of their teammates. Now, Chirac right now trying to go over and getting some information if it is clear onto the Alpha side. But as we can see on the angle they're taking, they will be going in 4-man or probably 3-man strong, but there goes Strong with a God Nade onto Snurpy, but there goes a rush into the Alpha. Now we'll see if Moy will be able to clean it up. Moy is in there trying to go and hit it up, and there goes the plant almost being done, but with backup being done by Chirac as well. Moy has little to no chance in there. Close gunshot from that snipe, and Chirac goes in for this plant.
Oh, everyone's so cracked in this team when it comes to the sniper. My goodness, that no scope. Oh, that is nasty, and we are one away from a Scotty win here. Oh my goodness. I mean, good effort though coming in from EZR. They tried to go in there for the flank, but unfortunately for them, Cisco is going to be right there with the SKS. That is probably one of the best weapons that you can actually use when it comes to being there in the safe distance, but also getting your kills. And again, we get to see a little bit more of an aggressive approach coming in from Scotty, going in there for a very early plant, but 3 players coming in from EZR is actually going to be there to greet them.
Yeah, greeting them, well, not really welcoming on the greetings. They have a party who's just waiting onto the corners. Snurpy, especially with that potential shot. There goes a double with that KRM going in for the triple. Oh my goodness, Snurpy was on fire, taking 3 men down, but Joke will be left as well as Shuri, and Joke is not laughing anymore. He is on fire and also heated, goes down with 2.
Oh my gosh, a 1v2 situation, and Joke looking like he's heating up, but I'm hoping that it's not going to be a little bit too late as Ashuri finishes the job and gets rid of mids. An extra point going into their arsenal, stopping the possible win coming in from Scotty. Oh, they're going to be delaying the possible win for Scotty. I'm not saying inevitable because EZR is doing a really good job at hanging on there because they're doing an amazing job when it comes to that flank. They just need to fight Cisco into that flank. And now it looks like Scotty, it didn't really work out for them, even though that we got a really crispy KRM kills, 3 kills for his name. And that's going to be really good for them. Chirac with an opening nade gets rid of Moy, and looking like they're going in for a more passive approach here.
Yeah, they need to be passive and even more as they lost 1. But there's no starting in here coming from Joke because the angle that he's taking is a little bit too far compared to what we've seen the snipes being done by Scotty. So the rotations right now is a 2-3 for Scotty, and full potential for them to go for the Alpha. No information being relayed as the defenders is on that side. But there goes Snurpy again with a KRM domination. Strux takes him down. It is now a 1v4. Now, it might not have started with a Joke, but it might be ending in here for EZR with this Joker who is still on fire but will be taken down in there with the pistol by Cisco. And there you have it, guys. Scotty gets another point.
Whew. That's going to be really big coming in from Scotty. Now, that is confidence for your team. But that was a valiant effort coming in from EZR, especially for Joke, where he kind of had a difficult time in the early rounds because obviously his teammates, they were having a really difficult time. He had to play a little bit back because he was always the one left in those rounds dealing with a 1v3 or 1v2 situation. And obviously, that's going to be really hard if you are going to be a sniper. And now you're going in for possible contention. If you are a Joke, that is very commendable for you to get those 10 kills because he was kind of going up against Mark where he was getting a lot of those kills into the defensive side, but Joke was also getting a lot of snipes in their defensive round as well. But I feel like he was heating up a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean it's too late, and again, usually from what we see on Search and Destroy, it is a sniper who initiates the battle. So there's not so much of that initiation coming from Choke at that point, and that is why the trade-off is so much difficult as it goes. It progresses towards the end because you're the only guy left, and with that long scope, it's very difficult as well to go for the rotation. So he might be able to pick up an SMG, but it's a little bit too late for him to to really show what they have on that battle, especially with how well Scotty got their position. The double sniper already worked in there, and I don't know, it might just be the cheekiness of Scotty who goes in for the triple snipe so that they can utilize Cisco better compared to what we've seen from the first round, wherein Cisco was the one being taken down early.
Yeah, it's the fact that he actually also changed it to the SKS. He did so well when it comes to that flank watch. He got a lot of points down. There was only that one instance that Joke was able to get him, and eventually they did win that round off. And so that is a one lesson to be learned here in Search and Destroy, where everyone else in your team has to step it up, because only two players coming in from Easy Reborn actually did a really good job. As you can see with the kills, it's just like lower than 5 at the very bottom. So you need to go and step it up. But whew, what an interesting matchup that we have for today. It's just like with Scotty, it's just they're almost quite there, but not quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if this might be this is a good momentum for Scotty because they are winning the battle against EZR Esports, but we already mentioned that EZR Esports is their debut in tournaments just like Arena Masters. So it's I'm not saying that they're not much of a challenge. It's just that based on experience, or because of the experience that Scotty has, they have a little bit of advantage against EZR Esports. So let's see if after this match, and I'm not counting out Easy Reborn just yet because they have takeoff right here, and it's just how well can Scotty carry what they've done in this first day over to the upcoming days, wherein they might be facing different teams or stronger teams out there who have more experience consistently in the Garena Masters. This is a good start for them, and even for Easy Reborn, they're showing great potential. So we'll have to see in takeoff if Scotty will be beamed up.
I mean, we've seen it already. If you bring out the SKS in this map, we've seen it in the World Championships. It's just so hard to go and counter. We saw some smokes being brought up into that Search and Destroy matchup, so that's good, but I didn't see it enough. There was just no counter when it comes to that gun, and you already know they're definitely going to be bringing it out. I have no doubt about it, and if you are going to be EZR, you need to be I feel like you need to be comfortable with a gun like the SKS, knowing very well how overpowered it is. So I'm curious to see if they are eventually going to bring it out, or if they can possibly get rid of it by using a sniper. So pretty interesting to see how takeoff is going to be played. But this is a round robin where they have to play it. If you're wondering why we're playing the last game of Control, it's because you're getting points here. Not the wins, yes, it's important, but you do need to get the points down. So EZR needs to win this. They need to get at the very least 1 point, because having 0 in day number 1 is going to be the biggest difference for you getting into the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess everyone already seen the schedule, and it's no surprise that this is the first time that Scotty will be going against Easy Reborn, but they will be battling it again after a few days. So hopefully they'll get 1 point, and then later on we see how balanced it will be against these two teams, and it might go toe to toe once that rematch will be happening. But as we go in for the Control mode, what I'm looking forward in Control is how this team's. All right, so I guess that was a remake that is being done right now. So let's see if how will that start off later on. But going back to Control mode, we keep mentioning that Control is a defense-oriented game mode. But we've seen in the world stage that even if it is that way, some teams go in for the attacker side, go in for the offensive, and get points from there. So that is changing the game, wherein it's already 70% that you have a good chance of being a winner on the attack mode because of the winning condition, not really going towards that defensive side anymore. It's the game has been played differently in the world stage. A lot of references can be used by these teams to switch it over just in case you ended up with that coin toss going in on a different side of this map.
Yeah, I mean, it really just goes to show if your team is really good, if you can win on the attack. Because so many moments, well, I feel like it depends on the map, because I feel like in a map like Takeoff, I feel like it could be done being on the attacking side to actually go and win some rounds here. But seeing how the coin toss actually goes and affects you, you do have an easier time winning if you are on the defense. So if, let's say, you are an evenly matched up team, if you are going to be on the defense, you will have that advantage. But for a team like this, where it's a little bit skewed up, because you can see that Scotty really performs really well, and so EZR needs every opportunity that can get an upper hand, and that upper hand will be on starting the defensive side, because you're going to end possibly, if you reach round number 5 rather, if it's going to be on defense. So that is the most that they can do here and get that 1 point that they need for today.
Yeah, I mean, well, we'll have to see once it unfolds to that control mode on how well can these teams like really change it up from the defensive to the attacking mode in the control map, especially in Takeoff or in it's like it has been laid out very differently, and I guess that's one reason why it's not often that we see Takeoff being used or being played in control, because of how it has been how imbalanced it is in terms of the placement of those points. But as we start off in there goes the first round of control. Joke, not joking around with that nade, and here comes this slay coming from EZR. This might be a chance for EZR to get this point against Scotty.
Oh my goodness, Scotty's going to be starting off on the defense. But you can see that EZR is actually doing a good job, even down when it comes to the playing field. So we need to see some sort of control here. You wouldn't want Scotty to actually go in there for that spawn trap, and you need to worry about your objective. And so far, they're going in for that back-gen control, but then they're also met with several other players that keep bringing them down. So I get what they're trying to do, but they're just not winning their individual gunfights here.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing all blues in there in the kill feed, and especially with speed right now back into the mix, it will be very difficult for EZR to get through as quickly as that. 23-17 onto the lives, and we are counting down to the 30 seconds. So it is not looking good for EZR right now, especially as being taken down as quickly one by one. But the fight is not yet over. 15 seconds remaining, but they need to make a stop into that hill, into those points. But how can they do it, especially with Chirac right now already guarding B, and the opening on Alpha is so much that they cannot step in, and there goes the time running out. The points is in there going towards Scotty. It's not looking good for EZR at this point.
Yeah. EZR is getting outslayed right now. You can see they're trying to go in there for the pushes, but they're just not winning their individual gunfights. And you can see that Scotty was slowly advancing towards their spawn, trying to go in for the spawn trap. And Snurpy did an amazing job having a really solid hold and just giving that information to his team. Joke gets that really essential kill as speed goes down, and trying to see how well they can actually go and play it. Chirac gets an essential kill, possibly a second one, but he does go down. Assist though for him, so that's going to be good information for them. And there is no control from EZR whatsoever in launch center. They tried to go in there, but they lost their gunfights, and now B is going to be open. It's going to be free, but with Joke there, he's the only hope for his team to go in there for the contest. But unfortunately, Snurpy spots him with the CBR from that far away.
Yeah, and this is one thing that we were talking about earlier, how even an attacker side, it might, well, though it's not easy, but it might look easy for a team to take over onto the attack side in this map. But EZR is trying to stop them. Only one tick being taken from that Bravo, but the confusion might be starting for EZR once that Alpha has been taken, and no one is contesting it. The pinch will be happening from both sides, but no takedown just yet. Now we'll have to find out if they will be going on for that second tick. Here comes Moy going for the slay against Chirac, and there goes to take over the pushback against Scotty by EZR. But it's a little bit too late because both sides has ticks already. It's a good thing that we're seeing Joke staying into the mid, getting that information. Unfortunate for them, Snurpy goes in for that credit.
Ooh, Snurpy with a really big double kill with that Predator missile. But again, the ticks of progress in A is still not there. They have 1 tick of progress, but they do have 30 seconds left on the clock. Still enough for them to try and get both of the hills, but they need to focus on at least one. And so far, they do have a solid hold here in A. The setup is going to be nice, but with Joke getting that really big kill with the Annihilator, that's going to stop the push coming in from Alpha. And just like that, 18 seconds left, but it's going to be a play of deathmatch where 9-2 is going to be your scoreline, where SKADI has an advantage here. Not only that, they're going in for both of the hills at the same time, and Joke being fully streaked out with the Annihilator in hand does well to go in there for the point. Stops the push going in from Bravo all by himself, but with Alpha getting captured, that is going to reset the clock into 1 minute, but with you just being left there, that's going to be difficult. You need to find a way to just stay put, because you do have 5 players going around you. Not just that, they have 2 extra lives left.
Yeah, that Alpha being let go, I mean, that could have been it. That could have been game, but the 1 to 5 on the lives, Joke is really has a lot on his shoulders right now, but he will be taken down by speed. But if that is not the case, like, I would say if there were 3 lives left for EZR, they might be able to take that a win, especially with the time. It has been reset, but initially the time was on their favor. No points will be going for Easy Reborn, and SKADI is back on the defensive side. We've seen this happen earlier. Hopefully Easy Reborn has a different tactics or different plan of approach this time, because they don't want to go 0.
Oh, I mean, EZR, that wasn't a complete loss, that round number 2, because Joke was fully streaked out, and that is going to be really useful for this last round, because if they lose this, Scotty is definitely going to give them the donut the first of the day, and you wouldn't want to be that team. But it's going to be especially difficult because we're ending things on the attack for EZR, and you already know how difficult that they had, difficulty that they had rather, into the first round of the attack. And now everyone's going to be spread out just a tiny bit, going in there for the individual gunfights. Ashri, that is a very big kill, so that's good for them. He's gonna have to deal with everyone else that's going in there for the flank, but unfortunately Strox goes down. No one's gonna be left in Bravo to try and go and pick up the points, and now this is where EZR kind of falters a bit. You already had Be Free. You need to go in and push as a team, because look how free Bravo is. No one's stepping on it. No one from Scotty is gonna be near it. You need to go and push in Bravo right now. There's no one there.
Yeah, and I need to make that move, and I think this is it. They heard us. They heard you as they go in for that. Bravo Strongs is still moving. Strongs right now, still not being taken down, as Joke just controls this second floor. As we go in onto the other side, we have Joke, who is blanking them on, who might give a lot of information as well as a lot of slays. And as we can see, it is all yellow, all gold into the skill feed. Not only that, the takeover for that Alpha will be done in a few seconds, and Bravo with only 1 and a few ticks remaining. This might be a point being taken by EZR, and as we mentioned earlier, it's not easy for the attackers to do it, but this is a chance for EZR to go for that comeback.
There you go. They went for the push, and even though it was a little bit delayed, it was still very much worth it going in for Alpha. There was only 1 person going in for Bravo, but that was enough time for him to get into that second tick of progress. And now coming in from Scotty, you're going up against double the lives for EZR. That's going to be really big kills for them. And now for EZR, you need to find a way to stop the push, and now the smoke definitely will help EZR just a tiny bit. As you can see, 1 more life coming in from Scotty, and it's not going to be doable as Mids goes down, and another life coming in from EZR. And this is where you get to see the brilliance of this team, especially with Joke. He has 19 kills, the most out of his team, but you can see on the other side, Speed has 21. And so far, Joke's doing a really good job, because his score streaks from the past round did so well into how they actually won the round.
Yeah, I mean, that provided a lot of advantage for EZR to take that round. Now, let's see if they will carry that momentum over. And I think that is the same story that we're seeing right now. It is Moy as well as Joke going in for this slay. But Moy might have wasted this claw. Only gets a few on the slays, but they have backed off Scotty into that corner. So there's no pushing in and providing a lot of time for the rest of EZR to push through and clean them up. But unfortunate for them, the cleanup will not be that easy, as Speed takes down Strox as well as another one, and it is Scotty who is firing back.
Oh, that's a really good start from Easy R though, because Ashery went in there, tried to go in for the spawn control, and he did for a little bit, but it was just not enough for him to try and control it completely. And now that leaves A to be a little bit more free. We do have player number 5 coming in from Scotty mids, goes in there for the defense, but doesn't really quite get it. And Cisco as well tries to go in there for the defense here in A, wins the gunfight, stops the push, and now so far no tick of progress whatsoever coming in from Alpha or Bravo. And now what we saw for a really strong start from Easy R is now going to be evened up by Scotty.
Yeah, Scotty right now trying to take over that Alpha, going in for the second tick. Speed right now cleans up the area so that it will be much open for their team. Backstab coming from Ashuri, but Snurpy still on roll, and only a few seconds remaining for that Alpha, as well as to add more time for them to succeed. Now it is 12-7 on to that life point, and Chirac just slays in there as they go in for the flank, but a no step in is being done just yet under the Bravo side. I think they want to clear the areas just yet against Easy R before they make that move.
Speed though. Spots 3, and that's a really good sideline for Joke. He's going to be able to stop the push, and now 3 lives to 7. But with Strox having that claw, that is going to be really great timing for him to pull it out. That is going to be essential for his team to try and stop the push. With 1 minute on the clock, though, that's going to be really difficult to play with. But for Scotty, you just need to go and push as a team.
Ooh.
But with Strox going in there for really big
Nice.
kills, we saw those advantages that Scotty had was there. But Cisco goes in big, and Chirac goes in big with the Annihilator, finishing the job. An early donut served right now by Scotty and Easy R. That was a valiant effort from you, but you need to try harder next time because Scotty, that was good. I mean, this control game, I feel like was their weakest game mode into the 3 that we actually played today. But hey, they finally pushed through. They proved to everyone how good they actually are.
Yeah, and for the final moment, I mean, it is that the Cisco move or Cisco double who really changed, because it, like, from the way you look at it, it's very, very close that Easy R could have balanced the number of lives in there, but Cisco going for the double just changed it, turned it over, and the coverage is not that enough for the remaining seconds for Easy Reborn. But as we can see right now, it is Speed who did a lot of work in this area, as well as Snurpy. So this is the debut of Snurpy into a major tournament scene, and it's looking good for this kid. It is really improving, not only in this control mode, but also in the previous mode, like a hard point as well as in Search and Destroy. So Snurpy has a long way to go, but with guidance of the rest of Scotty, I think he is on his way up in the competitive scene. Easy R on the other hand, well, these are new to the Garena Masters. So it's not that we're expecting it, but there's a less advantage for them in terms of experience, as well as I would say guidance to go against SKADI at this point, wherein some of the players in SKADI has like not only Garena Masters but other competitions under Garena Call of Duty Mobile. So Easy Reborn might need a little bit more of advice and coach after this, so that once they get back for the second day or the second chance, they will be able to bounce back.
Joke did a phenomenal job here. I mean, he tried to win it for his team in SND. He had really big kills here as well into our last game here of Control. That's going to be, for me, that experience pays off because he's the only one that has competed here in his team. And so you can really see the experience really pays off. And so everyone else in his team needs to take note how to actually go and compete against a lot of the really more powerful teams that we actually have here. And looks like Scotty is slowly bursting into the spotlight with their performance today. As you can see over here, Raid, that's going to be 250 and 113 for our hardpoint matchup opening the series. And now we kind of slowed things down here in standoff, Search and Destroy 7 and 3, where we actually saw Easy Reborn do really good plays, especially with Joke, with that sniper, which is really cracked. But it was just too much to handle because you get to see a marksman rifle coming in from the side of Scotty and 2 snipers as well. So that's very hard to go and conquer. But taking a look at what we had in Takeoff, Control 3 and 1, Scotty, Really good job into the getting that one more life down, but it was just a little bit too overwhelming because takeoff is just the playground of your snipers, the playground of your
Yeah.
SKSs, and so it's just difficult to overcome a team that is just so well versed when it comes to those long range engagements.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is a good experience for EZR to learn from Scotty. And well, Scotty, there's still a long way to go for them to go into like jump in onto the playoffs, because this is just day number one. This is just a kickoff of the Garena Masters group stages. And well, we've seen a lot of teams who did well, or who did well in the start, but eventually lost their steam once they go in onto the final part or the final moment of the group stages. So hopefully that is not Scotty, because they have their eye on the prize, as their logo is an eye. But hopefully the goddess of winter, I guess that is where they got the name, or probably it's a different description or representation. But I'm looking forward to how well Scotty will be moving towards that playoffs. But Easy Reborn, there's still second chance for them to go against Scotty. So a lot more of homework to be done by this team so that they can take back a few more points against Scotty.
Wow, you learn new things every day. Well, Scotty, that's gonna be new to me. I guess it's from Norse mythology. I had to Google that real quick. Well, I guess you can say, Neptune, that winter is coming. Even though here in the Philippines we don't have winter, but hey, you got to see that Scotty has ice in their veins, and they showed everyone up here. And let me just commend, going back again, giving the highlights per game that we actually saw today. I feel like for Scotty, they shined so well into that hardpoint game because they were anchoring down the spawns so well. The only time that I saw them kind of falter was in basketball. That's going to be P4, where everyone was spawning off behind each other. I don't think that's a them problem. I think it's just the spawn thing. The RNG gods of Call of Duty Mobile is just not in their favor. But every single time we saw mids just anchor the spot so well. And coming in from standoff, though, on the other hand, I feel like, oh, wait, speaking of, there you go. The highlights are going to be popping off. So you get to see if you really look closely, Scotty, they choose their spawns, their anchor points so well. And you get to see it also into the next hardpoint over here. That's hardpoint number 3, where I feel like for EZR Reborn, they had an early rotation, but they weren't able to sustain it. And for Scotty, they always have someone, 2 people outside of the hill and try to go and slay. And that just was the biggest catalyst for them to win this hardpoint matchup.
Yeah, I mean, hardpoint is more of like rotation, as well as it's not just rotation going solo, but how well can you move in as a team. And that is how well Scotty did that on that hard point. Search and destroy, we were expecting a lot from Easy Reborn right here, especially as I mentioned, this might be like one of the modes wherein a lot of teams has been very proficient, but I guess Scotty started off a little bit too hard already on them. And as you can see in the point, it's 6-3 with a double and triple sniper that is being laid out by Scotty. It makes it more difficult for Easy Reborn to cross over, to push through what defenses Scotty has. But as we go in onto this control mode, initially I was seeing a good start from Easy Reborn, but as it I think they're losing steam towards the mid and to the last part of the game. And we're not talking about running. Stamina at some points, more of it's stamina of the mind. How long can you survive the time that you go in for one game after the other? And I guess that is what Easy Reborn needs to practice on as well.
Well, with the score streak usage from EZR, that's why they were able to get that 1 point off of Scotty. And it was Joke with his score streaks as well. And even though, yes, they lost that second round, Joke was able to really just gather up the score streaks to give them that win. But it is not going to be enough. But you get to see that with the sea of very talented players that Scotty has, chhh is going to be your MVP of the game, having an average kill of 22. And look at the assist. 18.5. That's going to be really big. I mean, you get to have a lot of kills. Plus, you also get an average score of 3,138 with a KD ratio of 1.84. And for me, kind of didn't see it coming because there were just so many MVPs that were going in for the different game modes. But it does make sense that chhh is going to be your player.
Yeah, I mean, chhh is like a familiar name, especially in tournaments just like this. And he like he has brought in a lot in this competition already, especially with those slays, not only in the snipe and the search and destroy, but also with their positioning in those pre-spawn mode. But there you have it, the kickoff, the first day, or the first game of the first day is over, and it's more points for SKADI at this point. They have to wait for the second round, or second battle, a rematch probably against EZR, to see if they can really dominate their group. But we are heading over to the next series. We're in, this is brothers and sisters fight, Beef Mommy, and we already started off from the introduction that we're really excited to see this, and we want to see how well the best girls team in the universe go against the Eastern champs at this point.
I mean, it's going to be very difficult because you already know that Blacklist International Ultimate was already good in 2021, and obviously some circumstances led to them not being able to get that World Championship slot. But they're becoming even more muscular today. They've been working out a lot, and they got a very, very muscular player in the name of Rage, who was from Smart Omega, and he was the #1 player from that team in Garena going into the World Championship. His numbers are crazy, and the fact that he's going into a already talented team, Yo Babs, you also have, you know, we call them the twins, okay? Because they're just so good. And every time they try to go and move into another, because we've seen them from VVV, we've seen them from PDR, we've seen them Blacklist International, but they were too young last year to actually play. And now they're finally 18. Everyone's hyping this team up. And again, that is a lot of pressure going into it if you are going up against a really huge team like this. So Yato, Yobabs, plus Rage, plus the guidance of Jabin. I mean, it's going to be absolutely cracked.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of fans out there, even the team, are expecting Yobabs and Yato to be back into play, because like even from the previous competition, we read the comments, like even AJ, even everyone from the casters has been like explaining why these guys are not in here, why they are not part of the team. It's not just because they're not part of the team, or well, it's not because they're not part of the team, it's because they cannot compete because of age restriction. But this time they can, and I want to see how high they can bring Blacklist at this point, Blacklist Ultimate at this point, because they have been I would say Blacklist International have been resting. They're not that powerful from what we've seen in the previous competition, and hopefully this is a chance that they will turn it around for the fans as well, and also for the excitement of everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty excited because also who they're up against was also from Ultimate. That's going to be really big. And they're a mix of different players. So if you guys remembered, if you're just new here in the esports scene in Garena, there was a girls tournament in the last 2 years actually, called, you know, Valkyrie Series. And this is where homegrown girls will actually try to go in there and make a name for themselves. And they were able to do that. So, hey, I'm excited to see what will happen later on, but enough of later on. Let's focus on the now, as we have a really quick video call, a quick hello to the team that actually just won, and we're gonna have a little bit of a quiz time here. Pretty excited because this is like a new thing that we actually have here, Neptune. So pretty excited. Oh, hey, they're gorgeous. Hello there, from the land of Cebu. Here from the Philippines. Cisco, how did you feel going into the competition? Everyone knows that you're coming back finally. How do you feel like giving a donut in your first day of being back into the pro scene?
Man, well, you know, I had to really, you know, I call this, actually no, the only thing in my mind was I wouldn't allow myself, it was actually pride. It was actually pride in how we battled it out. It wasn't really anything, you know, anything dominant or whatever. I mean, it was dominant, right? That's why we gave him a donut, but it's something in my pride. I told the team, okay guys, I don't want to lose to these guys. These are my former teammates. I want to just go at it.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I feel like you guys had such a tremendous run here, but we are going to be asking you some questions here. It's kind of like a pop quiz time, and I know you're going to hate this because, you know, school sucks. I'm just kidding. School rocks. School's amazing, guys, but we're going to have to pop quiz you just a tiny bit. So briefly introduce your team, because this is like a team that we've seen in the past few years in the tournament scene, and now you're finally going in together as a new team. So what is your strength and your playstyle?
Our strength in our playstyle is actually more on communication. It's not really, we don't really have strats, if I have to be honest with you. We don't really have strats. All we do is coordinate with like comms, and the number one thing is to keep calm. Most of the time, especially in scrims, there are really times where we don't keep our composure, because actually we coordinate in the way comms, like how loud the comms are, right? So let's say a person is actually like, you know, if the enemies are coming from such an urgent area, the louder we are, the more urgent it is, you know. So for our team, it's more of a, our playstyle is more on communication, really. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good factor. We've been talking about that communication for so long, that it's an integral factor of a team for success. But not only that, one question though is, were you doing homework for your team, or like what do you do in the back end in terms of homework, like looking into other teams, or how much practice do you do for tournaments just like this?
I mean, all we do is really just tell each other that we shouldn't slack off, because most of the time we actually do slack off in scrims. Some people don't want to play scrims, and we implemented a good schedule of 8 p.m. So we do 4 hours of scrims, 8 p.m. and then 10 p.m. and we just tell each other, if you don't go in, then we're not gonna win. Somebody else out there is practicing, so most likely the other team practicing will be the winners.
And that's like the biggest difference, right? If you're going to take your scrim seriously, that's where you kind of grow as a team, especially if you're new, right? Because you don't know how each other plays. And individually, you guys are really good. You show that today. Every single one of you, even though you didn't do great in that one team, one member steps it up. Or even though you don't get a lot of kills, you get really like essential kills. But I guess that's going to be really important for you. But again, we're going to be asking some more questions. The last one for today. How do you feel about your performance so far, and knowing that you gave a 3-0 to this team?
Well, if I have to be honest, I got to thank my teammates. Number one, obviously, is one team, one goal. So, in terms of my performance, personally, I wasn't really as coordinated with my team on hardpoint, but for S&D, I managed to they let me do my thing. And then as for control, I don't know. It's just, I was lost in the moment.
Hey, you're actually right about that S&D game. I noticed that you switched to the SKS and you were flank watch. So I feel like that was a really big adjustment on your part. So I feel like that was a really essential play for you guys. But you know what? I know we said that we're going to be asking just 3 questions, but I want to ask just one, just because it's you, Cisco. I have to take a moment to ask, did you eat your rice today?
100%, guys. Always eat your rice. I'm telling you.
Let's go.
You can't miss out on that. Rice is essential.
Yeah, thank you so much. Rice.
Thank you so
know
much.
what? The quote for today: rice is essential. Thank you so much, Cisco, for giving your time.
Well,
that was
good
great.
question, though.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you have it, guys. The representative Cisco from SKADI, and well, that will not be the last time that we've seen in there Cisco and SKADI as well. But we have something also for you guys. So let's see. This is a pop quiz for everyone. Which team is the first girls team in Garena Masters history? A, SKADI. B, Divinis. C, Four Suits King. And D, Smart Omega. And this is your chance to answer it up.
I don't know, man. Seems to be like a very tough question on my end. I don't know.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about it at all today. But if you were paying attention to the stream, you already know what the answer is. That's gonna be smart. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's not. But anyway, you do see the pop quiz right now. Okay, take a screenshot. Tell us your answers later on because we're going to be revealing what the answer is. But there's so many things that actually are in store for today. And you know what? I'm very impressed. I like this interactive thing going on.
Yeah.
We're asking the players what's up, and we're asking you, the viewers, some pop quizzes. And you know, I said a while ago that school is really important, and that's the reason why, because you get to have a lot of big brain knowledge. But enough of that big brain stuff. We're going in for a little bit of a short break, but when we do come back, the matchup of the season, that's going to be Divinus versus Blacklist International up next. Hello, welcome back to Garena Masters, where we just had game number 1 where Scotty gave the donut to Easy Reborn Esports. Well, let's see if that's going to be the case for our next matchup, Divinus versus Blacklist International. But before that, it's your girl Beef Mommy, and here with me is the beautiful, the golden voice, Neptune, the gentleman, Garcia. My goodness, can I just say, you should bring out your pen and paper, because what we're saying right now could be the answer to the next pop quiz later on. But speaking of the pop quiz, do you know the answer yet? I don't know, did we just say it?
I don't know. Neptune. I don't know. Like we said that before. I'm pretty sure we said that before, but if that's only for those who've been listening or also doing their homework, who knows their team that well. Because fans out there, they already know the answers, but those who are jumping in here, they might just get the answer if they are paying attention from what we were talking about earlier. So hopefully that is the case for everyone, and that brings a lot more of a importance of what we say, B, especially in broadcasts like this, because like it might seem that we're just talking random stuff, but it's more of the insights of everyone right here. And thank you very much, Garena Call of Duty Mobile, for giving us this interaction to give value to what they're saying.
Yeah, that's a really fun segment. I mean, we're not just talking nonsense here. It actually, you know, you can use it to your advantage later on. But again, we're really, really excited for what's about to happen, because we've been hyping this up for so much. Divinus versus Blacklist International. I'm not gonna say anything else because I don't want to give away some answers here, but I'm trying to be as vague as possible. But can we just say that the comment section needs to be really cleaned up as well, because we're having a really good time here. We're having a good time with the games, with the cast, and interviewing all of the players. But it would be amazing if you guys can also give some love in the comment section for the teams that have been performing. And even though there are new teams coming up, you can also really just give them a little bit of a high five, because it's really hard being a rookie. And a lot of the teams that we see that are the top teams now are rookies before. They had to be somewhere. They need to start somewhere. Basically, they need to lose to be able to be great. And this is the breeding ground when it comes to esports, when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile, for that talent. And they are here for a reason. They beat out hundreds of players to be in this spot, and we should go give them a high five into the chat. But yes, we're going into our second matchup of the day.
Yeah, and before we go let me just explain on what you can do to answer the question. So one is you need to answer it and also include your OpenID and hashtag to which pop quiz it was. So that was just the first pop quiz, so make sure you put in the hashtag in there, pop quiz 1, on the comment section with your OpenID. If you don't know where to find your OpenID, you need to go in game, and it's important you put that in, because this will really identify you, and also will be your chance to get in there and play the game. Not only that, to receive your reward. So do that. Go in for the answer. Put in your OpenID plus the hashtag. So we just asked the pop quiz 1. So I guess that is a hint already, Beef, that there will be another pop quiz that will be happening. So hopefully everyone has their ears peeled on us for that second question later on.
This is going to be an interesting matchup, because we're going finally into our second game, trying to discuss how big of a deal this is. Because Divinus, obviously, they have experience when it comes to playing those pro tournaments, but it always has been segmented in men's versus men's. And now this is the first time that we're seeing that a whole woman team, as much as we want to disregard gender here, it's still a very big achievement to be here as an all-girls team. And now you're going up against Blacklist International, which is dubbed one of the best teams, not only here in the Philippines, not only here in Garena, but also in the entire world. And so when you're trying to stop this off, wow, it's going to be a repeat of last match. It's going to be raid, standoff, and takeoff here. Oh my goodness. It's going to be interesting, though, how both of these teams will play this possibly differently.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can win or lose a game, and though it's the same map, it's different teams. And one thing I would say that has the potential of an advantage, or probably a motivation for Team of Divinus, is, if you remember it right, because this I won't forget, because this is where I messed up big time. Divinus has Mia, who got the first ever nuke in the competitive scene. So slaying power is already on them, and I guess for the longest time that we've seen this team, they have practiced and scrimmed a lot, as what we heard from Cisco earlier. So that would be something that we might expect, a surprise that we might expect from Divinus right here as they go in against Blacklist International Ultimate. Because one thing about Blacklist Ultimate is they've been in the broadcast, they've been in shows so many times that tactics might have been read and studied by Divinus. So I'm looking forward to Divinus putting up a lot of effort in there and into this game as we check out the lineup for Divinus right here.
And here we go! And it's just right that I introduce the girls. We got Tin, 151, Aurora, Jax, Roshi, and Mia, the powerhouse. All of these girls are just so talented, from different teams from the past to form one super team. And I'm really excited to see how they perform in the big stage. And like what you mentioned, one of the girls here, that's going to be Mia, really able to get that nuke down into one of the first nukes that we've seen in a major tournament. And you know what, Neptune, you didn't mess up in that one. Don't worry, I would have been the same way because of how many things you see on the screen. Okay, to give you like a little bit of a fair point, is because when she got the nuke, the camera was not on her. You just
Yeah.
saw it in that tiny kill feed on the left side, because you wouldn't even like see it. You wouldn't even hear it quite yet that a nuke was going down, and that is just so amazing to me. Gonna be really hard to do that this time though, because you know, a really big tournament of one of the best players, the best teams here for Garena Masters 4. So again, it's going to be really big for them if they can actually get a map off of these men. Blacklist, International Ultimate. We got Jabin, Rage, Skird, Yato, Yobabs, and AG. And now this is a scary lineup, especially since we've been saying a while ago, Rage is the newest addition, which is the best player from Garena in the World Championship stage. And that is going to be essential for this team to try and win it all this year.
I mean, looking forward to this team. Really, like this is a good start for Blacklist Ultimate to show off how Rage will be like giving that chemistry in, or like putting up that chemistry into the mix. Also with Yato and Yobabs back into play, if things has changed for Blacklist Ultimate, because in major tournaments just like this, as you mentioned, because of age restriction, like these two players weren't able to play. So it's more of a rest for them of a lot of pressure, because they might have been scrimmings for other games, but the pressure is not that much compared to what we have in here, similar to what they're experiencing in the Garena Masters.
Absolutely. And the best part about this is they have the experience, and possibly they're probably one of the most experienced teams. Like for me, I think when it comes to like the biggest stages, right? Because you have two players, that's going to be Jabin, that's going to be, you know, Skird, that actually played and won the 2021 Eastern Championship, with Skird being the MVP. And now you also have Rage that went to North Carolina, played it, did so well, and that is your biggest partner when it comes to, you know, winning everything, because you need to have knowledge, you need to have power. Yobabs and Yato definitely have that power, and so this is a really well-balanced team. But for me, I think it's just all about that team chemistry, because this is a fairly new team with the addition of Rage, and that could be a little bit of trouble, especially when you're trying to go in when it comes to the competition. But you're going up against Divinus, where they've been playing with each other for a long time, and so maybe their team chemistry could be the kryptonite of Blacklist International.
Yeah, good start off right now. This is the Blacklist Ultimate taking a few points in here against Divinus, and I think Divinus has been backed into the corner or into the laundry in there, and there's no rushing that quickly. They don't want to be that aggressive that they lose their planning, or as well as execution of the plan that they have. But Smokes will be having them covered, and it's very difficult for them to rush in with all those pillars covered by Blacklist Ultimate. And there goes the comeback. Roshi and Tien going for the slay, but not so much on the point for that P1.
I'm loving the positioning right now, though, because you already know that Divinus is going in there for that next spawn as well, and going in for it. I feel like it's going to be Tin, even though she didn't win that gunfight. That is definitely really good information that they know what they're doing, but they're just not winning their individual gunfights so far. And that's going to be really big kills coming in from Blacklist. They're not giving any points whatsoever. 46 to their name and a mere 0. But we've seen this already in the last game, where EZR actually was able to get a lot of points in P1, and now finally the first point goes down into Divinus. Solid hold so far, but what I'm scared of is they're all inside the point. They need to go out. They need to kind of control their spawns out so far. But player number 5, that's going to be Tin. So far away. I feel like she may have disconnected, and there you go. Everyone else is spawning off to where Tin is. So that disconnect was probably the reason why they just spawned so far away from the map.
Yeah, that will be detrimental for the team because of the spawn being pulled in towards Tin. But this is a chance for them to get back. 28 seconds for that P2, but it's still all blue for Blacklist Ultimate at this point. Here comes Aurora going for the rush, but will be taken down by Skird, and Yato taking down Roshi. And still only a few points being gathered by Divinus at this point. Here comes Roshi, a chance for them to prepare and go for the early rotation into that money room, the garage. So hopefully they can get a few or a lot more points in here to get them back into play. All covered right now in smokes, and the corners right here being taken as well by the ladies. There goes Roshi for the backup, clearing up that gym, and they might have a chance to catch up probably a lot more of points in this P3.
And now contest is finally happening as Yato, the only person left, but a gravity vortex in hand is definitely going to be really hard to go and contest with. Yato gets so many kills with that, flushing out all of the players coming in from Divinus, a mere 14 points, and you can see that 100 points already almost in between them. And I feel like that lack of spawn control, everyone was inside the point, was definitely going to be really hard on them because you don't know where you're going to be spawning off next, and you want to be as close to the hard point as possible. And now, especially with all of these operator skills going out, coming in from the side of Blacklist, it will be very hard for Divinus to go and make a comeback. And now, not only that, the rotation is also coming in there for Blacklist into P4. Oh, that's going to be so nasty because you can see here, they're fully streaked out. Yato had 3 using the Pred right now, gets 2. And not just that, Jabin also has 3 of his own. So it's going to be really hard to come back from this.
Yeah, it's very difficult to come back from this, especially with the lead that Blacklist Ultimate has taken here already. Ideation is good for Divinus, but the execution is a little bit lacking, and that has brought this game to, I would say, one side, wherein Divinus is having difficulty to win the gunfights, and with those losses in those gunfights, it's very difficult to push through, especially with everyone or almost everyone from Blacklist Ultimate already taking this hill. And 33 seconds remain, and they are still not close to touching that concrete for the basketball court. Rage just stopped them into their heels. Aurora just stopped Rage, but AG will be back in here, and here we go. A chance for Divinus to get a point, and they might have a few more points in here for the remaining 15 seconds.
And it's going to be so difficult because everyone else from Divinus are just having a very hard time gathering those streaks, and that just means that they're losing a lot of their gunfights. They're not streaking out the way that we want them to. And yes, they're getting operators, but you are going to be getting an operator sometime. But it's just how fast can you get that operator going? And then for now, Blacklist International is just going on 100 when it comes to those. And you get to see a very early setup coming in from Blacklist International, and the backup, the backstab coming in from player number 1 of Blacklist or Yato, that is probably one of the biggest ways to stop that push, and they did not see that coming at all. He had so many opportunities to go in there for the push, and now there's just no contest whatsoever. Not just that, there is no anchoring from Divinus as well. And it's just kind of, you know, sad to see because it looks like you get to see individual players possibly getting a lot of these kills, but they're just really struggling when it comes to those positionings.
Yeah, I mean, positioning wise, we've seen Blacklist Ultimate already like smash this game's respawn, especially with the control in that in the spawns, as well as how they can get position in each hill. And that's one thing that makes it difficult for Divinus at this point, though they are moving up in points, but it's a little bit too late because it is already 200 mark being crossed by Blacklist Ultimate. They only need a few more to get a win in this game, and there is a little to no chance that Divinus can catch up that quickly. As we see 10 right now, together with the rest of the team, moving in from that stairs towards Central Garden, and also on the passageway, they want to go and go for the backstab from the art gallery, but Rage just rages on with that claw.
And it's just so difficult because Divinus is just spawning all over the place. Like, one thing that you just really need to have a hold of is that spawn, because that will dictate how far you're going to be going into this particular hill. And now they're spawning off the driveway. It's just so far away, and you have all of these Predator missiles already down, and there you go. That win coming in from Blacklist International Ultimate, it's just one word. It's just overpowered in this term, because they overpower them not just in individual gunfights, in those rotations, and I mean, it's just everything at this point, because they have such great knowledge as to how to anchor a spot really well.
Yeah, I mean, it's like something that you get on so many seasons, so many tournaments, so many experiences from different tournaments that Blacklist Ultimate just can't turn it off. They just go in for instinct. They go for positioning, for spawns, and to go for the 1v1s. And the 1v1s at some point goes against the 1v3s, and that is where Divinus really need to work on. They need to focus on their positioning, anchoring, as well as rotation, so that they can get ahead of the curve for this mode. But as we look at the points right now, it is Yato who is really proving a lot in this game. 28 onto the slays and 3600 onto the scores. And it's not just that, it is AG who has been soaking it up into those hills, same as Skurd. So slayers like AG, or objective players like AG and Skurd right here, really brings a different factor in terms of hard point, and hopefully that will be the same in control later on. As for Divinus, there's not so much time they spent because they probably it's because of that lost time that Tin has given, spawning them out far enough that they will not, that's it, difficult for them to get back. Not only that, it throws up the rotation to get a lead in terms of those points. So hopefully it will be a different story. We're in Search and Destroy, we're not focusing on spawns, it's more of mechanical skills, and I guess they can pull it out this time.
Quick question, is this the most time that we've seen on a hard point? 3 minutes and 41 seconds. That is just absolutely insane numbers. Not just that, also having 23 kills with just 6 deaths. That is going to be huge. And Blacklist International is making a statement. They're like, yo, we don't care. We're just going to perform as if we're on the biggest stage. And there you go. They just prove it here. 250 and 32 is going to be your scoreline for our raid hard point. And it's just they're being outslayed. I mean, for the longest time, I don't even know if I actually saw one, but there were no score streaks coming in from Divinus, and that's going to be really difficult. But in a game up next, that's going to be not that possible. Standoff, Search and Destroy. We've seen it played already in the last game, but I think this is Divinus. They can step it up here because obviously you don't need to farm those streaks down because it's just the battle of those gunfights. You need to, we keep saying it, you need to use your util here, and so far it's going to be Summit. We just changed it right there mid-screen. Never mind. It's not going to be Standoff. We're just joking. It's going to be Summit. I mean, okay, this is hard. Summit is going to be a very difficult map because of how small the corners are going to be. And for Divinus, you need to have that shotgun. I mean, we're in Garena. You're going to see a shotgun here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll see a shotgun in there being used by Divinus. And for Blacklist Ultimate, well, it's not a surprise that they'll be utilizing that. We've seen that earlier on the previous match. I think it was Snurpy who was using that in a previous matchup. So, like, the shotgun KRMs usually are being pulled out in some maps like Summit, especially if you are going in for the control of I think that was the second floor of control room, wherein you can just jump in and shoot, as well as slide in there from the ground floor of the observation deck. So let's see if that can be utilized in here by Divinus at this point. And I don't know whether it is a Standoff or Summit that can give a little bit of advantage for Divinus against Blacklist Ultimate, because we've seen Blacklist Ultimate already played these maps and we've seen hardpoint. They're not putting up. They're not letting go of any points. They want to. They're not hungry to get back into play and go in for the playoffs.
And also, this is where team comp also goes into play, because we also discussed that into our first matchup. Who is going to be holding the DLQ or the sniper coming in from Divinus? That's going to be 151. But the question is, can they also have a double sniper setup? Because obviously for Blacklist International, you definitely have that setup as well. But again, for a small map like Summit, you wouldn't really expect that there would be a double sniper setup, but we've seen it so many times before, because even though it's tight, there are still pretty long angles that you can go and play with, especially if you do have, and if you are confident with that sniper, and also if you're confident enough to be that aggressive sniper to go in there for the quick scopes. But what we've seen a while ago in that hardpoint game was just very difficult to see, just because you already know that they're having a hard time with the fast pace that Blacklist International just gives them, but this is the opportunity for them to kind of slow things down. But again, with Summit being played here, that kind of like cuts their chances of winning this to probably like 50% even more, because it's a small map. It means you can still play very aggressively, and I'm not quite sure if Divinus could play that. If this was like any other map, let's say Standoff, what we saw a while ago, possible, really, really possible for them to really give Blacklist a hard time. But now we're going to Summit, where it's just really hard because you can play so aggressive here, and we've seen Blacklist do that
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that not only for the season 4 of Garena Masters, but previous season as well. I guess that is where
It was rage.
Yeah, it was rage. I mean, that's where they usually change the pace of the game. I mean, once they go slow, they go aggressive, and then they switch it, like they switch it, turn it off, or on and off the aggression that they have, especially if they are looking for an advantage or a momentum boost for their team. That is like Blacklist Ultimate, like most of the team right here, especially with Rage in here, who can go and go fast and slay fast. So this might be another Rage show. We'll have to find out, but I guess it might be put in the spotlight for I would say Yato as well in this game. So we'll have to find out later on, or Yo Bubs with the KRM. So let's see if that is the case. As we started off, it is Summit right now. Search and Destroy. Divinis going against Blacklist Ultimate. This is the second match of this series, and we're off to go.
And this makes me chuckle because this is where Rage took down 3 members of Blacklist International Ultimate in Garena Masters 3. So again, this just goes full circle. I'm just enjoying to see it. But Tin, there you go. Gets that first kill off of Yato. That's going to be really big kills for her and an advantage for her team. And now for Blacklist, they are going to be holding the bomb. They're going to be on the attacker's side. And so far, they're going to be slowing it down just a tiny bit. And maybe Divinis can actually go in there very aggressively as well.
151 going in for the hit against Jabin, and there have it, 2 down already for Blacklist Ultimate. As we can see, rotation not so much for Blacklist Ultimate. They will be stuck in there in that control room, and good positioning for Divinis at this point. They have all bases covered. A little bit too close in here for 151 going against this player of Rage who has taken that second floor. So I guess they're just buying time, waiting for Divinis to make that slip. But 151 goes in against Yo Bubs, and soon after that, before that, that was then being taken down. But still, it is a 2v4 situation. There goes Rage trying to rage on, but 151 goes in for her third, and AG will be back in the corner, goes in against 2 Aurora and Roshi, but has his back turned. 151 with MW11 pistol hit from behind.
I'm seeing you, chat. And this is where you get to see the girls shine. And again, we're not talking about gender here, y'all. They just perform very well. You see that first round, and yes, they heated up there. And what we need to see from this team is the fact that they can finally be consistent. It looks like Search and Destroy is a little bit more on their alley. And there you go, 151, spots 1, doesn't really quite get the shot off, but the information given already to her. 4 to her name, by the way. That is almost an ace for Divinis. That is no joke. And you are playing at the highest level of competition, the highest of pressures, and these girls showed up in that first round. Excited to see what's going to happen into the following rounds that we saw here. Blacklist staying put, very passive, and you see Mia also going there very aggressively. Aurora spots 1, information given to her team as well. Top is going to be flooded. Top L is going to be flooded with members from Divinus. That's going to be really good. Aurora gets Jaben. Mia gets Yo Babs. Yato gets that big double, but still even when it comes to the playing field.
Yeah, 2v3 situation right now, but the pressure is on Blacklist Ultimate. 151 up close and personal. AG takes him down, and Rage takes down Mia, but Aurora still have a chance and brings it on a 1v1. It's now AG and Aurora, but jumping off that stair, AG just hit her from that jump, and it balanced it off on a 1-1. But as we can see, the aggressiveness from Divinis is like showing that they have a good chance to win at this point. And given that they are defender, they might have an aggressive or more aggressive push later on once they are in the attack. So let's see on how well Blacklist Ultimate can bring this back and bring the pressure to this team of Divinis.
There you go. I mean, Divinis had a really good start in that past round, but was not able to sustain. And Blacklist, that was a really good readjustment on their end. And now they're just staying put. They already know that Divinis can actually pick them off 1 by 1. And so they're playing very carefully and not as aggressive as we thought they were going to play. And now for Divinis, they're playing like very cheeky corners. They're just waiting for that any kind of information that is given to them. It looks like it's going to be an A hit, which has no one guiding them from Divinus, and they just left that bomb site open. Although that one player, that's going to be Roshi, that will try and give that information to her team and make that really big rotation, because there's 4 players going in for that Bravo. Open plant coming in from Blacklist, but Aurora gets one again, but does get traded out. And so again, it's just like a back and forth. It's just so fast, a 3v2 situation, but still very doable for Divinus to try and make a comeback.
Yeah, and as we can see is Roshi, who is going in for that hit, but will not be able to take one down. 151 going for the jump, but just misses it with a few seconds. Here comes 151 trying to recover, but there goes a backstab coming from Rage as Yato goes in against Roshi. 2 points already being taken by Blacklist ultimate. Now the ladies need to bring it on, especially with that initial frag coming from 151 that can give the advantage to Divinus at this point. But we're seeing a little bit of passiveness from Blacklist ultimate, and it's working for them.
Yeah, I mean, Divinus is overheating. They need to just stay put. They need to chill out just a tiny bit. Yobabs, though, gets a big double. Just finishes him one by one. A 3v5 situation ensues. And now for Divinus, they're getting really good picks, but they're not able to actually sustain that and use it to their advantage, as Nia gets one, but AG, Yato yet again. 3 for Yato's name. 151. Really phenomenal when it comes to that sniper. And so far, if you're going to be that one person left in a 1v3, picking up the CBR, but it's just to no avail as Yato gets that 4K here. Guy is absolutely cracked. And for Divinus, actually, 151's doing such an amazing job, but everyone else in her team needs to go and step it up, as Roshi still has 0 kills already here in round number 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only Roshi. I mean, Aurora and Mia is doing well, but I think they're going in a little bit too deep into the positions of Blacklist Ultimate. Thus, they are being slayed a little bit early into the game. Yobabs right now missing that opportunity from the window, but not on the other side. Roshi will be taken down, but 151 just hits it back, and Rage takes down its in the process. It is a quick 3v4 situation in favor of Blacklist Ultimate, but as I mentioned earlier, it's a little bit too deep for Divinus right now as they go for the push. Rage goes for the backstab against 151. There's no reposition happening right there, and Rage just rages on with that gauntlet, with that punching gloves, and brings them to a 4-1 in the score.
And there you go. Blacklist just shows everyone they're just so good at adapting into the playstyle of their opponent, because Divinus just shocked them into that first round. And really good plays. And even in the second round, they almost got a hold of that one more round. But with Blacklist, they just know to slow things down and let them come to us instead. Yobabs takes down 151. That's going to be a really big hit. But KRM takes him out. That's going to be a really big exchange coming in from both of these teams. And now we need to see Divinus just slow it down just a tiny bit, because you need to cover those angles, because Blacklist International always finds a way in. And if you keep moving around, you're going to lose sight of that very essential angle. And Yato takes down 10, bring things down to a 4v2 situation. Speaking of, the guy's cracked. He gets that third. Will he get that 4th kill? It's going to be Aurora left all on her own. And Yato does get that. Aurora goes down. This guy keeps getting it. This is his second 4K for the round, and that is going to be really big kills for Blacklist.
Yeah, big kills indeed, and big points right here. 5-1 in the scores. There's only one instance that Divinis was able to get a point. But as we can see, attacker's side will be on the side of Divinus, and defenders is Blacklist Ultimate. Now let's see if there will be a change of pace right now as we look in a potential Mia rush. But no, they are just staying in there on that ground floor. Tin with a spray, but has missed a few of those slides, and Jabin just takes them down. Jabin recovers. Aurora a little bit missing in there in the gunfight, and Yato and Jabin just staying on the second floor, getting information and waiting for the planet approach, or probably for the planet approach by Divinus to take them down. No rotation being done, and they're just waiting it out, trying to get that opportunity to go for the slay before they go for the plant.
And now it's going to be a 2v4 situation as Yato goes in there for more kills. This guy is on a rampage. One more to go, and they will get it for the win. There needs to be a way for Divinus to stop this player. Roshi still has 0. That is going to be heavy. You need to find a way to get more kills, and Tin as well, just with 1. Everyone else from Blacklist seemed to have adjusted pretty easily, and now they have the confidence to try and end this. But with Divinus, they still have a chance to try and slop it little by little. AG gets rid of Roshi, but Mia responds as well with the KRM. We need to slow it down because right now you get to see Blacklist going all over the spawn right now of Divinus. That is the confidence that they wanted and the confidence that we actually expected. Rage and Jabin get 1 apiece, and Mia's the only one left with 5 to her name, but switching with the CBR, that's going to be really big. But Jabin gets that kill and secures them another win in Search and Destroy Summit. Ah, man, I wish I could say that Divinus did a really good job here or they fought it, but it was just, they're just so rough around the edges. You saw how well they can play when it comes to, you know, being aggressive, but there are times that you need to slow things down. If you want to be up in the big leagues, you need to find a way to outsmart all of your enemies. And for Blacklist International, they read them like a book.
Yeah, they read him like a book. We're expecting that Divinus might have their plan a little bit. I mean, they plan it well against Blacklist Ultimate because of how much airtime Blacklist Ultimate has in their position as well as their strategy. But I guess it's still a few more for Divinus to look into on how they can fight it off against this team. But as you can see, 151 started off strong and still strong with that snipe, but it is Yato who really changed it. A potential ace earlier that happened, still getting 2 or 3 more kills in the last round, and that is the comeback of Yato right now. Yobab's in here also going in, but not so much though. It's pretty much the same as Jabin, but against this team of Divinus, I think the pressure is building because Blacklist Ultimate is not letting up. They want to get this win. They want to get the 3 points out of this series, Beef.
Yeah, they definitely do, and they're really showing up. But taking a look at that, 151 is really good points for her. She got some really good opening snipes, but unfortunately, those snipes didn't really mean much to the way that they were playing because they were times that they were at an advantage of 1 more player up compared against Blacklist, or they were able to even things down, but they weren't able to slow things down just a tiny bit. Honestly, for me, I just think they probably need a coach to kind of guide them through because when it comes to those kills, they can do those 1v1s, but it really is the positioning, the anchor spots, and knowing very well that you need to be patient is something that needs to be taught. And you can already see that, you know what, they could probably do it, but you're going up against one of the most talented and sought out players in the league. And so this is no easy feat. But hey, we still have 1 more chance. Take off control. We've seen it already before where if you're a little bit impatient and if you go rush it, especially in this matchup where we see the girls always rushing it down, you need to slow it down. You need to think, where are you going to be spawning off to? I mean, yes, there's going to be a big chance that you might get spawn trapped because you have set spawns, right? But you need to find a way to position yourself to gain that advantage, to get those sight lines, because you need to be wary of the situation. Are there going to be people in Bravo? Are there going to be people in Alpha? Can I step on this or should I wait for my teammates? Because we already saw it a while ago in that first matchup where I feel like for EZR, there was one play that was joke. He was able to get those kills, win it, but he was waiting too long for an empty point where they could have just stepped on it. So there needs to be really fast movement and communication for this team to get this hard point game mode.
Yeah, I mean, it's going back to what Cisco pointed out. I mean, communication is a one key, and the quicker response that you have for the communication coming from your teammate, the faster you'll be able to say, go for the backup or a teammate who is in need, as well as to get away from a spawn trap that can be triggered, as well as rotational factor that provides with quick and instant communication and action as well. So we'll have to find out if that is the case for Divinus and the Blacklist Ultimate. Are they still going to continue on not letting up against the ladies right now? Because Divinus is really struggling, or struggled from the past 2 matches, and this might be a chance for them to turn it around, especially with their potential to go in for the good rotation as well as slaying power if they time it right, because so far from that search and destroy, the timing has been taken and weighted by Blacklist Ultimate. Thus, disadvantage went in for the ladies. Now, as we started off, is a stake of Divinus going against Blacklist Ultimate.
Launchpad trying to get into that power position. Now the girls try and win those, and so far really big pick coming in from Tin, but Jabin goes in there for the response as well. But it's all about that control on Launchpad, but they don't get that, and so far they're spawning off, and they need to control one particular hill as a team, because you already know you're going to be outslayed if you try to go in there 1v1, so you need to go and rotate as a team and try not to get spawn trapped. That's player number 3. No, Rage tries to go in there for the spawn trap, but it doesn't really work out for him. He does go down 22 and 24, still pretty much even when it comes to the lives though, and so far they need to make a decision. Which lane are we going to take? Are we going to take that Launchpad lane, or are we going to be taking that generator lane? And so far they tried to go in for both, but it's just not working out for them, and they need to control this particular hill because they need to go in for that Bravo control.
Yeah, and well, hopefully they'll be able to get the momentum so that most of the players will be able to rush in, surprise any security that's being done by Blacklist Ultimate, so they can step in onto a hill or into the point. But there goes the point on to one. It's Aurora who is going for the alpha right now, and attempted capture for the first stick. There goes the first stick already being done, and it is now a chance for Blacklist Ultimate to get back and clean it out. 10 points, 10 lives remaining in here, but it's not losing, or it's not being lost that quickly compared to what we've seen from other games. But as we mentioned, that there is easy points in there being taken by Blacklist Ultimate, bringing the scores down as Roshi and Mia tries to get back, but the time is running out, and there we have it. Blacklist Ultimate takes a point.
A point that was well deserved. And now for Divinus, we kind of saw that they tried to go in for different lanes, but it just did not work out for them. They need to move as a unit, and now they're going in for that defense finally. And starting with the offense was really hard, because you already saw the teams beforehand that they have a very hard time. But really good push coming in from Generator though. Big nade coming in from Mia. That's going to be really big kills for them. They predicted pretty well that Generator was going to be absolutely packed with players from Blacklist International Ultimate, and they're doing a great job at holding this when it comes to the defense. And so far so good. Tin stepping it up here, 8 to her name, gets a Hunter Killer in her arsenal with a Holger in hand. Is a really cracked weapon, and if you're going to be spawn trapping, this is the weapon of your choice, and he's doing it, she's doing it so well.
Good hit coming from Tin right now, as well as like anticipation as to where Blacklist Ultimate will be going in. And there goes Tin taking down Yobabs as they wait in for that approach. But Aurora right now with the claw, not making any progress just yet into the slate. But there goes up close and personal against Yobabs and Jabe, and Aurora will be taking down Mia on the other hand, taking that second floor, getting a good view. 12 to 18. Divinis right now doing well on the defensive side, and Rage trying to stop that time with only a few seconds to go for that first stick. 25 seconds for them to lose this point or this game. Need to bring in a lot more of that Bravo side and add more some time. Yato goes in for the hit, but Tin takes down Yato with a nade.
And there you go. That's going to be really big kills coming in from Blacklist. But still, Divinus is actually doing a really good job at maintaining their lives as well, applying that pressure, going in for Blacklist. As 2 ticks of progress, though, coming in from that Bravo site, Mia with the claw is going to try and stop that push. That's going to be really big kills for her. 18 seconds left on the clock. They need to get rid of all those players trying to go in for that Alpha and Bravo push to try and apply that pressure some more. But looks like they're having a difficult time getting rid of the players in that Alpha hill, so they're probably just going to be taking that out and playing their lives very well. 4 and 9 lives to their name. They're playing it very well so far. 3 for Blacklist International Ultimate, 1 minute on the clock, but with 1 tick of progress in Bravo. It is pretty doable for Blacklist, especially if they played very well, because they can slow things down, readjust themselves, and with the players that are left, it's very possible for them to try and make a difference. Yobabs with that sniper, I feel like is the biggest person can try and get those picks.
Ooh, and there you have it. Yobabs has been taken down. 1 left. It is Kurd right now against 8 lives in there, and there goes the point being taken by Divinus, and it's more of how well they take their time. Divinus took their time to going for each engagement that they saved up on the lives, and with the position that they have, they can take advantage of all the corners in here to take down a few lives from Blacklist Ultimate. Now let's see if they can do it this time, as the switches has been done, making it more difficult for Divinus to go in for that attack. Now Skirt right now going for the second floor. It's Aurora into the process, and Skirt is just moving up and down into this launch base.
I feel like we need to see the util usage coming in from Divinus, because you already know that launch center is going to be packed with players from Blacklist International. As they funnel in there one by one, it's very possible for them to keep losing all of those gunfights, and we keep seeing that. It's just so hard, as Javin is going to be holding this particular angle really well, getting so many kills already to his name with the HVK. You already know that this gun had a huge buff to the magazine this season, a very viable weapon, and as Yato finally gets one as well with the Krieg 6, it's going to be difficult, as 15 and 27 lives with just 30 seconds left to remain. It's looking like Divinus is having a really hard time and slowly slipping away when it comes to their strategy.
Yeah, I mean, as we look into this control, it's more of the usual gameplay that we see. It's more of the defenders taking the win and the gunfights, as well as preventing the attackers to go for the rush. And Divinus being prevented right now. No ticks happening just yet, with only 5 seconds remaining. And even if they have a lot of lives, it is more of the time that they lost. But they stop it just in time with 1 second. But there goes Rage taking on Jax, ending that game 2-1. One more, and Blacklist Ultimate will be taking another point against Divinus, so it's chance for Divinus to take back a point and probably turn it over once they are the attacker.
Yeah, the attacking side is always really difficult, but with Divinus, they need to win it in order to get one more point here in this round-robin game. And now for Divinus, though, they had a really good defensive round, and obviously it's going to be a little bit easier because you don't have to worry about the objectives so much. And like what they predicted a while ago, they had a really good time in that generator spot, but for Blacklist, they were actually able to kind of adjust because they know that they didn't do so well, but you know what, we're going to be going for that B hit. But again, Divinus is doing a really good job at responding to that type of push, and now the players don't actually know that there's one more player from Blacklist right there in that cheeky corner. That's going to be Rage with 20 to his name. And not just that, Javen is fully streaked out, which is very dangerous. Speaking of, brings out the Preddy, gets that too. That is going to be really big information, a really big kill as well, as 25 and 18 are going to be the life count here, with a tick of progress in Bravo as well. So with Blacklist, looks like they adjusted so well compared to that last attacking round that they actually had.
Yeah, and Divinis right now losing the lives at this point, and well, it's only one tick from both sides. Alpha is slowly going in for that second tick, but at this late game, I think more of the score streaks that is being used right now can be utilized, and it will be that easy for Blacklist Ultimate to stack up into that lives. And there goes Alpha being captured, as Divinis is only left with 7 lives remaining. Roshi trying to move in, but will be missing the backstab from Yato, and there we have it, 6 remaining at this point, as they just stay in the edge. They are saving right now, but they don't want to risk it. But with this damage being done by Blacklist Ultimate, especially with the firepower that they have available in their bag, there is no or too little chance that they can come back in here, as the Divinus is only left with 2.
With just 2 people in 17, it's just close to impossible to try and break this. Roshi hangs on, but to no avail. Blacklist International wins it very convincingly in this series. It just goes to show how the experience just gives you more of an edge compared to your competitors. And I feel like that's the reason why, the biggest reason why, that they actually won this. And I mean, they're seasoned veterans at this point.
Right.
They every single year they showed up. They've been in different titles, different teams, boiled down together into what I would say is a super team that should be feared. But again, it's just a matter of who can be in the same as that. So far, Divinis is not there yet. And I say
not
yet.
there yet.
Yes, because kind of like a while ago, EZR is not there yet. So there are
Exactly.
teams here that are still struggling because they are rookies with some like a close to zero to little experience as possible. And this is why we have Garena Masters, is because we need to hone that talent. And they reached here for a reason. And so Blacklist just shows that they're so good. They're still at the top of their game and probably one of the best rosters that we've seen here in this competition so far.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for the rookies who are jumping in here, hopefully they're taking notes of the experience that they're feeling, as well as things that they are doing into the game that can be corrected. Because at some point, yes, you might be in here proud that you jump in, face off against Blacklist Ultimate or other teams who are already been in here for a long time. But it's more of not your loss or your win in this game. It's more of what you learn from these matches, because either way, if you win, it's a plus. If you lose and you learn, it should be a plus. So hopefully that's a mindset of all rookies who's jumping in here, because this is just the start of their major career, and there's a lot more that they can go over afterwards, or they might be adopted by one of the teams right here. So hopefully they are bringing out all their best, and there's no putting them down just yet until the final moment that is confirmed that they're out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's still for Divinis and matchup that suits them a little bit more, because I feel like going up against Blacklist, and this is like any other team, right? If you go up against Blacklist, or let's say ALMGHTY, Omega, basically the teams that were invited here, they were invited here for a reason, is because they're just so good. They were already accomplished. And so I feel like for any team that try to go up against these three teams will definitely have a hard time. And so I feel like when it comes to the group stages, this is a time where you can grow as a team, learn from your mistakes. That also goes for EZR, that goes for Divinus right now, that has no points yet, that can try and find their footing early on in this matchup. It's only day number one. There's still so many things that these teams have to offer.
Yeah, and one thing about this is, like I mentioned, that they have the schedule already. So this might not be the first, or this might be the first time, but there's a chance for them to get back and battle this team on. And one thing that I'm looking forward to is that they are stronger the next time around, because yeah, first day jitters, or probably the complete dominance of a team who has been who has experienced a lot of experience in terms of tournament just like this. It's more of how teams adopt in game or after each game that they can show much potential as they move forward into their career of competitive gameplay. So hopefully these teams will be showing that next time around that they go in against a Blacklist Ultimate, and Divinus will be a much stronger, more tactical team at that point. And hopefully they're listening as well and watching the streams as well, because this is one good thing if you are if tournaments just like this are being broadcasted, because I got a lot of things to review similar to what we have on highlights right now. And this is where 151 starts off this game really hot. And I love how Divinis started this game with the snipers taking in charge with a 1v1 with Aurora going in against AG. That was I would say a mishap wherein it can have changed if she went the other way, or probably towards the door.
Yeah, what they need to do is just to polish. There's a lot of things to really improve when it comes to their team, because so far they're having a difficult time when it comes to placing themselves in the map and trying to dictate what kind of power that you have, our position that you have, because initially you want your opponent to play your game, and that is what Blacklist has been doing the entire time. And so for Divinis, they need to find a way to just be cleaner when it comes to their approaches with their plays, because as you can see, they go in just one by one, and like it's kind of like a common thing. You need to control it. I think one play that I really liked with Divinis is when they were actually on the defense. It was when Blacklist International first had their attacking side, and they went in there for that Jenny control, and they were greeted by 3 players from Divinis, and Divinis won a lot of those gunfights and eventually kind of spawn trapped Blacklist just a tiny bit, and that's when they won in defense. But the thing is with Blacklist is you're not gonna expect the same play later on, and that's what Divinis needs to kind of learn, is that if you're gonna be doing the same thing, because the next defensive round they brought the same players in that area, they were greeted by no one else from Blacklist, and they were able to readjust. And obviously going in for him, he totally deserves this spot. MVP of the game, an average kills of 19, 11 assists, and 2,500 for the scoreline. But take a look at that KD ratio. It's a 2.68. Woo! That is amazing. And not only that, his amazing play from SND, just having multiple 4 kills for 2 rounds each. That is just one away from an ace, and I was like really expecting it, but hey, this guy's absolutely cracked, and that's why we were hyping this man a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, good play coming from Yato, from Yobabs, from the rest of the gang, and from, I would say, great play coming from Divinis as well earlier on. It's more of, I guess it's similar to what we've seen from Easy Reborn, wherein they really need to stick it up until the end. But it's more of experience as well to understanding their rotation and controlling the spawns on those hard point as well as control mode. But it is what it is. It is the ladies who has met their first defeat in this Garena Masters, and I'm not saying that they will not be able to win. They just need to put a little bit more of effort so that they can bring it on against the next team that they challenge. But Yato in here on the MVP of this game. The comeback is real, and hopefully more comebacks will be happening in this game as we just ended the second series as quickly as that, Beef.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost as quick as the first one, right? And you can already see the divide when it comes to the skill set of all of these teams. And there's the reason why we're doing the group stages. We're trying to filter out all the teams that are kind of in the same skill level as you are. And obviously, we already kind of had our predictions as to who is going to win. But it's just a matter of how well can you answer back when it comes to knowing that your opponent probably has more experience than you, is probably taller than you, stronger than you, and like my JB references. But yeah, it's just like a matter of learning. It's a learning experience, this whole competition. And so pretty excited to see what the girls have to offer in the later days though, because I feel like the matchup next is going to be what's most important as to how they learn from this experience here in day number 1.
Exactly. I mean, they have 2 chances to prove themselves. They already lost 1, but they still have a chance. They still have a chance. They need the spirit. They need a lot more of effort this time. I know they put in a lot of effort before this day, even into the game, but a lot more expected from them because they already have that first L. And that goes to everyone who will be experiencing their first L in this group stages, because a lot will be put into the risk and you'll be facing a lot more pressure on that second time around. So hopefully the teams will be I would say the result will be different, but the upcoming match I would say is still onto the familiar name, which is Smart Omega going against LF Org, because like Smart Omega, who can take them down easily, as we've seen earlier from Blacklist Ultimate and Divinus. Not anyone can go and beat them down easily at this point, and that is what they want to look forward to. How can they go for the easy win so that they have that advantage already on the initial battle or the initial day of the group stages?
Oh, most definitely. So, I mean, with LF Org, I feel like they have had experience before in tournaments, but it's just they never really went into that playoff stage, or not even like the top teams. But these are definitely players that have been wanting to reach that point. They've been grinding year after year to try and be one of the best players. But as competitive of this region is, it's just so difficult to achieve that. And they have another chance to do so up against another team that I think is a big question mark in a lot of people's heads, because they did lose Rage, but they did get back Kevin. So, I mean, with Kevs to be back in their game point, I'm really excited to see how he's actually going to be performing into the team chemistry of Smart Omega. But before we actually, again, talk about that one, I want to really give insight as to how important the match is going to be as well. That's going to be, the Kings versus Rao. I mean, that's hard to predict because they're both rookies into the game. And I feel like for now, we haven't seen a rookie just kind of overtake and wow us into what we've seen. I think the only rookie that has wowed us before were the Lowkings last year, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, the Lowkings has put in a great team, and they just surprised everyone. And I'm looking forward to that experience once again. We're in a rookie will be moving up similar heights to the more experienced team. But so far we haven't seen that. But we're not saying that we're going to see that. But we already have a point of reference. The West Point Mobile Lowkings is in there, who've shown us that even if you're new to the game, you can fight it off towards that bigger stage or the playoffs in there against the best team in this Garena Masters. But I am really expecting the battle between the Four Suits Kings as well as Rao, because again, the rookie gameplay is more of aware or a more fair and balanced battle is happening compared to what we've seen for this Blacklist Ultimate and Divinus fight. But well, there you have it. The second series is over, and before we go in for the third series, Beef, we need to get for a quick break so that we can prepare ourselves as well as the team for the battle at hand. When we come back, it is LF Org going against Smart Omega for the third series of day number 1 of Garena Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and this is Garena Masters Season 4 Resurgence. So far, we've seen 2 series already, and we are about to see our third. Another Stone Cold Killer team will be battling on I would say, a rookie, but this is not just a team that has an experience competitive, but they can bring themselves up in here. But the question is, will they be able to go against Smart Omega? At the caster's desk right now, I am Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is Beef Mami, and this is day number 1 of Garena Masters 4.
Ooh, that was a really big intro as to what we're gonna expect today, because obviously LF Org just wants to get out of that midfield. They want to be the top dogs that Smart Omega, ALMGHTY, Blacklist International, even WPM Lowkings actually achieved already. And so we've seen so many of these players already from past tournaments, and that's why I'm excited to kind of see how they can, you know, give us a show. I mean, I feel like that's for me, that's gonna be if they can really step it up, because we've seen Static, we've seen Epochs, we've seen Bench really just have it. They were in NRX before, and so NRX was not a joke in the past, and that's why these teams just really want to have their spotlight on them. And seeing them again here this time is definitely going to be really impressive for me. But again, I think it's down to what maps are we going to be playing. Is it going to be favoring them? Is it going to be favoring Smart Omega? Because we already know that Smart Omega has certain maps that they don't like playing.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll see a good gameplay in here from the side of LF Org, especially in the control mode, because that is or in hardpoint mode. But as we can see, I mean, it's raid all the way in here for hardpoint, because this is the third that we've seen raid already in hardpoint. It has been their favorite, and I think we'll have to see which one is correct. Is it the picture or the title? Hacienda for that search and destroy, and then slums for that control. So we'll have to find out what rotations will they be utilizing right here into raid compared to what we've seen in the first two matches.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Hacienda might be that search and destroy matchup. We're just gonna wait for that picture to be pulled up, but kind of know that standoff was gonna be banned off of Omega. We had a feeling that was gonna be the case, and Summit also, because Omega does really good in Summit, and for standoff, we already know that they are just they don't want to touch it at all. But for raid, we've seen this time and time again, 3 times in a row today being played at hardpoint. But Hacienda search and destroy is a very interesting one for me. I love this map, except for control. But I'm glad that we see Slums control here, because I mean, hey, we get to see the new maps, the newest maps actually in the map pool being added here. Kind of glad to see that all of these teams have finally adjusted and just choose this with confidence.
Yeah, I mean, so many seasons already, so many series already that we've seen. Some of the teams, especially in the early part, wherein the new maps has been introduced, so they've struggled a lot. So hopefully they've made their adjustment already, as well as found a different plan of approach compared to what we've seen so far in the previous tournaments. But as we go in raid, well, the important parts already of this hardpoint raid has been introduced and dissected already in the previous matches. So hopefully we're going to see these teams right now as we go in on to this battle. But as we look into the lineup, this is Smart Omega, Kendi, Cavs, Risky, Idra, Tin, and Whoopi. So Tin will be introduced into the mix right now together with Cavs, and this is one thing that I would say will not be that much of a hiccup in terms of chemistry, because we've seen that earlier from the game of Blacklist Ultimate, wherein Rage is part of their team. So that's one out of 6 members in here that is coming off from a different team. So we are just looking forward to how well Tin will be jiving off the gameplay of Smart Omega.
Yeah, Tin being traded. They're basically just doing trading cards, Omega and Blacklist International Ultimate. So, I mean, I feel like this team will be interesting, because with Kevs again being added because he was gone for a while, and Tin being the newcomer, it will definitely see the team comp progression as to how they do well in this competition. Because so far, what we saw in the World Championship for Smart Omega, there was no strong leader that could kind of control them under pressure. By how I say that, you get to see a strong leader in ALMGHTY. Incendio is a good leader. If a coach is not present, he can definitely go guide in his team. Smart Omega, on the other hand, needed to have that. But again, they just had a hard time when it comes to that leadership from a team member. But let's see if Whoopi this time can try and make good calls for his team and try to keep his team calm under pressure. Of course, we do have the coaches there as well, but sometimes you're just not allowed to have that coach down, kind of like what we saw in those major tournaments. But let's see what happens here, because we're going in for the, well, they're not really newbies, they've already been established, but the ones that want to make a name for themselves. LF Org, Static, Steve, Badman, Bench, and Epochs will try to climb up the ranks and be one of the best teams that Garena has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, these teams, as you mentioned, has already experienced the success and hardship of going for the major tournaments right here, but they are put together to go against Smart Omega. So LF Org, hopefully after this match or after the series they have, they won't be looking for, but they will be seeked by an org right now because of the performance that they will be showing at this point. Because like, I mean, we've seen the individual gameplay already. We've highlighted that in other tournaments. We've seen them play. So it's more of how this team is already making their way. And with that chemistry, we always go back to chemistry, especially with roster change, because it's an integral factor wherein you are glued together. You move as a team, you act as a team, and well, win or lose as a team. So hopefully that has been embedded and sewed into the DNA of this player so that they can fight it off head to head in this matchup. As we started off, it is a raid hard point in this third series. It's LF4 going against Smart Omega.
Third series and 3 times in a row that raid hardpoint is going to be played. Let's see how well these teams can play this, because so far in the last 2 rounds we've seen it played very differently from all of those teams, those 4 teams, and now we get to see possibly a more even playing field here as Smart Omega wins a lot of those gunfights. But as I said, that they're going to be getting a lot of the points down when it comes to LF Org, but it's going to be really difficult because Smart does have that top laundry control, and even though they do have that control, they're just waiting for every single one of their teams, and that is patience. That's going to be really good for them to just take more points in this particular hill.
Yeah, as we can see right there, it is Smart Omega slowly pushing in, but they have been pushed back in here with the continuous effort as well as a continuous spawn coming from LF Org. But a good backstab coming from Smart Omega right now, clearing them off and cutting them in their approach. Last 14 seconds to balance up the scores as they prepare for that P2. Kitchen right now is already being covered by this guy number 3, Badman, and goes against Cavs at that point. And as it opens up, there might be more points coming from LF Org depending on how well they can defend that kitchen as against Smart Omega in this approach.
Yeah, and the approach was really good for both of these teams. LF Org's doing a good job at applying that pressure off of Smart Omega. They're doing a good job at spawning. You can see they're actually controlling those spawns, and for Smart Omega, they spawn all the way into the opposite end of the map. And so far so good for LF Org. They are in the lead for just a tiny bit, but with SKS in hand, Aija tries to go in there for the kills, but it's going to be difficult because you are going up against those CBRs. But it's a good thing that everyone else from Smart Omega is actually there. So they're doing a good job at breaking the hill, even in P1 and also here in P2. Now they're getting the scrap points. Not just that, they're also going in for those early rotations.
Yeah, early rotation indeed being done by Smart Omega. And scrap points, well, I would say this is the remaining points because it was a 20 in there. So with the points that is remaining from that hill, it will bring them to a lead. But unfortunately for Smart Omega, it is LF Org who takes over on a scrap point in only a few seconds. Hopefully this hold of Smart Omega will hold. No, I mean, it's being redundant right now, but that's one thing that they need to do. They need to have a great hold of this garage, wherein if in case LF Org will be able to push through, it might be difficult for them to get it back, especially with the time running down. But still, Smart Omega taking in there all the angles they can take. It is 10 for the double going in against those moving in from the gym.
Smart early rotation was the smart way to do it. You get what I mean? But, I mean, for LF Org, as what you said, they need to hold it down. They were holding hands, trying to go in there as a full 5-man push, going in from driveway, but it just didn't work out for them at the very end because Smart Omega was just so good when it comes to those gunfights. Valiant effort though, but early rotation coming in from LF Org right now, going into basketball, that's going to be a really good call for them because they did lose a lot of those points into that money hill. So the fact that they're going to put their sights and their attention fully into this hard point is going to be really key. But unfortunately for them, there are going to be a lot of players also from Smart Omega trying to be spawned off over there. Risky and Kevs, that's going to be really big kills for them. But Bench going in for that Annihilator. Huge, but does get denied by that. Oh no, he doesn't get denied. I thought the Predator missile was going to be on top of him and just get rid of him, but unfortunately not. They still have that Annihilator to play with.
Yeah, they have the Annihilator to play with, and it is one thing. I mean, LF Org started with early rotation at that point. They lost at least 20 seconds from that garage, and it went into Smart Omega. Now, they didn't step in early onto that basketball court, making them easy target from that monitor room. So it's very difficult to go in onto the basketball court. Plus, their approach from the stairs has been cut off with that with 10's Freddy. So it's very difficult for LF Org to push through, even with a few seconds remaining right now, and it's still being taken. Badman right now for the head. Whoopee takes down Badman, as well as Static. Kevs takes down Epochs at that point, or Bench at that point, and they are just preparing for the next hill. Not so much point taken by LF Org in there, and that will be damaging for their performance.
Yeah, I mean, they really tried to go in there for the contest, but they just go down every single time. And Smart Omega, individually, they're getting kills after kills, multi-kills under their belt. So that's going to be really big for them, that they're winning all of those engagements. And so not just that, they also have streaks to play with. As you can see over there, we have that operator skills being just used right now. Pretty good usage, because you want to control the point, because Kitchen is definitely going to be a really interesting point to have, because people are going to be spawning off behind you, like what you can see over there. That's player number 2 from Smart Omega. And 17 to his name, by the way. Everyone is pretty even when it comes to those kills for Smart Omega, with the exception of Hydra, where he does have 27. By the way, SKS in hand. On the other side, though, it's going to be a different story. You get to see Epochs kind of having a difficult time with just 9 kills.
Yeah, 9 kills for Epochs, not even crossing that 10th. And we'll have to see how well will he be able to catch up into the slaves, because though this is more of a like getting those points from the position as well as from the hill, the slaves can bring in a different advantage in terms of spawns, and that is what they need to focus on. But as we can see, it is Smart Omega again onto the hill. 50 seconds remaining, and see right now going for the hit, goes for the double against Tin and Whoopi. Might be going for the third, needs to reload. B taken down in there from the window onto the floor, and it is now an open P1. No one stepping in, and there goes LF Org trying, but with that pretty takes down.
Ooh, to the window, to the wall. The sweat drips down these halls. And speaking of these halls, you get to see a very big pick coming off of Bench right now in the halls leading up into the kitchen. That's going to be really big kills, but Tin does get rid of him, and so far they're still hanging on. LF Org is still hanging on, trying to get those scrap points, but to what advantage are they going to be getting those? Because they are allowing Smart Omega to have an open point here going into that next hard point. They do have the spawns, but it's a good thing that even though that they were trying to go in for the contest into the next hard point, they still tried to go in for the early rotation into P2 in kitchen, but still met with several other Omega players, and so far none of these teams do have a solid hold when it comes to the anchor spots.
Yeah, Bench right now just doing his best to defend this area, though not stepping into that hill. It was able to make a good cover into the perimeter to stop anyone from stepping in, but it still goes in to Smart Omega at some point, and it has been taken down after the takedown against Static, and that is what's happening for Smart Omega and LF Org. And LF Org, yes, they have a good position in the perimeter. They can't get into that hill because of the firepower that is being shown by Smart Omega at this point. It's getting close to that 250 mark, and LF Org not even crossing that 100. With only a few seconds, this might be a chance for them to cross 100, but it might be a little bit too late, because the early rotation of Smart Omega onto that garage might be the win of this game.
Man, those spawns are just not favoring LF Org, because they're spawning off in top laundry and basketball court. Those are like at the opposite ends of the world, and that just gives Smart Omega an open hardpoint, no contest whatsoever. Not just that, they can also bring out all of their operators. Risky, speaking of, brings out his own claw, goes in there for the spawns, not going to find anyone anymore, as everyone else is actually going to be spawning off into the bottom left side of the map by poolside. And still, it doesn't really matter, because everyone else from Smart Omega can actually deal it by themselves. Kevs, though, with his Annihilator, finishing things off, but with the last minute contest, not gonna do it, as 250 and 94 is going to be our scoreline for today. Smart Omega does a really clean job here in hardpoint raid. Okay, we see some really good points coming in
Yep.
for LF Org, but it's just they're not really. I feel like for them, it's just the thing that I've noticed is that they're not really They're not noticing the spawn so far.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean it's more of the anchoring that they need to focus on. And one thing is there are potentials of anchor. It's more of the support that the anchor need so that they can maintain the spawns to their favor. But damage that's being done by Smart Omega is so much, especially with the rotation being taken to beat them onto the anchor spawns. So like it's double-edged sword if you want to go in and control that spawn, and that is one thing that they could have done well but didn't, especially with Smart Omega knowing that is a potential winning factor for their opponent. So as we can see right now, it's none from the side of LF Org crossing that 1 minute and 10 in there with the objective 3 minutes in total. That is a full swing for 10 for the objective in this hard point.
And that's going to be really big kills as well for Hydra. 40 to his name. And holding the SKS, you already know that it's no joke. Kind of glad that I can still see it here in this competition, because you're already knowing the Western side of things and the global side. They've already banned that weapon. So you already know that Omega, that was their number one enemy back in the World Championship. It was the SKS, and the fact that they did not want to use it or did not want to practice with it. And looks like they've been practicing, and none other than Hydra is going to be having that 40 bomb a minute inside of the hard point. But Tin with that 3 minutes is definitely going to be really impressive as well. On the other hand, though, you get to see LF Org. You see Bench just struggling to be a little bit more flexible when it comes to it, because he does have 21 kills, yes, but 0 time inside of the hard point. That's going to be really difficult numbers when you know that everyone else from Smart Omega has a minute. Almost everyone has a minute except for Kevs. He's only 7 away for getting that minute, but he does have 28. Everyone in the positive for Smart Omega.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one thing that Smart Omega has been doing well at this point. They have advantage of those hills and even the control of those sleighs. And LF Org really needs to find a counter in that. But as we go in on to our maps and modes, 94 to 250. It is a huge lead coming from Smart Omega at this point in Raid Hardpoint, but Hacienda, Search and Destroy, this might change the game for LF Org. We've seen so much improvement. Some of the teams who have been losing their first match in Hardpoint improving well in Search and Destroy, and this might be the first time that we might see a 1 point being taken by one team in here and not giving out a donut. So hopefully, I'm crossing my fingers right now that LF Org will do better against Smart Omega at this point. If not, they still have control.
Yeah, I mean, there's still control slums, which is definitely going to be an interesting game mode later on. But for now, we're focusing on Hacienda S&D, where it is kind of tricky because of how huge the map is. But I do love this particular map because you get to see how tactical all of these teams can be. Because even though it's huge, there's still a lot of corners. Not just that, you're worrying about verticality as well. So that verticality is definitely going to be important because you have your snipers down. You already know they're going to be taking those long angles inside the hallways into the center of the map, into mid. But not just that, you need to save your utility because since there's a lot of corners, yes, you need to throw away that nade, you need to throw away, you need to save it basically. This is the type of map where you kind of see players kind of just save that util later on.
Exactly, and that is one thing that they really need to focus on, especially with the Search and Destroy, wherein utilities have different uses in this game. I mean, different utilization at this point, right? There's a lot of redundancy that we are pulling up in here. Hopefully, it's not redundant in the donuts because we like to see a team who gets a point against a strong team like Smart Omega, and LF Org might be that team. So that's big might. I'm not talking about like mighty, but big question mark for LF Org, like their logo.
By the way, I feel like we forgot to mention that LF Org, we did mention that they're from NRX, and obviously we already know that Smart Omega, before they were Smart Omega, they were also part of NRX. And so it's really interesting how both of these teams will play together because they were brothers, and for the longest time, LF Org, they were considered as the Team B of NRX, but now they definitely don't want that title. They want to be the #1 team. And so for them to even reach that, it's definitely going to be difficult because from what we saw in their game a while ago in Hardpoint, they were just outclassed in so many levels. And so now you get to have a tiny bit of a reset here in Search and Destroy, slow things down, but you need to have a powerful sniper because we saw a while ago it's the power of the snipers that make the biggest difference. In Divinus, it was 151, she was cracked. In the first game as well, there were so many snipers in SKADI. You had 3 different snipers, but for now, though, for LF you do have that one sniper that's going to be Sieve that will try and get those picks, but you are going up against Smart Omega that also have like 2 snipers and possibly an SKS to be brought out.
Yeah, I mean, if 3 snipers will be pulled out right here, then we are looking at a different type of gameplay coming from Smart Omega at this point. But WPM will be starting it off, and no initial frags just yet. They'll have a good sight in here and good opportunity, but there goes WPM. Oh yeah, against Steve and the sniper from the other team. LF has been taken down. Risky taken down Badman in the process, and Epochs, as they go in for the plan, might not be able to survive this, as the rest of the team of Smart Omega will be rushing in.
Double sniper setup is just not working out for LF right now, as the last person does go down in static. But the defuse also happening. It was just so fast every single time, and I feel like it's more doable for them to get those kills. But obviously, if you do have Hydra and Whoopi with the scopes, it's just so difficult because they know so many cheeky angles, sort of similar to what we saw Whoopi just did a while ago. And what we need to see is a different approach coming in from LF, okay? Because they tried to go in there for that aggressive push towards Alpha, but looks like they might want to slow things down and get that information first.
Yeah, the information is not yet being taken, and they might be losing a few more lives, especially as they are going crossing against Whoopi at this point. Now, they have sights of Whoopi, and there goes Epochs going in for a surprise hit, CBR in hand, but a little bit too far for the swipe of Whoopi. Idra, on the other hand, will try to go and take down those moving in the side, and Static taking down Kevs in the process. Now 2 down already for Smart Omega. Good potential for LF to LF win. And there goes Badman going against Risky as Idra takes down the bench in the process. Now 2v4 situation, and Candy almost bringing it to a close. 2v2 by Idra as well, but he is left alone on a 1v2 situation. Idra slowly moving up and a little bit too close for a snipe. There goes Epochs, bringing them 1 point.
I'm a little bit too aggressive when it comes to the sniper because those angles, you already expect that someone's going to be right behind in that hallway. And so that's going to be a really good sign for LF. And when I said that maybe they shouldn't be aggressive, yeah, maybe you could be aggressive because with Smart Omega, they kind of left A open. They only had Whoopi right there. Looks like it's going to be a similar push. But let's see if Smart Omega can actually go and defend this well. They do send 2 players here this time with 1 more player up in that corner over here from mid. That's going to be really big information from Tiles. And speaking of the 2 snipers, Hydra and Whoopi completely read it down to the T.
Bench was able to go in for that trade up, but Whoopi takes him down. Badman takes down Kevs in the process, but it is now left to Badman right now. But how can he move and get that bomb? A 1v3 situation. Idra is already moving in for that pressure, as well as just waiting for a Badman to get to that backstab potential coming from Badman. Might be happening in here. Kendi is saying on the second floor as Badman on the first floor as Badman is on the second floor, and these 2 might not be seeing each other. Good rotation coming from him right now, but as you can see, it is Whoopi who's just waiting him down.
Oh, speaking of Whoopi, he finally gets that kill, seals the deal. And you know what, for Batman, he did a really good job in the last round. He got a lot of those shots when it comes to the flank. So you're already going to expect that Batman will always be in that flank. And let's see how Smart Omega can actually go and respond to that flank, if they will have that flank watch. And the rotation needs to be different coming in from LF. They've done the same play in the last 3 rounds, and looks like they're finally doing something different, going in for that mid hit.
Yeah, mid might be the priority right now, but the feel of that alpha is being done by Sieve. And Sieve takes a 1 down. His bench has been taken out with a God Nade coming from Risky. And Sieve in there just missing 2 players of Smart Omega with only a few seconds as they jump off from that window. Whoopi takes down Epochs, and it is now a 3v4.
I mean, plus player number 4, you're all the way around there. Steve needs to be where his teammates are. The bomb is gonna go down. I mean, I get he's trying to go in for that long flank, and hopefully it does pay off for him, but he could have had more kills if he kind of was closer towards his teammates. But again, flank coming in from him. Let's see it, but Risky just reads it so well, and that's why he needed to be there a little bit more quickly. If he was just a tiny bit closer, he could have had that flank down to the T. And now two more players rather actually goes in there for LF Org, and now 4 players up against them. It's going to be difficult with the bomb going down. They need to go and pick up the pace.
Yeah, they need to pick up the pace, but not so much. They need to regroup first. Static just looking for one, but misses him by a few seconds because he rushes towards that corner. Now one has been taken down. Badman once again will be the only guy left on a 1v4. Kevs for the backstab and takes him down. Point goes to Smart Omega. It is a 3-1, and still defender is Smart, as LF Org need to plan a different approach on their attack.
It looks like LF Org needs to go and play together, because so far with their tactic of Badman going in for the very far flank is not working out for them so far. Now, speaking of, he's going in there a little bit far away. I feel like he's just going to be staying here. Okay, that's good. That's not too far. And now they're going in for that B hit, but is read by Smart Omega very well. And what they need to do is use their util to try and read the room. So far, though, Badman still going in there for that flank, but then with Smart Omega, they do have that flank watch. Kevs with the God Nade. Static with a response, though. Still even when it comes to the playing field here.
Yeah, very even indeed as they go in onto this Bravo push. But there's only one waiting in here. It is Kendi, but Risky and Whoopi also takes down 2, and Idrug follows it up. Now it is no left for LF Org, and 4-1 in the scores right now, making it difficult for the adjustment for LF Org. I mean, they go for Alpha, they go for Bravo, they are being taken down one at a time.
Wow, this is a reluctance from LF Org when it comes to the plant there in Bravo, because they had a good ideation, but them giving that information to Smart Omega just gave them enough time to go in there for that rotation. Finally, a fast hit going in through mid, and so far, again, trying to slow things down just a tiny bit, trying to get that pick off before committing into a side, but to what avail? Will they be able to get any kind of hits here in mid? And so far they don't. I mean, they do actually. Steve goes in there for the response. Badman as well takes down Kevs in there. Finally, I was gonna say they were at an advantage, but you get to see Risky actually just evening it out.
Yeah, Risky almost missing those shots right now. Whoopi switching into the pistol and takes down Badman. It is a 2v2 situation. Whoopi and Kendi will be in there going against Epochs as well as C, but it is more of the regroup LF Org that has a better advantage. But there goes going ahead is this guy Steve on the snipe, giving more information if it's open to go for the plan on that Alpha. But because of the side of Whoopi, they will be moving into the other side, and there goes Epochs taking down Kendi, and it could have been a good potential of a takedown against LF Org. It's a good thing they split up and take those battles seriously.
You can see like they're trying to figure out, are we going to A? Oh no, let's go to B. Okay, no, let's commit to B. After that kill from Epoch, they were like, okay, you know what, let's commit it. And then at the same time, they did get that kill and just got rid of Whoopi. So pretty good start so far from LF Org. They played that round really well, and now let's see. Risky gets that first opening pick off of bench, and now it looks like Smart Omega does want to go in for that B hit.
Yeah, B hit indeed. We have the preparation in there being done by LF Org, but unfortunate for them, 2 has been taken down already, and there goes the plan. Static takes down Idra and Kendi. Whoopi takes down a Badman, and 2v3 situation, and we are still left with Static and Steve, who I would say is a strong suit in here, but there goes Steve from the hands of Kevs, and Static is nowhere to go. Whoopi takes it down onto the other side, and it is now 5-2 in points.
And you can see as it is going to be a little bit lopsided because Smart Omega just adjusts so quickly when it comes to the plays of LF Org, and that communication, that lightning fast communication in a huge map like this is just so essential. And now for LF Org, you kind of see some uncertainty in terms of their calls. Even though they won that round 2 rounds ago, it's just, you can see kind of that hesitation, but it's a good thing that they won those 1v1s. But there you go. Speaking of, Badman goes in there for a really big nade. Should give them a bit of confidence going into this round number 8.
Yeah, information being taken by Whoopi right now. Not so much of a shots, but at least he knows three will be in there onto the warehouse as they back off a little bit. Candy right now in trouble and was able to take down Static in the process, but takes down by Epox. Badman takes down Idra. Is now a 2v3 in favor of LF Org. Here comes Whoopi right now, taking a few pot shots in there. Oh, what a reversal! And Risky goes for the double. I don't know what happened in there, but Smart Omega. What a surprise!
Oh my gosh. You know what? For a second there, I thought, yeah, Whoopi's probably going to lose that gunfight. Right. Because that guy's going to slide off and he has like a CVR, right? No. He's just a crack. He's just so fast when it comes to those quick scopes. And even though he's scoped all the way in, he still gets those kills. And that's going to be really big for him. Whoopi looks like he's getting his groove on in this particular S&D matchup. And we really love to see it. He has 13 to his name. Not just that, let's ramp it up even more. Whoopi gets another, and that's going to be really big information for his team as well, knowing that they're going to be spawning off into that part of the map. And so using their numbers to their advantage, they're going to be spreading it off when it comes to their numbers. Static, though, gets one from behind Kevs, so it's still not done for him. Gets another one. Static is very good. Now, that's a really big adjustment for them because they went in there for a really big rotation.
All they have to do is wait and see, but they went and saw, and they have been taken down in their Smart Omega, taking it 7-2. But I would say that was a great battle being shown by LF4. Great potential. It's just a few 1v1s has failed, thus they really lost a round. But with special in the final moment, if that I would say if the angle has not been taken as it is, left or right or left, it might have been a point going for LF Org and I would say one hiccup once again for Smart Omega. But what can we expect? It is a search and destroy. Smart Omega really great, do great in this game, especially with Whoopi in the lead and the slays. Risky as well with 11 in there. Not so much from Candy and Kev's Idra in there with 7. But on the one side, it's pretty much balanced for Epox, Badman, and Static because they survived the longest from that game. Unfortunate for them, not so much that they can take a few more points against Smart Omega and take this win.
I mean, with LF Org, they had such good plays in mind, but it seems like the biggest opponent for them is themselves because there were so many uncertain points where they wanted to go for a site, but it seemed reluctant, or they wanted to go push aggressively, but then suddenly stopped. And Badman being far away from the action where he was needed the most. I mean, I get it. You want to go for the flag, but there is a time where it takes too long for you to go for the flag, where your teammates needed you when it comes to the numbers. So it's really important that you get to see Omega just having such lightning quick comms. Once they get that information down from a certain site or a certain part of the map, they just go in there so quickly, they adjust themselves, and that is the reason why they're just so good when it comes to this Hacienda game, because this is one of the biggest maps, and that is probably one of the biggest things, that rotation needs to be quick, and we have yet to see LF Org actually do that.
Yeah, and it's not only the approach or Smart Omega moving forward that's quick. I mean, even when they back out, when they know that they don't have enough manpower to go for the rush, they back off a little bit, wait for that guy, and then go back into the rush. So it's more of adjustment of your game style based on the situation we're in. People can say it's a basic logic, especially in search and destroy, but it's not happening that often because of, I would say, the pressure that they're facing, or probably lack of communication. That is not being shown by Smart Omega at this point. They have that much experience wherein they know communication is key for the win. It has been said by Cisco earlier, and it has been proven by so much team right now, wherein those team who are being close to each other, communicate well, has a great potential in winning. So hopefully the same goes for LF4 for this next match, because you still need great communication and control, because you are saving up on lives and also getting good position on those spawns. So slums for control. LF4 and Smart Omega will be up next.
Yeah, I am so excited for Slum's control because this is a part where LF Org might actually take some points off of Smart Omega. I'm honestly kind of expecting this to go the distance. I hope it's going to reach a round number 5 rather here in game 3. So Slums is a tricky map because you already know that the SKS will definitely be used here. Hydra, we've already seen it, that 40 bomb in that hardpoint raid, and now you've seen the SKS be abused so much in the World Championship in this particular map. So again, you need to find a counter to that. We always say use your smokes, or use the SKS. So let's see if a teammate from LF4 could actually use an SKS. I'm really interested to see it.
Yeah. And one thing, I mean, they might be looking for a counter for SKS, but if you can't beat them, join them. So go use an SKS so that you can fire back at them. The firepower and the distance that you can put out with that gun really proves something. It's not just because of these players like Idra and I think like Cisco and Jabin from Blacklist Ultimate. I mean, there's a reason why they're using that, because of how well it can be utilized in game mode just like this. But to start it off, 10 takes down Badman right now, but not so much of a response coming from LF Org. 3 down already, make that 4 as Static brings 2 down for Smart Omega.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so amazing how a lot of these teams get to utilize all the space here. And so far, we get to see that LF Org is trying to make space of that because they know that, okay, a lot of these players are going to be coming in through Broken. So we do have one person there that's going to be Badman. So far, still even when it comes to the lives here, but Kev's having that big double is going to be a boost of confidence to try and hit at least that Bravo flag. They know predominantly that it's going to be a heavy defense off of that Bravo side. So they're right. They're going to be a lot of players. There has been 3 players coming in from LF Org, and that's why it's going to be a little bit harder if you are on the offensive side. And now for Omega, it's just going to be a little bit difficult if they try to go in there on the defense, because yes, they are going on the defense, but they also are going in there for the lives as well. They do have an advantage, but so far LF Org is actually doing a really good job. It's not too far, but as the clock is winding down, they still need to get ticks of progress in both of those sites.
Yeah, I mean, they need to step into the Bravo, complete that capture, and then move their way into Alpha, or probably not going in complete domination of Alpha. They might be able to bring down the lives of Smart Omega in there and go for the battle of lives at this point. Bench will be balancing it off almost in there, but it has been traded off. Finally, Badman steps into the plate, and no one steps in for the cover, bringing that time to 7 seconds. It is a huge risk that Badman did. It's a good thing that another guy from LF Org steps in and completed that Bravo capture. Now 1 minute will be added into play. 8-6 on the points. It might be a chance for LF Org to take back a point in here.
Now this is where I get to see Badman shine, right? Because he loves to go in there for the flag. And in a small map like this, that's where he gets to get that information. He's disrupting the plays of Smart Omega, stopping the push, gives the opportunity for LF Org to capture that Bravo flag with just a mere 3 seconds left on the clock. But obviously with 1v6 happening here, it's going to be very difficult as Bench will try to go and get those kills, but with just 1 to his name. There you go. Hydra seals the deal for their first round up, but with the presence of Badman in their team and trying to get all of those kills. So far, he does have 6. Static also getting those big kills as well. It's just really important. Badman had really essential kills there, so kind of interested to see how they'll do when it comes to the defensive side.
Yeah, we'll have to find out if they will be able to get take back a point right now. Earlier, we've seen SKS gameplay coming from Idra. Not only that, Whoopi also pulls it out, but this time the Annihilator will come into play, bringing the scores a little bit lower, lives lower for LF Org. Idra right now, a little bit up close and personal. There goes Epox taking him down. Sieve also for the takedown. CBR domination being utilized by LF Org, but to what extent? Because SMG not so much, especially as they go against the SKS gameplay that is being pulled out by a lot of teams, this time by Smart Omega.
double SKS for Omega right now. That's going to be difficult to go and overcome. And so far on the right side of the ring, we don't see anyone from LF actually sporting any kind of long-range weapon. And so maybe that's why they're having such a difficult time when it comes to these engagements, because they can't even get close, especially when you're at arches and you're holding that SKS or anywhere in mid. It's just so hard, because for me, when I'm playing ranked, and someone holding an SKS with an angle, especially where Tin is at, that is going to be so difficult to go and overcome unless you use that smoke, unless you already pre-fire, and so far it's just working out for Smart Omega. But as we are saying that, it is going to be even when it comes to that playing field, with ticks of progress going down into Bravo.
Yeah, I mean, and they need to make that approach and capture one side so that they can have more time. And as you can see, it's quite balanced in terms of live. So yes, they might have lost the first point in there with that double SKS being utilized by Smart Omega, but once they go in for that defense, it is more of LF Orgus taking advantage of this, because there's not so much of movement that can be done with that SKS. Right now, it is a 10-5 in the lives, and only 6 seconds into the time. Smart Omega only one tick to extend the time. No one from LF Orgus contesting, and there you have it. The extension will be done, and the points not so, or lives not so much, as Whoopi will be the only guy remaining in there. Still, LF4 takes that point with 4 lives remaining. A little bit too close for comfort though.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, well, on the defense, it looks like LF was a little bit too close for comfort, but they still won it. It's just a really good window, good avenue as to how they will perform, but they still need to win an attacking round, because we are ending this on Smart Omega if we do get into round number 5 rather, into the defensive side. And so there you go. This is the point where you need to have that win if you are LF And so far, Hydra is getting those doubles, but then also Static with the double as well. So far, so good. And everyone else from Static's team going in for that Bravo push. 3 people going in there very aggressively, getting those kills, and everyone else needs to go in there from Smart Omega. They're kind of struggling here right now as the push comes from Steve, but he does pay the price for going in there too aggressively.
Yep, there is a price for being in there a little bit too aggressive. Epochs will not be paying in there, but those peeking in against him will do. There goes Batman, a little bit too deep into the battle, and has been taken out by Tin. Epochs right now takes down Kevs in the process, and 17-21 into the lives. A little bit in favor of LF Orc, and when this captured Bravo is come into play, it might be another reversal that can be done by Smart Omega. We've seen that earlier, wherein Smart Omega just knocks them down one at a time as they go in for that alpha, but this might not be the case. Rotation wise, there has been one left in there from LF Org, who pulls back the spawns of the team towards the arches. So not quite sure what the plan is. I think they are just playing it slow this time before they head towards that alpha kill for that alpha capture.
Now, this is probably the most difficult part of your offensive round, is trying to go in there for that alpha push. But hey, Badman doesn't really care. He brings out his Annihilator. Good call right there for Badman. 14 to his name. Static, though, having that 23 is still very good. The most out of everyone in this team. So CVR is still doing a really big kill. Speaking of Batman, he's doing so much damage to Smart Omega. And with 12 lives to their name and just 4 for Smart, they'll do an amazing job at getting this attacking round, but with 1 minute left on the clock, there's still a lot of time for them to try and go and make the biggest play here. But then player number 1, that's going to be Static yet again, going in for that backstab. And it looks like Badman and Static are just switching their roles right now, as Static is going to be on that backstab. 1 player left against 10 lives. It's impossible for Ida to clutch this up.
Good push into that last point by LF Org. I mean, I was surprised. I was just looking at that slide that can be done by Badman, but Static will be in there in the backstab already, so there's no point to wait that corner. But that is where position, gameplay, understanding the map goes into play, as well as controlling the game, understanding the winning conditions that you have. They have more on the life points as well as the time, so there's not so much of pressure for LF Org, and they can rush in. But as they they switch once again. We'll have to see if they can take this advantage. Smart Omega, I'm pretty sure they won't want to let this go.
And now big kills coming in for Bench yet again, bringing in that Annihilator. So that's going to be really big kills for him. And they were able to flush out the members of Smart Omega off of that Bravo flag, not being able to get that 2 ticks of progress. But it's still pretty much even when it comes to those kills. But looking like LF Orgs find a really good sense of confidence here, especially since they're going to be ending off into that defensive side. And with Smart Omega, they're going to be in trouble because it's a race to 3. And LF Org already has that 2. So they need to win this offensive round. They need to flush out all of the players coming in through mid. But there's going to be 3 players trying to go in here through Broken. Tries to go in there for Broken. Bench goes in there, but then doesn't really get the kill because he does get that reload. Risky also at the reload, but eventually he does reload faster. And so that's going to give them a lot of time to get that Bravo flag. It was a really big kill coming in from him, and now they have to go in for that alpha push. One player needs to go in there for that backstab, and where you play hardpoint, that's going to be P3. It's going to be essential for you to actually have that.
Yeah, they need to have that right now, but I was still surprised. Dumbfounded with Risky right there. Thought he will be going down, but reload hit him in time and was able to get back. And Smart Omega right now getting slays after slays, 15-9, or make that 7. As earlier, a few seconds ago, there was just all a balance. But Smart Omega really means business right now, turning the attacker into the advantage in this control mode. 1 minute remaining and only 4 lives remaining for LF Org Idra right now, utilizing that SKS to perfection so that no one from LF Org can get close.
They can't get close, and there you go. Hydra just goes and finishes the job, and we are even things out. And like what I predicted a while ago, it's going to be a round number 5 with Smart Omega on the blue side on the defense. But we did see that LF Org was doing an amazing job at the attack, so they just need to do what they were doing a while ago and probably just change a little bit of place, because Smart Omega will probably read that.
Yeah, I mean, reading them like a book might be happening right now. Adjustments being done by both of the teams. Stin right now going in for the slay, putting a little bit of pressure, but has been taken down by Static with that Annihilator, and Sieve takes down Whoopi from the side. Multiple slays already coming from LF Org, but it will be balanced off a few by Smart Omega. Static right now with the dance, and will be able to take a few down with Annihilator, but has been taken down. 21-24, only a few more seconds for that Bravo tick to continue for Smart Omega, but I think they will be able to pull, they won't be able to pull it off because they are being pushed by LF Org at this point. Now let's see if they will be able to, or if they will be able to continue on with that capture. There goes this guy in 3, still being taken down, and Smart Omega cleaning up house, not even giving that first stick for LF Org.
Ooh, there you go. That's going to be really big kills. 26 seconds left on the clock, and Risky with a claw is going to be difficult to go and pursue. He gets 2. Will he get another one? Yes, he does. He's going to be on a rampage, as the spawn is going to be difficult for them to escape with this man just going on a complete 4K right now. That's going to be good for them, and that gives confidence to Smart Omega. Just a little bit of time in their hands as well. It's going to be into their favor. 8 seconds left on the clock. No ticks of progress yet, but it's going to be worked on right now by one play. That's going to be Sieve, and everyone else from Smart Omega trying to funnel in there. Stops the clock as well. It's going to keep running. 3 seconds left. The bench needs to go and step on it right now with 2, 1, and there you go. Perfection from LF Org. Tries to stop the clock, but no, it doesn't really matter, as it was a very close call. Smart Omega wins this game number 3, and of course it's going to be around number 5. And like what we know at Smart Omega, this is their weakest game mode so far, and it shows, but they still won it by just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I mean, a tad bit, but like I would say I'm really expecting a lot more from Smart Omega, especially in control mode, unless we are being pulled into the direction to believe that that is still their weakest mode, because at some point they understand that. We know that already, and it should have changed already after a few tournaments, but we'll have to see. if that will be the case moving forward. This time, it is LF4 going against Smart Omega, and Smart Omega taking a win. As we can see the points right now, Whoopi getting 30 on the slaves, but Risky and Tin, and as well as Itra, not too far behind, all with 28. On the other side, it's Static with a slaying game that has been put down. Not so much that they can take a lot of points and kills, but it's more of how it was ended with Smart Omega that they took that win.
Okay, I'm looking at the chat right now, and it's just hilarious. Idrasin. This is going to be Idrasin, yes, and Whoopisin. Both of them are playing. They were using the SKS, and we already know. If you guys didn't watch the World Championship, the LATAM region just absolutely destroyed the competition with all of their SKS plays, and a lot of them, Pabzera, we got Lucasin, everyone has Leosin. It's like, wow, it's just they're adapting so well from the competition, because like what you mentioned a while ago actually here was you need to join them, you know? In order to beat them, because if you're using a weapon that you know is going to help you out, then you should do it. And for LF Org, they just kind of failed to have that variety of weapons that Smart Omega actually used today.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of adapting to what is being utilized by the winning teams. I mean, those who are already winning their games at this point. But speaking of winning, it is Smart Omega right now with a 3-0, bringing down LF Org with another donut. So that will be a third donut right here at this point. So the adjustment of teams like LF Org needs to be done, especially similar to what we've seen from Smart Omega. The adjustment that they did in the gameplay, as we were talking about the world stage, it's more of emulating and then putting in a little bit of yourself into the gameplay, wherein you're comfortable to utilize that in these matches.
Yeah, it's just really important how you do use your weapons here, and how much the team chemistry, not just team chemistry, but the composition of your weapons, because you get to see teams having one using the LMG, depending on the map, of course, using the SKS, using the CBR, and even the Krig 6. And so when you see those weapons all come through, it will definitely shine, because if you are just sporting a CBR all the way through, you're going to be having a very hard time when it comes to those long-range engagements where you can't even touch the hard point. You can't even touch the control point because you're getting sniped from far, far away. And so, again, that's what LF Org probably needs, because what we saw in that control game is the fact that they can win it. They were so close to winning it. So good when it comes to even on the attack, which we already kind of knew, because they do have that experience as well. So it's just a matter of kind of changing up your compensation for the lack of weapons that you have.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I like the point that you mentioned. SMGs can only bring you up close to a certain point, and if you have been spotted by a SKS user, then you can be gunned down even before they get close to you. And the same goes with the KRM. We've seen that being utilized because of the mobility that it has to offer, the movement, and as well as the getaway. I mean, they're just weaving through all those pathways, and then they're hitting you one at a time, especially if it has been identified or your position has been identified. But not so much being seen on that control mode, but that's one utilization or one weapon that you can utilize as well. I guess that was the ideation for LF Org, getting 4 on SMG and 1 or 2 on the ARs. But again, even if you have the distance, even if you have mobility, it's not, or mobility with a SMG, you'll need to have the coverage of a sniper from what we see in the Smart Omega. But again, it is what it is. We're looking at the search and destroy highlights, and in a few we're seeing the control mode, wherein it is a complete dominance by Smart Omega at this point. But looking at LF Org, there is a chance for them to get back, and hoping that they get back on the second round of their group stage run.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they just shined as a team. The comms were good. It's just a matter of, are you going to be ending on that defense was the biggest question mark, because for LF Org, they did well to keep the ball rolling, winning that attacking side, but it's just hard to do it again at the very end. So they barely made it into that last half, and they were really just giving us a show. But obviously with Smart Omega, with the advantage of being on that defensive side first, we see it so many times where teams that are evenly matched, that if they win into that defensive side, if you're going to be ending in that defensive side, you're most likely going to be winning this matchup. But let's take a look at our MVP of the game. It's going to be Idrasin with 25 average kills. That is just insane. And an average score of 3,038. Oh my gosh. KD ratio of 2.03. Okay, I mean, this guy is just so crazy, like with the weapons that he actually masters, and we've seen it LMGs, we've seen it with the snipers, and this time it looks like the SKS is going to be his beloved, his little baby, and it actually suits his playstyle so well, because with the SKS you need to hold down a spot, you need to anchor it down, have those long angles, but at the same time you need to find a way to, just in case there's going to be players from the opposing team going out of nowhere really close, you can still get those kills. And that's why the SKS is just so overpowered. When you go in ADS in front of it, it's not going to take as much time compared to a sniper, and if you are going in for those close range engagements, it's still very doable as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's one possible. That is one reason why he got the 2 ADAs as well. But guys, we are going in for another interview. This is for Smart Omega. They got a win, but we'll have to find out a bit who is the one we are interviewing at this point, because I'm really excited to hear from them and what do they have right now in this game, Beef.
I'm excited for it. Drum roll, please. Oh man, what are you doing here? No, it's you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
I didn't realize we're gonna have 3 casters for today. How are you doing, Coach Jay?
I'm alright. You know, the boys have to get some dinner. They haven't eaten anything, so I was like, you know what? I'll just take one. I'll do it for the team. But yeah.
I have a question for you. When it comes to your team comp, because you have 2 new members going in here. Kev's been gone for a long time, and obviously we do have like one more player coming in from the opposing team, Blacklist International Ultimate 10. How is the team chemistry so far?
Team chemistry, I would say it's getting there. It's a process. I mean, it was a little bit of a bumps and roads since we only got 10 probably like last week, as far as I remember, or 2 weeks ago. But he's fitting right into the system, right on time. He's hitting that right stride at the right time. And I told him like this day one's gonna be his test. He's just really excited. He's really excited. And the one thing he kept on telling me, like, he's excited to face Blacklist. I mean, all of us are. That's the one thing we're looking for. But you know, with this group of dead against Almighty, we're ready to face everyone here, and we're just having a great time.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to have a great time right now, especially with new members in the team and those coming back as well. But I know we're going to we'll go a little bit off the script right now on the questions, because this Coach Jay that we have right here. But going back to the play style, do you think it like you're having fun with a new adjustment? How much, like, is it so much of adjustment that you need to work on a lot more after this battle that you face off against LF Org? Because I'm pretty sure yes, you got a 3-0, but I'm pretty sure you found a little bit of misses in there, mistakes from your team.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like the control is most evident. I guess it's also because of the map. Slumps is a very one-sided map. But as you can see, we lost on that defensive side in round 3. But just a little bit of little small mistakes that all piled up and turned into a big mistake. That's really what happened to us. But thankfully, my team clutched up, and you know, a lot of experience. You know, we've been rewatching that match against Tribe and Inco. You know, we've been getting a lot of information even after it happened already. So I think we were prepared for those kinds of moments.
I mean, you actually brought up a really good point. Like, you have to study your competitors in order to be good as well, especially if they did beat you. You had such an amazing run going into the World Championships, and also trying to bring that knowledge back here into the Philippines, back here into Garena. And so far, because you did finish your first game today in Garena Masters 4, which is your best game mode?
Ooh, our best game mode. I think I think we're going with control. Control is our best game mode.
It shows. It definitely shows that it's your best game mode right now, Coach Jay. Woo. But yeah, thank you so much for staying here with us. Really excited for your journey as a new team, and kind of excited what you have to offer, especially when you're going to be going up against those other teams here in the group stages as well. But yeah, thank you so much, Coach Jay. Give some love in the comment section for Coach Jay.
Bye, guys. See you guys later.
Right, there we have it. I mean, not so much of pressure from Coach Jay right there because he is used to talking to us. But I really love talking to him about a game style and also with a team. I mean, it's good that we can listen from a coach themselves because mostly as a player, as a member of a team, you have a different perspective compared to a coach. So talking to a coach in there, it's more of a all-around view of the entire team when he answers those questions.
Yeah, I mean, as a coach, you do need to be the face of your team. But you know what? Before we actually go and fangirl about all the coaches that we have here in the teams, let's take a look at the next quiz that we have here. Pop quiz for all of you students right here of Garena University. Which player is not a member in Smart Omega? Ooh, is it going to be Kevs, Rage, Tin, or Whoopi? Wow, this is very hard. We've never talked about it on the stream, so get your pen and paper. Or for you iPad kids right there, scribble it on your iPad and let us know in the comment section who you think is not a player or a member of Smart Omega.
Again, I'm loving this. I mean, this brings more of a factor of what we're talking about and also what they just watched. So hopefully they have their eyes peeled as well as their answers ready, because what you need to do is answer the question, get your OpenID, and also hashtag the pop quiz. So this is pop quiz number 2 or pop quiz 2. So don't forget all those things. OpenID is available in game. So just in case, and I'm saying just in case you're just a new fan of the game, download, install the game, and get your OpenID in there so that you can answer the questions as well, because a lot more will be happening. This is just day number 1 of the group stages, and we've already given out 2 questions. What more in upcoming days for the pop quizzes right there?
Yeah, I mean, you're ready for the challenge. Are you up for it? Get the answers ready. You're going to be getting them codes, but also wait for our very last matchup. We already have 3 down, 1 more to go, and this is where everything gets spicy because it's the battle of the rookies for our very last matchup. We got the 4S Kings versus Rao FRANIC up next for our last matchup. We'll see you in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 4 Resurgence. On the caster's desk, I am Lieutenant General Garcia. Together with me is Beef Mami, and we are off to our 4th series. So far, for the first 3 series, 3 donuts has been served, and I'm expecting not of a donut this time because this is the Battle of the Rookies, wherein we're going to see the 4 Suits King going against RAU, or RAU.
I know this is going to be an intense matchup because both of these teams want to prove that, they don't want to be that team to be donut by another rookie. So, I mean, it's understandable that you serve the donut from a very well-established team like all of the teams that we've seen here so far, but you want to put your best foot forward. And all of these rookies right now, there is a reason why they're here. We have 4 of the rookies. No, actually, I think there's only like 3 teams that are rookies here. No, 2 teams rather. I'm like thinking about it. Yeah, everyone else that played before actually have like a little bit of experience. So just the teams that we see today, they just don't have any here into the biggest stage. So I feel like for RAU versus the 4 S Kings, we actually kind of had a poll, right? Remember, gentlemen, where we kind of tried to prove who's going to be coming out on top. My pick was going to be RAU FRANIC. I believe yours is going to be the 4 Suits King, right?
Yeah, I had a 4 Suits King. I had a glimpse of their gameplay in one of the scrims that was broadcasted, and it's by the one and only Musashi AJ. So I had a glimpse of their gameplay. So I'm expecting that they can pull it out against RAU at this point. But again, I might be wrong because RAU and 4 Suits King don't have that much of. There's a pressure of the first official tournament, but there's not so much of pressure that they're going against a veteran team, and that is the way to start off this day number 1 of Garena Masters for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all down to what kind of maps you're going to be choosing for yourself and which side. Because you already know that in Control, which side you choose in is a little bit more, favorable to you. If you start on the defensive side, we keep saying it over and over again. We've been saying it ever since Control has been introduced into the game, that if you start on the defense and you are equal when it comes to that matches, I mean, with your skills, you have more of an advantage here. But we finally see a different hardpoint matchup. Raid, we've never seen this before. Raid hardpoint, what? And firing range search and destroy and standoff control. Okay, let's talk about this Raid hardpoint since we've never seen this game be played today. What are your thoughts for a lot of these teams? Because it's basically a question mark as to how their performance is. But you did mention that the Kings, you watched them before in AJ's stream. Like, how do they perform here?
Well, they understand how they can control the spawns. Hopefully they can pull it off this time, and the rotations as well. So one thing I would say for those who are playing in Raid is know the money room and also make that control of the spawns to your favor. First hill, usually it's a back and forth in terms of in the points, but we didn't see that in the first 3 matches because of how the balance is between the teams. But this time, we are looking at a trade-off from that P1, and then later on that P2 who controls that kitchen will be able to stack up on the points as well as that P3 later on. Then crossing over early rotation that needs to be done. So how they cut them off and counter that those approach will be the winner of this team. But let's check out the lineup of the 4 Suits Kings right now, and we have Coco, Nyx, Vuset, Esto, Apollo, and Chari. And these kids, I would say kids because I'm an old guy, but these guys right now will show what they have against all the teams right here who are facing them off at this point. And love Chari right now with the ears, and I will ask Chari will he got that, because I would like to get one of those, not for myself though, but for my kid.
Come on, please wear it. You're not an old guy. Don't sell yourself out. I want to see Neptune wearing those ears. Please, chat. Can you spam chat? Like, I really want Neptune to have that. Okay, we're buying one off of the internet. But okay, speaking of another of the rookies this season, we do have Rao, FRANIC, and you do have Aura, Pole, Chase, Asta, Nasty, and Tristan to represent their team. And hopefully they do have some ears as well. And for me, I chose this team because I tried to see their lineup. I think they're in the same grouping as Divinus, and Divinus actually kind of gave them the L in their particular bracket. So really interested to see how this team can compare up to 4 Suits King, because I've never seen their gameplay from both of these teams. Oh, I feel like we have a challenger here, Neptune. You get to see that lopsided Winnie the Pooh into that corner from Chase.
Yeah, I mean, Winnie the Pooh at this point, probably a shirt is being laundried at that point. So I'm wondering how much shorter it will be for that shirt, because we know how Winnie wears it.
I know, right?
But as you can see right now, I mean, I'm pretty sure these guys are stoked and hyped to go in for that fight, and expecting great battle between these two teams. So for those of you who aren't here, who might have dropped off, call back all your friends, because we are going to see Battle of the Rookies, and this is where we are going to find out which team or which rookie team will be the best against each other, and who will be taking their first loss in this game as well. I'm just crossing my fingers that it won't be a donut. Otherwise, I will be posting, I will be making a post of a
What kind of
donut
post?
stand.
No. I know what you know what you're gonna be posting, the picture with the ears. I will make sure I will find something similar to that, or I'll message the player myself. Hey, can you please send it over to me? It's just for scientific purposes and research. And now, speaking of scientific purposes and studying, you need to study this map, because so far we've seen 3 teams absolutely botch this map and not know where to go when it comes to those anchor spots and trying to dictate where they'll be spawning off to. And can I just say, what a beautiful flyover this is. Is this new? I feel like it's more cinematic than it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, you just noticed that after 4 series of.
I know, right? Sorry, I'm so distracted by everything else that we're talking about.
Anyways, we'll have to find out if there will be a different tactics right now, as both teams will be heading off onto that B1. And as we can see, it is Rao, FRANIC heading over to the laundry area, and first to step in will be 4 Suits, and Chari going in for initial slays. And not only that, Nyx as well, as they go in for the few points, and not so much of a trade-off right now, as Tristan has a control on laundry, but not so much a reversal being done, or a follow-up being done by the rest of the teammates. But there you have it, they might be able to take it over, and with 32 seconds remaining, they might be able to catch up with the 20 that the 4 Suits King has.
Wow, Coco was able to just go in from the back end, get rid of 3 players off of laundry, and was able to dictate where his team will be spawning off to. Because the reason why you want top laundry is because you're going to be set up for that kitchen control, which they actually have. But that does give the scrap points to Rao, FRANIC's side. But let's see if they're going to scramble into the next hard point, because it's going to be difficult to spawn off so far into the map. And so far, they're going to be spawning off in through mid, not too far away. Still able to contest that, and it's just so nice to see a lot of the players from 4S Kings is going to be very much, aware of where they're going to be spawning off to.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that I really noted and saw from the gameplay that they have. They understood how they can go in for that spawn and to control them to their favor. The fortunate for them, it is Rao who is just hitting them one at a time, clearing them off and spawning them from the other side. The anchor, even the anchor, has been taken down there, not in safe place, but everyone rushes into the smoke or from the smoke and has been taken down. Rao right now on a killing spree as they take a few more points against the 4 Kings.
You know what, I'm wondering whose smoke that was, because if it was 4 King smoke, then that would have not helped them out, because you should never block out your entrance if you're trying to go in there somewhere. But if it is going to be Raw FRANIC smoke, then that is a beautiful way to utilize that, because you're just stopping the push. You have more of an advantage going in there. And now we get to see a lot of the scrap points being towards to the side of Rao, and now we get to see the 4 Suits King being suited up for that next hill, which is going going to be your money room. And I mean, that's going to be really big. I mean, money hill rather. That's going to be really big for them if they're able to sustain it. And everyone else from FRANIC needs to wait for the rest of their team to go in there for the rotate.
And there we have it, a good flower right now being shown on the screen, and hopefully we can get back into the play. So far, it is a 4-6 King who has had a good start in this match, and it is a battle between me and Beef Mami at this point. But I won't take you on. I won't take you on.
Come on, equality.
There we have it. Oh, equality indeed. The scores are equal.
Yeah.
And it is a 4-suits Kings right now, moving on with 20 seconds remaining, and they have a good hold of Garage right now, crossing that 75 mark. And if this was years before, the 75 mark is already halfway through the actual end of this game. But we're targeting 250, so it's a long run for both teams, and LF Org will be getting scrap points, bringing that side a little bit closer as they go into basketball court.
It looks like Smart Omega and LF Org want to compete again here because they just love this map so much, right? So FRANIC though, doing a really good job at rotating into this hard point. I feel like they should have rotated a bit earlier into that garage side, but it's okay. They have a pretty solid hold here so far. The only thing is that everyone else from 4-suits King is going to be spawning off into the top side of the stairs, which is a little bit more favorable if you want to have a solid hold here. But so far, the one person Chase is gonna have that very solid hold here. The cat ears definitely giving him very much power.
Yeah, and that's why I want the cat ears. That I'm not quite sure, is that cat ears or mouse ears?
You know what, I don't want to assume someone's identity.
But Vuzit right now is in here. A good hold of basketball court with only a few seconds remaining. It's like the crossover onto that 100 point is easily being countered by the 4-suits right now. And I love the trade-off in terms of points. No one is getting the huge lead. No one is trailing off right now in points. It's just a balanced game between these two teams. And I would say one team sleeps up right now, that would be the determining factor. But so far, everything is fair. Everything is balanced between these two teams as they catch up on a point. And those who get a lot more towards that 250 might be getting that win.
Ooh, Oro gets really big kills using the Gravity Vortex. That's going to be clearing out the space for them to have a very solid hold here in the last hill. And they're positioned very well, winning a lot of their gunfights. It's all yellow all across the board. And I feel like for this team, they're just doing so well when it comes to the comms and not really giving up when it comes to the contest and the rotations as well. Both of these teams doing a really good job. As you can see, it's still a little bit more towards the favor of FRANIC, but we still have a long way to go. It's still very doable for 4-suits Kings to try and gather those points down, but with the score streaks and also operators being used heavily here in this hill, let's see if Rao can go in there for the defense, knowing very well that 4-suits Kings are actually well suited up with 4 operators going in for the next hill.
Yeah, I love what Paul's doing right now in there. A little bit too deep though, but has been taken down by Nyx. But that gives a little bit more time for FRANIC to get more points as well as seconds into that hill. And it is left to Nasty at this point. Now he will be taken down. 4-suits King will be taking over. And it is Rao spawning on the left side of this map. But a good control of 4-suits King right now to get all coverage, but that nade as well as combination coming from Tristan takes them down. But 4-suits King goes down in there with a few more point lead by FRANIC, and there's plenty of time left. This might be a chance for FRANIC to take that lead a little bit higher so that they can secure the win in this game.
Well, it looks like the util usage and the operator usage is really good for 4-suits Kings. They used 4 operators right there, was able to control some of it, but as the points finally trickled down just a tiny bit, that's going to be really good for them. Not only that's going to be a early rotation going into that kitchen control, so that's going to be good. We've seen it time and time again, and it looks like they're just not giving up. They have that fighting spirit, even though they were down by quite a bit of points. It's just so important that they're so smart smart when it comes to the timing into that first sub. We already know they were going to bring it out, but now we get to see a sort of a response coming in from FRANIC and finally even down when it comes to the points. It looks like player number two is going to cause some havoc here. Aro will cause so much chaos when it comes to the spawns, gets rid of two of those players as well, and everyone's trying to scramble inside into this hard point.
Yeah, Nasty right now with a good 3K against Chari and Buset, and another one, and bringing Rao in there to a lead in this point. But again, the trade-off is like something that we expected, but I would say late in this game, someone needs to take that lead. That has been done by Rao, but the comeback has been offered by 4S Kings. Now, this is Money Hill right now, wherein 4S steps in first, and a few seconds remaining for them to gather the points. It's more of how FRANIC will be taking over and occupying this area for them to gather up and crossing the 200 mark, wherein there might be no turning back in terms of this win. But there goes Sparrow hit against Buset, and everyone is scrambling back and forth. They go with the slay, but it's Nasty and Arrow right now who is taking these kills, but still Forsuit's King tries to force themselves in.
My goodness, can I just say, with FRANIC, they're so good at breaking the hill, and 4S King so good at the early rotations, but it's just anyone's ball game at this point. 185 and 168. You can see that 4S Kings is still trying to hang on, and even though they do good at those early rotations, FRANIC just uses all of their operators that were available at the time to break the hill, and it was really good. I think they only had one operator ready, but that was the biggest difference for them. And you can see that it's just so good that the early rotation is also there. Predator Missile, though, doesn't really quite get anyone, but it's a good thing that two players already from FRANIC already there down into that position. Should have probably saved that Predator Missile, knowing very well that it can be used later on in this such a momentous situation happening here. It's a very crucial situation, rather. And now, speaking of, this is when your Predator Missile could have been used and flush out all of the players here. And player number two, though, coming in from FRANIC, that's going to be Aro yet again. He's been such an essential player for his team. Goes in there for that backstab, wins that gunfight, goes in for the pinch. There you go. That's going to be FRANIC trying to go in there for that pinch, but doesn't really quite work out. Everyone else, though, spawns on top of the staircase where they need to go into a 5-man hit here.
Yeah, 5-man hit, but it will be broken up right now as they lost one, and the approach right here of this guy in 3 will be taken down as well. And there you have it. Points will be taken back by Forsuit's King once again, but Chase going in for the rush. Unfortunately for him, it's Chari in the lockers who's just waiting for him, but Heady being utilized by Arrow, but not so much. Utilize that well as they prepare for this next hill. It is now a lead by Forsuit's King that can be turned around that quickly by FRANIC as they head into the early rotation. It is Nasty right now who's stepping in, who will be followed by Arrow at some point, but will they be able to survive, especially with the pinch being done from 3 sides of this square garden?
Oh, those are really big kills, late kills going in from 4S Kings. There were 4 kills that I really just want to give attention to. That was going to be Apollo with a big 2K off of Kitchen. Big Preddy also for their team, but unfortunately for them was not able to sustain, but still very much anyone's ball game as Nasty brings out that claw. You can see that FRANIC actually has a little bit more util to play with and try to just seal the deal here with just 12 points remaining, 22 seconds left on the clock. A full push coming in through staircase. It looks like it's going to be really difficult because they do have so much more of an advantage here. Only one player left. That's going to be Pole trying to go in there with a 35k CBR in hand. 2 more seconds left, and there you go. No contest. A very close round up against these two rookies, but FRANIC comes in on top because of how well they go in there for the contest. They break inside so well. The only thing that they need to work on is that rotation, which I think 4S Kings has, but I feel like when it comes to the gunfights, FRANIC just outshines them.
Yeah, exactly. At some point from that the P3 as well as the final hill, they were able to catch up in the points, and I can't help it. I mean, they were fist bumping into the camera, and I can't help myself but to fist bump back because they did a great job in here. When we're expecting a back and forth into the points, they just found their way so that they can take a lead and like carry it over because they got a lead earlier on into the I would say mid of the game, but it was taken back by Four Suits King. But it's more of how they control their utilities so that to their advantage, so that they can take a few more leads, especially on that central garden. But well, even if it's a back and forth, at some point someone will be getting close to that 250, and it is Ralph FRANIC who did that in a convincing manner. That will be left to be seen if Search and Destroy is still their game, or Four Suits Kings might be taking another point back against these teams.
And that's going to be really important for Forest Kings. Knowing that it was such a close game, that it wasn't so lopsided, and we kind of expected for these two rookies. So I feel like for SND, this is probably the point where they can go and make that point count, because you already know that they can probably win it. But the thing is, though, the fact that they got a lot of the points just because they brought out 4 different operators. It took 4 operators to stop Ralph FRANIC in that first hard point in that reset. So I feel like that's a really big indication, because you can see on the left side, yes, you can see it's pretty even when it comes to that points, but Nasty with 2 minutes on the clock just really knows that it's going to be important for him to not only slay but also get the points down. But even on the other side, you have Vuzet getting 25 and also 2 minutes and 20 seconds. It's like you're thinking, where did it kind of go wrong, right? Because for 4S, they did so well when it comes to those rotations, but it took them their operators to just bring down Rao. But for Rao, on the other hand, they didn't have to do 4 operators. They could just win it when it comes to pure gunfights, and also the timing of those gunfights. I feel like for 4S, they just need to play out the timing of their utils well.
Exactly. I mean, timing is key, even with the score streaks and the utilization of equipments that you have, the operator skills as well. So, well, as we complete that first game between these two teams in the first series, 223 against 250, not so much of a lead. It's more of Ralph FRANIC taking advantage of their utilities, as well as, like, I think it was a lost rotation by the Four Suits Kings that brought them, like, not even being able to recover from those points earlier on, or from the latter part of the game. Thus, they have lost this match. But Search and Destroy is a different story. Firing range this time. Now, this is the first time we are going to see firing range in Green Masters 4, and well, we'll have to find out which team will be bringing out their A game in here, especially with a sniper wherein it can be used, especially on that long A and even mid area, as well as how can they rotate for that approach in this Search and Destroy match.
Yeah, I feel like they just need to bring out all the big guns here, because they knew that it was just a matter of the timing of their score streaks was the lopsided feature, because everything else seems to be very equal. The slaying power and also the time on the hill, it's just a matter of timing, and this is where timing matters the most as well. Maybe their timing when it comes to score streaks is the problem here, and it's a good thing for Search and Destroy. You don't have to worry about that. And so now the timing of where you're going to be positioning yourself is going to be very important. In firing range, you need to have good snipers here, because obviously you have really long sight lines, especially going in through mid. Even every single lane is going to be covered. That's why people like to use firing range, because it's so equal. You have your close range and trailer, you have your close range here in top 10 and in 10 in general and American, but you also have really long sight lines. And so for you to know that, okay, let's see, how many snipers are each team going to have? Who is going to be the sniper on top? That was always going to be the question in Search and Destroy. Who can give that information to your team and eventually go in for the push if you are going on the offensive side?
Yeah, I mean, it's more of the initiation of the snipers that really change a game in Search and Destroy. And that is why the snipers from, like, the teams before, the teams that we've seen in the first matches, really changed the game. Like, their initiation of the fight and the more kills that they have and survivability that they can offer in this game. But one thing I'm looking forward for in this game is, even if you're a sniper, how flexible are you to be left alone, or probably not alone, but left with a usage of a different weapon so that you can go and clutch a game or probably make a win for that game, even if you are the only one left on the snipe. So we'll have to find out as we go in onto the search and destroy early frag right now. Paul taking out Nyx into the battle.
And that's going to be really big kills coming in from FRANIC. I mean, it's just they're not frantic at all. You can see how collected that they actually are. And so for those big kills, they are able to kind of just back off a little bit. They're not overly aggressing. That is a good sign of a good team. And now we finally get to see Cherry. That's going to be that first pick off of 4S Kings. And again, one more kill for them. 2 players going down. And speaking of one more, Nasty, just Nasty with those shots down. And this guy is just good. Look at that laugh that he's having on the screen. Oh my goodness. That's going to be really big kills for them. 2 players coming in from Rao looking like they're just so comfortable in this game. Paul having that 3K and Nasty having that too.
Yeah, I mean, I was just surprised on how quickly they, like, Four Suits King has been taken down. Probably it's the spread that they have right now, and they are out in the open. Rao right there, going in for quick slays with a good trade off. Will be in there, taking 2 down from Rao. Here comes Nyx, butt backstab, unanticipated by Auro. And there goes Chari for the take back. It is now a 1v1, and Chari going against Tristan. Chari still has no idea that he's on the left-hand side. There goes the side. A little bit too close. Backstab, only a few HP, but Chari takes him down.
What play was that, Rao? Come on, man. The bomb holder went all the way in through tin. I mean, I just don't get why you have to do that, because once the bomb is down, your whole team is going to have to make a play around that. And it's so difficult to have a comeback, especially when the bomb is going to go down. And so I feel like they were trying to play around a little bit in that round. They were going so aggressive and just really off course that it just kind of gave them a little bit of a hard time. But Paul getting that very big nade kill, that's going to be really big. They finally go in there for a slower approach, but Nyx gets a nade kill of his own, gets rid of Nasty. What a nasty nade shot right there. And Apollo has his sights down over there. And speaking of the man himself, Chase goes down. And now, as frantic Rao is going to be right now, they need to be collected, because at this point, they need to snipe it out. Nyx gets that kill. A 2v4 situation. And I feel like playing around in that second round is just not going to give you any kind of advantages whatsoever in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, there's no time to play around unless you're confident or you have a huge lead that you can risk 1 point. But in a battle just like this, wherein it's balanced between 2 teams in terms of points, you need to be serious. And they are serious at this point. It is Coco going in for the slay against Paul and Aura right now. There's no Aura for him, left for him, as we have 4 on the other side for the 4 suits, but there goes the takedown against Coco and Arrow. Hopefully he's not out in the open. That can be spotted by the 4 suits Kings.
He needs to go and reposition himself, and unfortunately Chari is going to be right there for the trade. 2-1 is going to be your score line right now, and you can see that with I was going to say frantic. With Rao, FRANIC was a little bit frantic in that particular round, and they need to stop that sniper going in from American. It's just they need to smoke it out, use that util, that information. Even though they were going in there a little bit more slowly, they just didn't have any response whatsoever to that snipe. That just gave them so much of trouble. And now, speaking of, we got 3 players trying to go and guard that ace site. 1 person trying to possibly go in for the flank. Tristan gets that opening pick. Paul as well. And now they're finally getting a lot of these kills. Nyx, which had a really big kill a while ago, is possible to get another kill. 2 to his name in this round so far.
Yeah, Nyx right now really comfortable in the white warehouse, but not so much. Tristan takes him down. Auro with the double in there. Coco is the last one being taken down. Auro tries to go for the quick scope, and Chari managed to get away. And Chari on a 1v3 situation. Bomb is going down for the plan, and he needs to rush before he goes for the rush. But there goes Chase, and that was a good 180 in there coming from Chase. Unfortunate for the cameraman, he wasn't able to see that 180 swoop. against Achari, but there goes the 2 points from both sides. It is balance between these two teams. Again, another cliffhanger as to who's going to win this game, though it's a little bit early, but the trade of back and forth in points will really show that it is fair between these two teams.
Oh, that was so good. That misdirection coming in from FRANIC. They threw a nade into Bravo, basically making 4S Kings think that they're going to go for that Bravo push, but no, they actually don't go, and they go for the Alpha, but Apollo yet again is always going to be that stopping force coming in for 4S Kings, and even though it was such a good play coming in from FRANIC, trying to go in there for that misdirection, it just doesn't work out as one person makes a huge difference for 4S Kings, and now as we can see, they're trying to figure out where they're going to be going. It's a 4v3 situation, still very doable for FRANIC to try and get a pick off of 4S Kings. They're going to be slowing things down, spread out. But player number 1, that's going to be Paul, going in there for that back around backstab. That's going to be huge. And Paul finishes the job. That's going to be essential for him. But unfortunately, while he was traversing around, everyone else in his team dropped. And that was a valiant effort. I feel like that was a good way to go and backstab, but everyone else in his team probably needed to stay put while he was going in there around, because that was a really good play. He was going around and everyone else was doing 1v1 situations, but again, good on paper, but unfortunately for them was not able to execute.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go 1v1 on a 3v4 because at some point the odds and evens will catch up to you, and that is what they need to think about next time they are in that situation. This time 3v4 once again. Chase takes down Cherry into the process, and Chase is just waiting for someone to peek in before they go in for the rush. But I think Nasty has already been spotted, and it is Bullset who will be taking him down. Chase right now onto the rush, missing that opportunity for the hit, and Bullset will just slide in onto one side. There goes the spot, and Tristan takes him down. 1v1 situation. It is Apollo and Tristan. Long distance battle might be happening at this point as Apollo pulls out from the other side, and there goes a bomb being taken by Tristan. Bravo plant is possible, but with the weight, he misses that opportunity for the weight down on that opening. But Apollo is moving a little bit closer into the target. Hopefully he will not be caught off guard with the position that he has, especially as they have the CBR on him.
CBR on hand, that is a good weapon to pick up because you are dealing with the Bravo site. And speaking of, he does not get the kill! And even though he did have that Peeker's advantage, the Krieg 6, good on Tristan's hand. And again, we're even down when it comes to the points. And Apollo, that was a valiant effort for you. But, I mean, with Bravo, it's just so hard to snipe here because of the corners that you actually have. So, that was a really good fight. I mean, good thing. I feel like for FRANIC, they probably should have committed into Bravo a little bit longer. And leaving those two people on the flank is probably not the gameplay for you. Nasty gets one. Oro gets one as well. Nick's going for the trade. And Apollo will even it out when it comes to the numbers. Paul is just so fast over here into that A site. Everyone else coming in from Rao, trying to go in there for that rotation. But also a Frantic Kings are also going to be there as Chase chasing down his food is going to be a predator in the sky as 3 players from FRANIC just searching for the last remaining member of the Kings.
Yeah, it's a 1v3 situation, and the Nyx, the nymph of the night. We'll see how well can he go into the darkness, and there goes a takedown against Paul, but Tristan is waiting, peeking out from that window, bringing the scores to their favor. It's now a 3v4, and FRANIC is on their way. They are still the defender side at this point, and they are doing well and defensively.
Yeah, the defensive side is doing a great job for them. It's going to be a possible Bravo hit. Looks like they're just going to be getting that information first, though, before they are going to commit to a site. Although that one person is going to be pushed off pretty aggressively, that's going to be Paul. And you already know that this guy can be really aggressive, but also can go in there for the backstab. Pretty evened out here when it comes to the split, 2-1-2 split, where you get to see really good angles being covered by Rao. As Paul goes in there aggressively, gets a big opening kill, gets rid of Apollo, the most important player right now coming in for 4S. No information to them whatsoever. He repositions himself as everyone else is trying to go in for Paul. Doesn't really quite get that information down as Paul gets 2, but does get traded out. Aura almost gets that kill off that wallbang though.
Yeah, I mean, Paul right now, a little bit too deep and aggressive, but still managed to survive and takes down two. And that is a game changer at this point. But unfortunate for them, it has been traded off right now and going to the favor of Four Suits King. It's Cherry who changed the game, taking down Chase, wherein it could have been taken advantage by Ralph FRANIC already from that get-go, from that fight, from get-go that Paul already brushes in. But as you can see, Cherry has a good side, but misses that angle. Tristan takes him down. It's now a 2v2 situation. Vuset still has a bomb, but there goes a take back of one nasty by Vuset. 1v3 situation or 1v2 situation, and Tristan is left alone. Going in for a solo rush against two members. Not so much of information, but the plan has been done, and Vuset finish him off.
That was a good play of a smoke there, and a really good play, knowing very well that was at least the one person off of that Bravo site went in there for the fast rotation. The pinch could have actually happened if that player from Ralph FRANIC pinched with his teammate as well, because we saw that he actually lost that gunfight, and that was going to be really important. But there you go, really good, smart, quick thinking coming in from 4S Kings, and then yet again, we are 4-4 into the scoreboard. Looks like a possible overtime here in this game, and I'm pretty excited to see it. I'm finally seeing an overtime and not a lopsided game here.
Yeah, I mean, this like again, this is something that we were expecting between these two teams, and it might be like brought in a little bit longer into this match. There you have it, the takedown by Auro against Apollo, and at this point, it is still anyone. They need to get 2 points ahead of the opponent for them to take the win, but we'll have to find out as no, they need to get to 7 for them to get the win. And Outer right now going in for that takedown against Coco. Vuset going in for a double. Paul and Nasty has been taken down. Another one auditioning for the battle, but misses. It hits the bottom frame, and that was a disappointing peak. And still 3v3 on the situation.
3v3 down. Still very doable for the plant, as there's a lot of time left, and Nick spots one. Does get tagged too as well, so he's going to be in a little bit of trouble, but that is information to his team. We're still evened out with the numbers. As we need to see this one player, we need to see Chase to just slow things down, and he did not wait for his teammate in for the pinch. And that's probably one of the things that we kind of saw Ralph FRANIC kind of lack here, is just to wait for your teammates to just reposition yourself. So Nick's definitely able to get those two in a very essential part of the game. The timing going to be really good for them. 2v1 though, it's going to be very difficult for a guy like Aura to try and get. He needs to get a pick off this sniper. China goes in there for that information. None so far. They know very well it's that sniper left. They are playing the corners right, taking it to their advantage as he goes in, tries to go in for the corner, and does not win it, as Cherry with the CBR will most likely win it when it comes to those close range engagements. And what a good play coming in from the Kings. And obviously with Nick's down, he's just so good when it comes to the predictions and the control, the patience that this player has.
Yeah, Four Suits Kings right now just played that like a fiddle. They waited for the time to run down or the patience to be over for Ralph FRANIC, and that at some point will be lost. If you lost your patience, even with the time that you have remaining, then you will be at loss, especially in the mental side. Now we'll have to find out if they can bring it back 1 more point, bringing it to a 5-5 in the scores, or will it be Four Suits King who will be taking the 2 lead after a trail of rounds wherein it was just a trade-off of point. Polo right now still not getting information, but we are still not going to see any slays as well on the other side. So they're just taking their time as well. And I was talking about time and patience, and this is the longest initiation of this Search and Destroy series. And there you go, finally spotted, and the fight is now starting. It is very close for those into the white warehouse right now, but there goes Rao. It taken down by Vuset with that jump. Chase trades it off against Nyx, and it is now 4v4.
I mean, player number 3, where are you going? Chase, you're going the other way around. going for the pinch. Everyone else in your team is going in for a gunfight here. They need you. We keep seeing plays like this today where you had a really good position to go in there for the flank and not able to utilize that. But good thing for him, his teammates are winning the gunfights here.
Yeah.
He finally gets in for the reposition. Bomb's gonna be down, so Apollo's in a world of trouble here. He'll be greeted by how many plays? 3 of them. The one goes in for the chase. It's gonna be Chase. Goes in there for that kill, and there you go. And whoo, here we go again. And we see the overtime right in the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting close to that overtime. 5-5 right now. And yeah, the one team will be taking a lead. The other one takes it back. I'm pretty sure this fair game has to end at some point, but just in case it doesn't, it will depend on how long you can stay with this kind of battle. There goes Tristan right now going for the fight, but will not be taking down anyone. Coco is the one who takes him down, and Chase and Paul respond, but Nyx takes down Chase in the process. 2v3 that quick after that initial engagement.
Blitz play not really going to the favor of the 4S Kings right now. 3v2 situation though, still very doable as Coco even things out. And that's going to be really big for him. And speaking of Coco, the man himself, that's going to be really big kills, but still frantic as to trying to figure out where the other player is going to be. They finally spot him. They're just trying to get in for that information, but Paul is going to be very, very sneaky. He'll be patiently waiting. Here's that information down, stops the plant, but Coco yet again with the backup, and they are 1 up. They're at match point, and we're fine. It was actually a good way to kind of stop it, but I feel like it was just a way too chaotic for my taste.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, for the final moment, one guy really has to be a bait. And Coco is really in a roll. Does he had one? Like, I think that was I forgot who was that, but one guy really draw the shorter end of the straw because Coco wants a few more of the kills to himself. But that is one game, 1 point that they are taking advantage of, and Vuset and the 4 Suits King have that momentum already, and this might be the first 2-point lead that we are going to see after 12 rounds. Tristan right now will be left solo, missing all those shots, and Apollo with a snipe in there with his slide. There you have it, first to 7, reach first by the 4 Suits King.
Hey, no donuts for today, no sir.
Yippee!
In the battle of the rookies. And that's going to be really impressive for S Kings, even though they were kind of struggling as well in the beginning. I feel like Apollo really heated up so much. Nyx as well had a phenomenal run. And Chari, obviously, he had so much kills as well, and looking like his dreams of possibly getting into the big leagues, this team rather, is going to be right there. Looking like S&D might be their game, and it just makes you think, like with FRANIC, them kind of possibly not doing well in that second round could have been like the biggest difference for them, right? Remember when they just went in there, guns a-blazing, not looking at their corners, and if the bomb being so far away, it's just, I don't know, it's like it could have been their win here. Instead, we are at a 1-1 with Chari. Hey, there you go, with 12 kills to his name. Right beside him, though, is going to be Paul, where he's going to be really aggressive, getting a lot of those kills down.
Yeah, definitely getting that ear buff coming from Chari. So wait for it, guys. Wait for it. But anyways, I mean, this is a good start for this. There's no donut to this game. It's now left to a combination of Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, where both teams really popped off in this series. So it's up to who or which team has a better control of the situation, and no pun intended. It's more of because like we keep saying, control is a combination of both of the first few or the first couple of modes. So how can they control the lives that they have, as well as their position, their spawn, so that they can take advantage? Slaying power for Suits King has that, and with the rotation that we've seen earlier and utilization of the utilization of score streaks and operator skills, FRANIC has that as well for the first match. So who will be taking that first initiative, and as well as who can reverse the defense-oriented side of control from this two rookie team. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, me too. It's just everyone needs to step up when it comes to Rao FRANIC, because Nasty having that 3 kills, he looks like he had a difficult time. Maybe search and destroy is not really his strong suit. So maybe he can go in for those kills here and standoff control. But you already know how hard that Bravo flag is when it comes to that control game, because of how hard it is to actually enter this side. There's only 2 ways that you can enter, and so the defense definitely has an easier time towards this one. It usually ends up being a team deathmatch afterwards, but we get to see it. Special Force, let's see who will actually be on the defensive side. That will usually dictate who the winner of the matchup will be. And with a close match like this, you get to see the points. This is the closest we've had the whole day. 223 and 250 in hardpoint rate, 7 and 5 in firing range search and destroy. And this is probably one of the things where it'll be probably close as well here in standoff control. Kind of similar to what we saw a while ago in that smart Omega game up against that LF org. It's going to be really tight, but who is going to be that defense will be having an advantage towards winning this particular match. But I am happy to see that we don't have a donut anymore. This is a really interesting competition because you get to see all of these unknowns basically trying to make a name for themselves, and definitely both of these teams just made their names known to everyone watching here on the stream.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is how they're feeling right now. And hopefully the support of those watching will be shown in there in the comment section as well, so that we can, or the teams can feel it as well, because they really need that. I mean, being in here, seeing all those, like the first 3 series, if I am the one in here you're playing competitively, seeing the first 3 series where in one team always goes down at 3-0, it gives a lot of I would say pressure for both of these rookie teams. And even if they are fighting a rookie as well, they still have that pressure on them. Thus, I'm really happy to have 1 point for both sides. But this is where everything is on the, well, not yet everything, but a lot is on the line, because one of these teams will take a lead against each other in this day number 1, or their way into that top 2 for each group. So looking forward to how this is ending and how close will it be between these 2 teams.
And also, I want to hear like how their plays are going to be. Like, I'm really curious how their comms for both of these teams. I want to hear them.
Yeah.
Like at one point in this competition, I wish we also will have that listen in at some point. But yeah, right, it would be interesting. And so I'm kind of assuming that this is probably going to be an SKS to be used here, because this map is just perfect for that, especially in this game mode. And so we get to see the defense is actually going to be in 4S King, so that will give Rao a little bit of a harder time when it comes to going in there for the objective.
Yeah, I think we also have Tristan in here utilizing, so it is quite balanced between these 2 teams. I'm looking at what they have in the weaponry, and it is pretty much the same. So far 26-25 in the points. Alpha slowly being taken by Rao FRANIC, and continuing onto that second tick. There goes Paul for the takedown against Chari, and 3 members will be rushing in onto that Alpha side. Auro, on the other hand, potential backstab. There goes the hit. It is Tristan who beats him to it. Coco for a double, and still the back and forth in terms of slays is there, but giving advantage to Rao FRANIC, taking 2 ticks on that A.
Now this is going to be difficult because Coco is going to be there for that spawn trap, but then they are very much aware that he's going to be there. And there you go. Auro's going to be taking care of that situation, and as the 3rd tick of progress finally ensues, they need to find a way to funnel in through Bravo right now. And they are going to be spawning off in through, they're going to be positioned well in through Granny, where a lot of the players from 4S Kings are actually going to be getting a lot of the gunfights, but Rao's actually winning a lot of them, so that's going to be really good. Even the lives, it's going to be for Rao's favor. That's going to be really good for them as well. And so if you're going to be 4S Kings, you just need to stay put, because they're going to go to you. They're just going off trying to find those kills, but eventually Rao FRANIC needs to go into that Bravo site, and you're just giving them away like a lot of these kills already so far.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to them, and that is what they're just laying out into this battlefield. Rao FRANIC with only 1 minute remaining. They still have a lead in terms of life, but Four Suits Kings, not quite sure what the plan is. They need to, as he mentioned, be steady and wait for them to rush in. But that is not happening. They are on the hunt and they are the ones in defense. And they are dwindling their lives down to 5 right now as FRANIC has a 4 live lead against them. Apollo for good backstab. But will that be enough for them to come back? It is a 3-7 onto lives, and it is a 4 Suits King who needs to be careful out in the open. Nix in there in the middle of everyone else. Finally, the standoff is in here. It is Paul who missed, or Apollo missing that opportunity. It's now left to 1 right now, and there goes the takedown. 1 point goes to FRANIC.
I mean, this is the price you pay for going in there for the hunt, knowing very well that the numbers aren't going to be in your favor. You make them come to you. This is control. You're on defense. Why are you as if you're attacking and trying to go in there for the spawn trap? You don't always have to go for that spawn trap, but there you go. Vuzet getting that beautiful double with that single nade is going to be huge for them. And now they're going to be on the attacking side, but also Rao goes in there for the trades as well. So far, it's still going to be interesting how they're going to try and get those spawns down, because so far it's going to be Tristan going in there for that spawn trap. Everyone else, though, knows very well that he's going to stay right there.
Yeah, he's going to stay right there, but he will be taken down right now. It's up to Chase to continue on, and probably a backstab. One goes down, another goes down, and Chase will be holding that off. And will he be able to stronghold this spawn at this point? Chase being taken down in there by Nix in that peak, but Auro trades off that position, and still it continues. It might be a little too late, but advantage has already been taken, and all utilities, especially the claw, is being utilized by FRANIC at this point. But unfortunate for them, they're still down in the life department. So I'm quite surprised how the rest of those who are not guarding this area is going down one at a time, wherein they have the spawn trap capability, but no backup is happening onto the other side. Does that one capture will be done in here by 4 Suits King.
I mean, I feel like they're spawn trapping in the same area. That's going to be by Tractor side. And for as Kings, you already know that there's going to be players there. They tried to do it twice, FRANIC, in that particular side. And now A is going to be captured with a really huge life lead, 2 times the amount for 4S Kings. And they also have a pretty solid hold. So I feel like both of these teams are just so frantic when it comes to the attacking side. Like, hello? Can you defend the flag? Defend Bravo? Why are you still trying to go for their spawns? Like, you're just giving it away for free, and now just 2 left. And I mean, this is what you get for trying to be overly aggressive on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for a good offensive approach, but not risking their defensive side. Because so far, a lot of teams, like both these teams, have been winning on the defense, and like they're lacking. They're losing on the defense. They're lacking on the defense and the offense side, and that's how we're looking for. Yes, you need to be well in offensive side without the risk of the defense being being let go that quickly, but we'll have to find out. Probably it's just a fluke. Probably it's something that like confusion, especially with the pressure that they have in this game. Tristan right now, good position with this sight from the Tractors. Paul, on the other hand, goes in for the rotation, and huge lead by FRANIC as they go in for the alpha as well.
And I feel like it was Paul and his kill off of Vuzet. Just getting rid of that operator was just so huge. He wasn't able to even utilize it at all. And also with Tristan having a really good heady by that Tractor, getting rid of everyone else that's actually coming off of B. And that's going to be really good plays coming off of Granny. The defense is just so strong from this attacking round, which is so hilarious to me. It's like they're playing this as if it was they're on the defensive side. But finally, they are going in for that alpha flag. flag, trying to get all of those points with FRANIC still up when it comes to the lives. And looks like these teams really love being on the attack. You know, just forget what I said. I guess who starts on the attack is going to have a better time here. Just putting all of that down, being the logic of the defense here. We're throwing that out of the window. But finally, we get to see a more defensive 4S Kings here. Okay, come on, come to us.
Yeah. I mean, there you have it. We have this guy in 2. This is boosted right now. Good slide in there to follow up on the kill by Boosted. And this is just a chance for 4S Kings to bring down the life points of FRANIC. And, well, again, I mean, I guess they have the same ideation wherein they need to break the concept that Control is a defense-oriented game, but they're just going in for attack most of the time. Even with the 4 suits King right now who keep rushing and rushing, losing that idea that they still need to go for the defense, wait for them in Bravo, and hit them one at a time. It's just not happening. The point will be going for FRANIC from this game.
Who really is the attack here? Who is on the attack? It's just like that is the question for this whole game for both of these teams. And now they're finally getting that tick of progress into Bravo. Apollo gets 1. 1v6 is gonna happen here, but too much. He is overwhelmed with the numbers, and the lead finally goes into FRANIC. Just one more under their belt. But the question here is, can any of these teams win on the defensive side? Woo!
Well, I guess the question has been like they're answering to my question for the start of this game. Who can win the attacking side? And both teams are winning. But I'm not expecting that they can let go of the defensive side that easily. So probably they practice so much that they can turn it around on the attacking side, and either way they can take that advantage. But they just need to think it over. They need to focus on defensive as well when you're in the defense, and not just win when you're on the offense. But balance once again between these two teams as we wait as the step in onto those points happen, because nothing's happening right now. Probably coming from 4 suits as they step in onto that hotel yard, but it is Tristan who's guarding it really dear and is trying to stop anyone in his heels, and there goes Buzit being taken down. No ticks happening just yet on that Alpha.
Alpha, no ticks of progress yet. Looks like a Bravo hit might actually be 1, but only 1 player is going to be right there. Can be greeted by 2 of these players as well. Cherry, though, really big nade hits. Oh, Nyx
nice.
Wins really big essential kills right there with the claw. That's going to be really big for him. Not just that, it also is available for the score streaks down. He does step aside just a little bit, but he was doing so well in that Bravo, and then he had to step out. So, I mean, he just wanted to defend that hill so well. But unfortunately for him, the backup from his team is not going to be there. But ticks of progress into Bravo. That's going to be huge. And now for Alpha, it's going to be taken out. Alpha's going to be captured. Everything when it comes to the kill feed, though, the kills are going to be quite equal. Just 2 in their name. And now, FRANIC just needs to do is to just chill and let them go to you.
Yeah, they just need to wait it out, and guess Paul have that idea. Hopefully he doesn't step out in there for that statues, but there goes the takedown from behind. Chase on the other hand responded against Coco, but there goes Bravo being let go once again by FRANIC, and takeover is in there, not only with a capture but also with the lives. Only 1 remaining, but with only a few seconds, it's either the life or the capture will be done. We're tied to 2.
Hey, I mean, guess what for FRANIC? They're ending it on the attack. I never thought I would actually say this, but hey, they have more of an advantage here on the attacking side. And you know what? I guess if you are going up against a team that also wants to go at it on the attack, they might as well play their game as well. Win on the attack. Because so far, none of these teams have won on the attack. So I guess whoever is going to be the best attack-sided team will actually have 2 points in this competition. And so far, we are going to see an early push out from 4S Kings, trying to go in there for the defense at Granny. FRANIC, on the other hand, goes in for more of a backsided push here. I feel like there's going to be a lot more players funneling down through here. Now, speaking of, they do win those gunfights here in back alley, and I feel like it's a different approach coming in from FRANIC, that even though they're on the offensive side, they're kind of slowing things down a bit. They're taking their gunfights a little bit more easy, and they're just doing it one by one step at a time, which is something that I'd like to see here from this control game.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have, like, they're reading the same idea as I have. If it has been rolling over that the attack is winning for 4 rounds already, if in case, and I'm just talking about if in case Force Mix King like change it up last minute, they might be caught in their like with their pants down, thinking that still attackers who will win. Thus, FRANIC is being cautious not to be caught in that trap that might be triggered by the Force Mix Kings. And as you can see, it is the lives who is balanced. Captures not really going all in into one side, is just going one tick after the other, and the backup has been consistent from both sides as well. There goes Alpha right now being open for the second tick capture, and only one on the defensive side. But as you can see, a lot will be happening from the bottom side as they spawn. But I think a spawn trap will be triggered by FRANIC in here. That didn't work though. It is still a double capture being done from both sides by FRANIC, and it is left to where can Four Suits King defend well, because this might be the end at this game after a few seconds.
This is so good from FRANIC. They were basically splitting up the team, trying to go in for both of those sides, and they were winning all of their individual gunfights. And that's the reason why there's only one more tick of progress in for Bravo. This is the best case scenario that you can actually have. 9-2 is going to be your life count. Not just that, we get to see Nasty with a claw. The defense is going to be strong. Not only that, Tristan also has another to play with, but Apollo. Oh, and Nyx also have a claw. But obviously, it's not going to be enough as FRANIC with 3 wins here, the 2 up against the 4S Kings. But oh my gosh, the attack sides, they're really good at the attack, okay? I mean, they're so good, both of these teams. But again, the defense needs some work here, y'all, because if you're going up against any other team that will actually be good on defense, it'll be difficult for you to win that control. But valiant effort for you, FRANIC, because number one, I rooted for you when we had the caster kind of prediction, right? So far, so good. I got like, I think the only thing that was off for me was the Divinus game, but hey, that was for me having a shot in the dark.
Well, the thing is, I won't be complaining anymore about the attacker wins, because again, that was a question that I laid out at the start of this game. Which of this team will be taking the attacker win? And not thinking that it's a defense oriented. I guess they answered that. Both teams did. Like, both teams just taking the offensive win. And I can say it's a good practice to start off like this, but hopefully towards the upcoming days, they don't forget the basic idea of control, or the basic concept of how winning conditions in control happen, so that they can focus on the defensive side as well when needed, or most of the time it's needed, but they need to focus on that as well, not just letting go and thinking that once you're in the attack, you're the ones who need to win, or you're going to win.
That is such a good point. It's like you need to figure out when to be defensive, when to be a little bit more passive when it comes to your plays. And I feel like we saw that from Rao a while ago in that S&D game where they're so aggressive, where you kind of just say, hey, slow things down just a tiny bit. And for this one, we kind of saw both of these teams just trying to dictate the pace for each other. And it's just no one was backing down when it comes to the attack. Everything was just so aggressive. And this is for Rao, though. I feel like, I mean, actually for both of these teams, if you're going up against another team that's really good on the defense and that's how they play control, I'm curious if they can actually keep up with that, because okay, you already know they might win when it comes to the attack because the other team is also on attack mode on defense. But if you're going up against a team like, let's say, Blacklist International, or let's even SKADI, where okay, they can play defense well. I don't know if they could win the attack because the other team is doing defense well. So I feel like that is a question that will be answered another day. But again, congratulations for FRANIC for having those 2 points. And again, really good effort from Kings, bringing it down to almost an overtime here in firing range.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very close fight right here between these two teams. And going back to your question, I guess that the answer should be it depends on where you're starting. If you're starting on the attacking side, yes, you can be attack oriented, and then catch up later on once it's favorable to you to go and take a point on the defensive, or play the mind games. That's what I'm thinking earlier, that both these teams might be going in attack, and then later on just turn it off. We're going to be strong on defensive, tricking you to go in, just falling to our traps. But that it didn't happen for the sides. I would say for both sides. So hopefully it will be a lesson learned, and hopefully they'll be listening as well to what we're saying, because a lot can. It's not that we know the best, but we can see a few of the flaws with that plan. And you had a good point as well, but that if they went against a team like Blacklist Ultimate or Smart Omega, will it still work? And hopefully they have that in mind.
Yeah, hopefully there's going to be an adjustment for both of these teams once they do go in head-to-head against the other teams for the whole competition, because it is just day number 1. So let's see how fantastic they can be and the changes that we actually get to see, the growth for a lot of these rookies. And even for the teams that were invited here today, we would still see growth, because there's no one perfect team. It's just who is going to adjust well into whoever they're going to be competing with. And so I feel like for RAW, they adjusted very well up against the 4 Kings, knowing very well that they will also be aggressive, so they knew that. And there was I feel like for 4 Kings, they probably should have just stayed put into that defensive side and adjusted very well. So both of these teams need to know how to their opponent, because so in the game, I feel like for RAW, they could have easily won it as well. I mean, it's a close fight, right? All the I feel like it's because it's just so, they're butting heads right now. So I feel like to wait it out, think about what step would.
Yeah, still kudos to both teams right now who brought out a different result or expectation into this game. And well, it's a good thing that we didn't get 4 donuts at this point. And thanks to Four Suits Kings and FRANIC, we are seeing a balanced team or a balanced matchup in this game. Hopefully you get points or pointers from what we mentioned can be a winning factor for you, that you didn't do that well. But as we go for the MVP of the game, it is Tristan right now. Average kill of 24, average death of 11, 24.5 on average assist, 32-35 on his scores, and 1.47 on a KD ratio. And we've seen this guy with good positioning, not only in that control mode, but also in search and destroy. So Tristan will be the MVP of this game. But I would say all individual players from both teams did well in this game. It's like even for the final match, for the side of RAW, Chase had a lot of slays and points as well. It's just that Tristan did a little bit more better in most of these matches between Four Suits Kings.
It's like important that should know, like one choice is you need to be very with what, because so far you saw 2 players right now be MVP. They are very much comfortable with using the SKS, and you see how powerful this weapon will be in the hand field. We had Hydra a while ago, and he rocked a 40 bomb in hard, and now we get also as well SKS in this control matchup with having like how many kills? He had like 30 some already. His
29, I think.
29, I think he ended it with 29. I'm not quite sure if he had 30 dubs. So very important that the meta of the game. The CBR is going to be like one of your top SM. You also know the dive of your weapon. SK, you do not want that weapon because of how good it actually is. You get to see it right now, of like proof to we need to change our game. And yes, we actually SKADI go as well. I think of who used it for but changed it to I'm not quite sure, but knowing the if they're going to be all TBRs, we talked a while ago, the gun comps is just so important. Up against like such a this season is definitely one of the most balanced. So there's so many weapons compared to the past year. It's just so impressive how these actually play it.
Exactly. I mean, it gives us more focus on the weapon comp for these teams, and not just focus on like there was an instance wherein a whole team is just using CBRs because of how it is in the meta, and you can utilize it from from mid to short distance, and at some point in long distance. So it's this time they need to find that balance. And you mentioned CBR. We have the Krieg in there, a little bit of mid to long range spray, and the SKS damage they can give into the battle. Even in control mode, wherein it can be a fast-paced mode, but again, it depends on how familiar they are. Because even if you force it and you cannot carry it over towards the end, you might be switching to a weapon. And I'm talking about like the first match that we have. Cisco usually goes for the SKS, tries the CBR, didn't hold to that for as long, and switch back to SKL. But it might be a reverse for the other players right here who are not used to the SKS, and you want to put that into the mix.
They probably should have had time to practice that. If they haven't, then now is to do so. You've used it. You know very well. Yes, used by your opponents. You've seen it in the World Championship. Been several times after that as well. Now we can see it through the whole tournament. So, with that being said, it was a banger. I mean, we had two ending day, because I feel like it would be a lopsided matchup up until our fourth game. That was the rookie that just made us so wild. And I feel like this is a for them. I feel like fair on there. Okay, they finally to go ahead. They can go to bigger challenge.
Yeah, I mean, well, looking forward to what else is going to unfold in the upcoming days. But I would agree, this is a good start for Arena Masters group stages. And, well, looking forward to adjustments being done after this day for the next match that they are going through. So far, it is 4 matches for today. The day that kicks off Garena Masters Season 4 Resurgence, and I'm really excited to see what else this team is going to offer. 3 donuts at this point in the 2-1 in the final between 4 Suits Kings and FRANIC. Now, well, I guess there's a lot more that we're expecting to see at this point, not just the matches, but also what the other teams have to say, or what the winning teams has to say, if they will be moving in for that interview. And I guess it is. So let's welcome our guest that will be interviewed right here, B.
Yes, and there you go. We got Arrow here. Hello there, sir. How are you doing?
Hello.
And before we actually start with the actual questions, how did it feel like to perform here finally on the bigger stage, being considered as a rookie for this season? How did it feel like possibly going up against the people that you've been watching all of these years?
Yeah, for me, this opportunity is very big, and like it feels very what you call that, a privilege for us to join this big tournament. And then in Garena Masters 2, I'm also with C8 United, and this is my second participation here in Garena Masters.
Nice. So, well, it's good insight right there that we're hearing that you had experience, and congratulations to stepping in on to the group stages, as well as getting this win in this fight, Arrow. But like knowing that we have you guys rookies in here joining the mix of teams, what preparation did you do before stepping in onto this tournament?
So before stepping in this tournament, we practiced every day. We have scrims we have scrims every night, and then we play rack games, and then we map plan our maps and strategies to be prepared in the next match.
I mean, I feel like you always have to prepare for anything that life throws at you. And for the biggest competition here in our region, it's definitely going to be really important that you do your homework and all of that. So that is commendable. But speaking of something that is commendable, which team or teams are you looking forward to play with?
I'm looking forward to play with Smart Omega or Blacklist International. Those two teams.
Hard teams to actually play with, but thank you so much, Aura, for giving us your time, and good luck for the rest of the competition. Again, shout out to your team for getting that dub. I rooted for you. Yeah, I rooted for you guys. I thought you guys were gonna win this, so keep it going, keep the ball rolling. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I'll be rooting for you as well at the upcoming matches, seeing how well you did. So thank you very much, as well as a shout out to the team. Looking forward to more of the matches between you and everyone else. But Beef, I mean, that's a conclusion of day number 1, and I would say I'm not really disappointed in how this ended. Though we've seen like donuts into the game, I love seeing these teams just going in for this fight. And as we look into the results, the standing of this battle, I guess there's a break into the donut right now. Scotty in there, 1 win in this series, and they have 3 points already. Easy Reborn Esports, they have 1 loss. Now that's a 2, as you can see guys, the 4 matches that we have is coming from different groups. So group B is Divinus and Blacklist Ultimate 1-1. We have Smart Omega and LF Ord 1-1 as well, and the same goes with Route FRANIC for S Kings. So expect those with zeros on their list to be coming up onto the next days of the group stages, Beef.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited for everything else to fill up here in this particular charts, because obviously so far we only had like 50% of the teams just play it out, right? Half the teams still have to play and just show everyone what they are made of. Whew. Well, taking a look at what we have for our next matchup for tomorrow is going to be exciting, because we're going to start things off with Huntsmen versus Kazoku, and you already know that it will be very interesting how they can actually play. But here are the stages so far for the group stage. Group number 2 coming in for the day, the later half, will be for tomorrow, February 11th, and we're going in through Sunday. That's day number 3. And now we're going again next week for Saturday, Sunday, and also Friday for the rest of the group stages. So a lot of these teams, if you haven't really seen them, they're playing tomorrow and also for Sunday. Again, every weekend, also Fridays, you have something to do, because honestly for me, I just want to stay here, watch the stream, but I also have to cast it. So I'm kind of being I don't know, 50-50, like, do I want to watch it or do I want to be a caster? And again, both are great, but also you guys at home get to have a fun time with us here inside the stream. So again, before we actually end the stream, I just want to say that thank you so much for staying here with us here in day number 1. I want to see some diamonds in the rough finally shine and surprise everyone here. Neptune, what are your thoughts of the day?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to more of these teams evolve and adjust within game after each game, and show us that what expectation we have before we saw them and after we see them can be changed once they put in all the learning and homework as well into play. So looking forward to those adjustments, those changes, evolution from these teams.
Oh man, I'm so excited for tomorrow. But actually, your favorite casters are going to be there for tomorrow. Warden and Callie are going to be casters for today. It has been great casting for you guys. I am Beef Mommy, and with me, the Neptune gentleman Garcia. Always proud to serve all of you here. Again, tomorrow's matchup is going to be interesting. 50% of the teams left will have it down. Let's see what happens next. Good morning, good night, and we'll see you in the next tournament.